Chapter 1, Yuga. When Chi-Su regained consciousness, he only felt a splitting headache and general weakness. It took him a lot of effort to barely open his eyes. The pale ceiling, the empty room, Chi-Su was at a loss. This is not his room. Although my home is not the home of the rich, my room is not so shabby. Just when Chi-Su was about to get up, the door of the room suddenly opened. God, you finally woke up. After Chi-Su heard the name Xiaohu, countless memories suddenly appeared in his mind, as if he was going to blow his head. In this way, Chi-Su fainted again in the severe pain. Chi-Su didn't know how long he slept, but he seemed to have a long dream. There is a boy named Shimizu Yuka who keeps appearing in his dreams. This boy has a happy family, has his parents who love him, and has no worries about food and clothing. This kind of life lasted until he was 16. His family has a feeding house, so his parents will buy goods regularly. These goods are fairy eggs. The most recent purchase, his parents encountered a major traffic accident on the way, and both died. Because he couldn't stand the blow, he couldn't think about it for a while, so he chose to commit suicide. Chi-Su's dream came to an abrupt end here. When Chi-Su opened his eyes again, he realized that those were not dreams at all, but the memories of this body. He crossed, and also crossed into the world of Pokemon. Chi-Su struggled to sit up, and saw a man, a middle-aged woman, lying next to his bed. Chi-Su's movements seemed to disturb her. She opened her eyes in a daze. Seeing Chi-Su sitting up on the bed, she said in surprise, "Xiaohu, you are awake, thank goodness. If something happens to you, how can I explain to your parents?" The middle-aged woman wiped her tears while talking. Chi-Su, or it should be Shimizu Yuka now, knows the identity of this middle-aged woman from memory. She is the younger sister of Yuka's father, who is also his aunt, Mieko. Mieko saw that Yuka kept looking at herself, thinking that he had not recovered from the sadness of his parents' death. "Xiaohu, are you hungry? I made some porridge for you." It's okay not to say Mieko, but at the mention of eating, Yuka's stomach rang out of despair. Mieko couldn't help laughing when she heard the sound of Yuka's belly. Yuka also made a big blush by the sudden sound. Mieko wiped the tears from her face, brought a bowl of porridge from the table next to it, and handed it to Yuka. "Come on, eat, the temperature is just right." Yuka didn't know what to say at this time, and didn't know how to get along with Mieko for a while. Facing the middle-aged woman who cared about him before him, he felt familiar and unfamiliar. Mieko watched Yuka silently finish the porridge, and said, "You just woke up, your body is still very weak, take a good rest, don't think about anything else, and don't do stupid things again, okay?" Yuka nodded obediently, and then lay down again. "You have a good rest, I will take your cousin to see you at night." Mieko tucked Yuka's quilt corner, and left the room with an empty bowl. Watching Mieko leave the room, Yuka looked at the ceiling blankly. This body is 16 years old this year. According to the regulations of this world, it has just grown up. His parents died a week ago. He was overwhelmed with grief at the time, and he was so embarrassed that even the funeral of his parents was handled by Mieko's family. Mieko is married. Her husband is an ordinary office worker and has a lovely daughter. He lives very happily. Their family is Yuka's only remaining relatives. Yuka committed suicide yesterday. He has a very good relationship with his parents. He loves his parents very much, and his parents love him very much. A family of 3 was originally happy, but they were all destroyed in a car accident. Yuka, who has been confused, jumped into the river without thinking about it when she was in a daze by the river in the yard yesterday. Fortunately, the neighbor saw Yuka struggling in the water across the yard and rescued him. Yuka thought, the original body reflex arc is really long enough. It's been a week since both parents died before thinking of suicide. Yuka didn't expect that after 28 years of ordinary life, he would still encounter a personal life transition. "I was just tired from work, so I slept on the table and walked through in a daze. From the memory of the original body, Yuga knows that he lives in Liuyan town in the Fangyuan area. Fangyuan area is full of volcanoes and the climate is relatively hot. Liuyan town is located in the Fangyuan area, so it will not be affected by volcanic ash due to the wind direction. So this is a very beautiful town with fresh air, and a very good sanatorium for the weak. This green town is not as good as those big cities in Fangyuan, but it is still very prosperous. However, the original body has never left the green town since childhood, so he doesn't understand the outside world. Yuka just thought while combing the information in his head. It was probably because of the initial recovery from a serious illness. It didn't take long for him to feel tired, and he fell asleep in bed after a while. At night, Aunt Mieko brought Yuka's little cousin to see him. Yuka's cousin is named Luna, she is just 6 years old this year, very lively and cute. It can be seen that she has a very good relationship with her cousin, so she pestered Yuka to talk. But Yuka was weak, and she became drowsy after a few words. Mieko made a little bit of food for Yuka, and then took her pesky daughter away. Before leaving, Mieko told Yuka that she would come to see him tomorrow morning. Mieko's house and Yuka's house are not neighbors, but they are very close to each other, just a few steps away. Chapter 2, Feeding House. Yuka woke up from suffocation the next day. In his sleep, he always felt something stuck on his face, making him unable to breathe. In a daze, Yuka stretched out his hand and threw something off his face to the ground. He only heard a snap, and a scream came from the ground, which awakened Yuka. Yuka sat up abruptly from the bed, looked around, looking for the source of the cry just now. I saw a Huabai swaying from the ground, looking at Yuka angrily. It turned out to be you, Huabai. After seeing Huabai, Yuka breathed a sigh of relief. This flower Bai is a gift from Mujia's father and mother before, and it is his original elf. It can be seen that Yuka's parents must have spent a lot of work preparing the initial elves for him. Flower Bai is a rare genie even in its native place Carlos, let alone in the Fangyuan area. Yuka was in bed yesterday, and I haven't seen it, so I didn't think of it for a while. Seeing Huabai look angry, Yuka said. Okay, I'm sorry for you, because I am a patient, please forgive me. Huabai remembered that Yuka was ill, and flew to Yuka's side with a worried expression on her face. Seeing Huabai, who is not as big as her slap, looked at herself worriedly, Yuka was a little embarrassed. Don't worry, am I okay now? It's okay. After lying on the bed for a day and a night, Yuka felt that her bones were crisp. After feeling that her body was not as weak as yesterday, Yuka got up from the bed. Walked to the window, opened the window, and let the morning sun shine on him, and Yuka felt that he was alive. Yuka's room is on the second floor, and the window faces his yard. Looking down from the window, the entire yard appeared in his eyes. The yard of Yuka's house is very big, not as big as usual. His parents were thinking about expanding the breeding house in the future, so they bought such a large piece of land. Feeding houses generally have two types of business. One is to sell elves or baby elves, and the other is to deposit elves. Selling elven eggs and baby elves is easy to understand, just literally. Yuka's parents' feeding house has been doing this business all the time. Elves hosting business means that when some trainers don't have time to take care of their elves, they will deposit them in the nursery, and the nursery will charge for it. The large yard of the Yuka's family was prepared for this business in the future. Unexpectedly, the weather will be unpredictable, and the business will be gone before the business is opened. Yuka looked at the neatly trimmed and cleaned backyard, and thought, the original parents should be looking forward to the expansion of the breeding house in the future. Took a deep breath, and Yuka took Huabai downstairs. The house of Yuka's house is very old but very big. The second floor is their family's residence, and the first floor is a shop, which is a place specializing in selling elves and elves. However, with the death of Yuka's parents, the feeding house of Yuka's family also closed. Looking at the counters that were originally used to place the elf eggs and elf balls, Yuga sighed with emotion. Huabai saw that Yujia's face was not good, and thought he was sad again because of the death of his parents, so he flew over to comfort him. Yuka touched Huabai and said that he was okay. At this time, Mieko brought Luna into the door. She saw Yuga getting up, and hurriedly asked, "Is your body okay?" Yuka smiled and said to Mieko, "It's okay, don't worry, Aunt Mieko." "That's good, get hungry, I bought breakfast for you, come and eat some." "I will go upstairs to tidy up your room." Mieko passed the breakfast in her hand to Yuka, and went to the second floor. As for Luna, when she sees Huabai, she doesn't care about anyone and just runs after Huabai. It's not the first time that Huabai saw this little devil, so she refused to play with Luna. While eating breakfast, Yuka watched Huabai and Luna arguing, and her mood improved. Aunt Mieko was going to work, so she cleaned Yuka's room and left. It's just that she left Luna, a naughty ghost, with her good name, to accompany Yuga. After Aunt Mieko left, Yuka opened the door of the breeding house, moved a chair and sat at the door. Yuka's feeding house is not open in the downtown, but the location is a bit remote, so although the entrance is a street, there are not many people. Because there is only one feeding house in Liuyan town, everyone knows where it is. Huabai and Luna are playing in the house, while Yuka sits at the door and closes his eyes. Facing this sudden crossing, Yuka hasn't figured out what to do in the future. Just as Yuka was thinking about the problem, a voice came. "Excuse me, is this Yo-Yo feeding house?" Kijaya is officially the name of Yuka's Kidkia. Yuyu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. Yuka opened his eyes and saw a young man standing at the door talking to herself. "Yes, what can I do for you?" Yuka asked politely. "So I didn't find it wrong, I want to buy a fairy, is there a mini dragon here?" Yuka thought to herself, where is the second stunner from here? Not to mention that my feeding house is closed, but it is not closed and there are no mini dragons for sale. No. No, is there a catty dog? No. What about the little fire dragon? Please, this is Feng Yuan, not Kanto. You want a little fire dragon and a catty dog? Go to Kanto, and why do you run into a small breeding house? No. Why don't you have any? Then there should be little Lotta. Yuka tried to maintain the smiling face that was about to collapse, and replied, "There are still no customers. Our feeding house is closed." The boy suddenly realized, it turns out that the door is closed, no wonder there is nothing. Yuka's smiling face finally couldn't hold back. "The elves you mentioned are all the elves from the Kanto region. This is Feng Yuan, and there are no ordinary breeding houses." "Oh, it turned out to be like this. I just wanted to buy it because I hadn't seen the elves in the Kanto region. I thought there are all kinds of elves in the breeding house." Yuka thought, where did the bear kid come from? "I bought the elves just to see." Encountered such a thing, Yuka felt that it would be better for this breeding house to change hands, and he would not be able to operate it. In the feeding house, except for some of the elf eggs that Yuga's parents had sold before their deaths, all other things have been disposed of. Chapter 3, Inherit Family Business. Just as Yuka was thinking about how to deal with the feeding house, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. The system is loaded, and the host begins to bind. After binding the host, scan the host information. Host, Shimizu Yuka. Age, 16. Sex, male. Elves, Huabai. Special ability, none. Skill, none. Status, heir to the feeding house. The system detects that the host has an industry to inherit and begins to bind the industry. Industry binding is completed, and the system is fully opened. Rescan the host information. Host, Shimizu Yuka. Age, 16. Sex, male. Elves, Huabai. Special ability, None. Skill, none. Identity, Yo-Yo owner of feeding house. After scanning, the 131-4520 system is at your service. A series of voices kept Yuka's mind from turning around. The only certainty is that there is a system bound to itself. Hey, what system, where are you? Yuka asked in a low voice. It is the 131-4520 system. The host can talk to me without speaking, but using consciousness. What is the 131-4520 system, are you kidding me? Not at all. It must be. I didn't expect you to be such a naughty system. Tell me what system you are and how could you have such a random name? Remind the host again, this system is not joking, 131-4520 is the name of this system. Hee, is this really your name? Replace it like a fake. Then can you tell me how you came to me? This system is the welfare of the traversers. Every traverser will be randomly assigned a system, I am the system randomly assigned to you. My number is 131-4520, so my name is 131-4520 system. When Yuka heard that there were other traversers, and they all brought the system, they were shocked. What? Are there other traversers? Are there many? Where are they all? There is only one traverser in this world, and the other traversers are in other worlds. Please rest assured, the host. Hearing what the system said, Yuka breathed a sigh of relief. A mountain cannot tolerate two tigers, he doesn't want to fight with other traversers to kill you or die. Then I can ask you, what's the use? This system has been bound to your industry, Yo-Yo Feeder House. The role of this system has automatically changed to let the reputation of the Yo-Yo Feeding House reverberate throughout the world of elves. After listening to the system, Yujiara was struck by lightning. Let the reputation of Yo-Yo Feeding House ring through the world of elves? I just decided to sell the breeding house. Besides, why do you want the fame of the breeding house to reach the elves' world? Can that be unbound? Yuka asked cautiously. Once bound, it cannot be released. Then can I unbind with the system? Unbind with the system, the host will undoubtedly die. Yujiashin has no love. How can you decide my future career without my consent? This is selected by the system based on the best and most favorable conditions around the host. Except for the feeding house, the host has nothing. If you don't tell me, we are still good friends. Then what shall we do next? It's not us, it's you. Well, it's me, my dear 131-4520 system sir, what should I do next? Let the Kenya reopen. That's how it is said, but it's not that simple to reopen the Kenya. Yuka was a little frustrated, and finally opened a cheat. It was still difficulty. I don't know how to run a feeding house. Remind the host that you have a newbie gift package that you haven't received. Yuka's eyes brightened when he heard that there was a newbie gift bag. This system is not useless. How do I receive the novice gift package? As soon as Yuka finished asking, she felt a flash of white light in her mind, and an interface appeared. The two big characters of these backpacks are dazzling at the top of the interface. Below the large characters are 10 square grids. The first grid is occupied by a pattern in the shape of a package. Underneath it is written, Beginner's Gift Bag. The host can open it directly with consciousness. Yuka tried to open the package with consciousness. Congratulations to the host for getting skills, wisdom eyes. Special eyes that allow the owner of the eyes to see the aptitude, gender, characteristics, level, and skills of the elves. Note, the wizard egg can only see aptitude. 1 elementary qualification evolution pill. One of the props for the evolution of the elves' qualifications, which can increase the qualifications of the elves below the green qualification by 1 level. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. One shop is eligible for free decoration. You can let the system help the host's shop decorate once for free. Nothing? Are these 3 Please don't be greedy for the host. If you want more rewards, please work your own. Even though Yuga said that he disliked the lack of rewards for the novice gift package, in fact, he was already happy in his heart. Because these three things are good things. First is the skill eye. The elves in the elven world are all qualified. The aptitudes of elves are divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple from low to high. The higher the elf's aptitude, the higher the elf's future achievements, and the higher the elf's understanding. The elves of the same level, the higher the aptitude, the stronger the strength. Human beings cannot judge the aptitude of elves with the naked eye. Can only be seen through special machines or wizard illustrations issued by the Alliance after it has been accepted. And the wise eyes can help Yugia see the elves' aptitude directly, which can be said to be very powerful. Next is the aptitude evolution Dan. The aptitude of the elves is destined by nature, and it is difficult to change. There is currently no medicine in the world of elves that can change the aptitude of the elves. Of course, it does not mean that the aptitude of the elves is set in stone. Some rare treasures or special opportunities may also change the aptitude of an elf. Yuga's Huabibe is rare, but his qualifications are only yellow. With this aptitude evolution pill, its aptitude can enter the green rank. The last reward is to help Yuga reopen the breeding house. Now that Yugia has inherited the family business, she has to obediently become the owner of a feeding house. Chapter 4, Qualification Evolution. The place where the elves and baby elves can be sold, such as the feeding house, can be created because the Alliance does not allow the elves to be bought and sold casually. The behavior of buying and selling elves is not in line with the Alliance's beliefs that humans and elves get along friendly and elves are the best partners of humans. The reason why elf hunters break the law, wantonly catching elves, is not the main reason. The main reason is that they use the captured elves for trading. Trainers also capture elves, so they don't break the law. Feeding house is the only place in the Alliance that allows the sale of elves, and only allows the sale of young elves. The elves and elves sold in the breeding house must be marked with their qualifications before they can be sold. This is a hard requirement and cannot be violated. Otherwise, why do customers come to you to buy elves? Just go to the wild to get them. Customers come to the breeding house to buy elves or elves, just to guarantee their qualifications. If the elves or elves purchased by the customer in the feeding house do not meet the qualifications marked at the time of sale, the customer has the right to claim compensation. Of course, touching porcelain doesn't count. The elf qualifications in the wild are mostly red and orange, and yellow is 1 in 100, let alone yellow or more. Yuga's Huabibe is chosen by Yuga's parents, but the aptitude is only yellow. It can be seen that the feeding house actually plays a very important role in the world of elves. Screen elves for trainers. Because the breeding house is very important, it is not easy to open a breeding house. It requires the Alliance to certify various qualifications and go through various procedures. The breeding house of Yuka's family is still an inherited property from the family, otherwise his family's current situation is totally unqualified to open a breeding house. Even if their breeding house has been in operation for several generations, it is still only a small, unknown breeding house. Fortunately, Yugia is only inheriting the family business now, and he is an adult and has the right to inherit the breeding house. So as long as he transfers the breeding house from his parents to his own name, he can successfully inherit the breeding house and become a veritable owner of the breeding house. Does not need other extra procedures. Since he had to inherit the breeding house, Yuka decided to become a renowned owner of the breeding house. 360 lines. You are the best. There is no rule, only the king and champion can be famous, not the owner of the breeding house. When Aunt Mieko came back from work to see Yuka, Yuka told her what she thought. Did you really decide to inherit your family's feeding house? Yes, Mom and Dad have always wanted to expand the breeding house. I want to help them fulfill this wish. But opening a feeding house is not as simple as you think. I know, but I am already an adult, and I can do everything my parents can do. Since you have decided, my aunt supports you. I think the eldest brother and sister-in-law will be happy to know that you have made this decision. After all, this breeding house is the painstaking effort of several generations of your family. Thank you, Aunt Mieko. Mieko touched Yuka's head. What are you polite with, Aunt? You are my nephew, and my only relative besides your uncle and Luna. Mieko's expression dimmed as she said. Yuka realized at this time that her father and mother had passed away, and Aunt Mieko must be as sad as herself. Her only brother passed away, which means that she lost the person closest to her by blood. Yuka didn't know how to comfort Aunt Mieko for a while. Fortunately, Mieko's dim expression only lasted for a while, and then she got herself up again. Since you want to inherit the breeding house, the transfer procedure of the breeding house must be completed. When your uncle comes back, let him take you to do it. Okay. Yuka had never done this before, and didn't know how to do it. His uncle was able to help him, which was what he couldn't ask for. If you have any difficulties, do you have to talk to me to know? Don't be alone in your heart. I see, Aunt Mieko, I will find you if I have something to do. Yuka's body has almost recovered, so he let Aunt Mieko not come to see him every day, he can take care of himself. Mieko was worried, but agreed. After all, Yujiya is already an adult, he has his own ideas, even as an aunt, it is not easy to interfere too much. Sending away Aunt Mieko and Luna, Yuka breathed a sigh of relief. Huabaibai, who escaped from Luna Little Devil, was very angry that her master let herself face the suffering alone, and didn't want to deal with Yuga. Upon seeing this, Yuka took out the aptitude evolution pill from the system backpack. Little baby, see what this is. Yuka shook the things in his hands, and an inexplicable fragrance spread out, very alluring. Huabaibai carried Yuga on her back, raised her nose, looking for the source of the fragrance, and then saw what was on Yuga's hand. Although Huabaibai didn't know what Yuka was holding, she was attracted by it and couldn't help but want to get closer. Seeing that Huabaibai wanted it very much and resisted not getting close, Yuka felt very cute. If you are not angry anymore, this is yours. Huabaibai's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly flew to Yuga's hand, indicating that she was not angry anymore. Yuka handed it the aptitude evolution pill funny. After receiving the Huabaibai of the aptitude evolution pill, her eyes narrowed happily. However, the aptitude evolution pill the size of a fingernail is still a bit big for the flower Baibai who is only a palm. Looking at Huabaibai taking a sip, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com taking a sip of aptitude evolution pill, Yuga felt so cute. Deserves to be his own elf, just cute. After Huabaibai ate the whole aptitude evolution tango, its whole body began to emit a green light. It's just that this green light only flashes, and it doesn't appear for a long time. Huabaibai looked at herself from the left and at her right. She always felt that there was something different in her body, but she didn't know where it was different. Yuka thought, Huabaibai has completed the evolution of her aptitude at this time. He called up the system and used his eye skills for the first time. Flower Baibai. Gender, female. Feature, flower screen. Qualification, green. Level, 15. Skills, impact, vine whip, fairy wind, protection color. Sure enough, the aptitude has evolved from yellow to green. This aptitude evolution pill is really a big treasure. But Yuga also knew the level of Huabaibai for the first time, level 15. This is really low enough. You have to know that it has been 4 years since Huabaibai became Yuga's elf. In other words, Yuga got his own initial spirit when he was 12 years old. But what is going on at this level? Although the original body did not think about being a trainer, this level is too low. Yuka thought to herself, I can't go on like this. What's the difference between this and salted fish? Even if he inherits the family business and becomes the owner of the breeding house, he must be a strong owner of the breeding house, otherwise he will become famous in the world. Yuga made up his mind to train Huabaibei. And at this time, immersed in the joy of aptitude evolution, Huabaibei, who has not recovered, does not know that its bitter days are coming. Chapter 5, Walk. Yuga made her own dinner. When Aunt Mieko came in the afternoon, Yuka told her that she would make dinner by herself, so she didn't need to run around. The ingredients at home are all bought by Aunt Mieko in advance, so he doesn't need to go out again. Yuga's cooking skills are still good. At any rate, I have lived for 28 years in my previous life, and I still have basic survival skills. I got a system today, and opened a good newbie gift package. Yujiya is in a good mood and ate a lot of dinner. Huabaibei also ate on the table with him, but it was eating energy cubes. Fang Yuan area is where the energy cubes originated, so most of the food for the elves is energy cubes. The highest quality energy cube is of course made in German. Fang Yuan is the headquarters of the German company, and the energy cube is cheaper than other regions. Of course, Yuga just listened to others saying that, he didn't know it. After eating, Yuga, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, yelled to Huabaibei. Huabaibei, after dinner, shall we go for a walk to eliminate food? Huabaibei flew to the kitchen and nodded happily to Yuga. Huabaibei likes her owner very much. In addition to their 4 years of getting along with each other day and night, and their deep feelings, the owner is very gentle with him, and he will give him delicious food every day and play with him. After the master's parents passed away, they have not played happily together for several days. Now that she can go out for a walk with her host, Huabaibei is very happy. After washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, Yujiya took Huabaibei and went out. Yuka had nothing to do, so I ate early for dinner, and the sky was bright when I went out. As soon as he walked out of the house, Yujiya saw Uncle Kate sitting at the door to enjoy the cool, and said hello politely. Uncle Kate, good evening. Flower Bay. Huabaibei also greeted Uncle Kate upon seeing this. Oh, it's you and Huabaibei, are you going out? Yes, I take Huabaibei out for a walk. Walk is good, you just have a good illness, walk is right. Then you go. See you later, Uncle Kate. See you later. Uncle Kate is a very honest and generous person. He has been neighbors with Yujia's family for many years, and the relationship between the two has always been very good. It was Uncle Kate who discovered that Yuga had committed suicide and saved Yuga before. There is a small forest not far from Yuga's house, which is a good place to take a walk. The original body often took Huabaibei to play there. In the woods. Huabaibei, you said that if I encounter any danger in the future, who will protect me? Huabaibei immediately patted her chest when she heard this. It must be me who can protect the master. You? No. You are too weak. When you protect me, I will die several times. Hearing that the owner questioned her own strength, Huabaibei immediately quit. Huabai! Yuka didn't know what it was talking about, but the angry look on his face made him unconvinced. Yuka thought, it seems that you have not yet clearly realized how weak you are. I'm telling the truth, no, you can find an elf around here to fight and see, if you win, I will take back what I just said. Hearing Yuga's suggestion, Huabaibei's eyes lit up, and he flew out to find his opponent. This small forest is often visited by people, and there are no rare elves in it. They are very common elves in the Fang Yuan area, and because they often see humans, they have very close personalities. Yuka also looked around. Spintail, snake bear, acorn fruit, proud swallow. Hey, yes, go straight to the bear. Yuga Lima yelled to Huabaibei, who was looking for an opponent. Huabaibei, what do you think of this direct bear? It looks very weak, if you can't even beat it. Rushed to the bear and was startled by Yuka's sudden shouting, but it just glanced at Yuka and didn't run away. Huabaibei listened to Yuga's words and flew around and flew straight towards the bear. Huabaibei! Yuga knew it was accepting his proposal. Then we choose it as our opponent. Flower Bay. Huabai patted her chest confidently, indicating that she was fine. Yuka squatted down and said to the straight bear, "Can I trouble you to accompany Huabai to an elves battle? This is a reward." Said, Yuka didn't know where to take out a few energy cubes. Fully prepared, and at a glance, I knew that Yuka had to plan ahead. Ate the energy cube straight at the bear, squinted his eyes, and nodded. They found a clearing. Huabai and Dashing Xiang stood on each side. Okay, then the elf battle between Huabai and the direct bear will now begin. I am the referee of this game, are both of you ready? Huabai and Dashing Xiang nodded at the same time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Then I declare the game start. As soon as Yuka's voice fell, the bear was like a cannonball, bounced up, and swiftly slammed into Huabai. This is the basic skill impact of the general system. Huabai is not a flying elves, but he can fly at any rate. Flying elves always have an advantage in battle. Although the speed of rushing straight to the bear was very fast, Huabai's figure shook and avoided him. After flashing the collision of the direct bear, two green long whips suddenly appeared on Huabai's body, and they flexibly attacked the direct bear. The straight bear has just launched an attack and has not landed. It is in a state where the old power has been exhausted and the new power has not yet been born, and it is directly tied up. But this also gave the direct bear a focus. Saw its two front paws lit up with white light, and swiped it a few times at Huabai's cane whip, and the two cane whips that tied it were all broken inch by inch. Get rid of the vine whip. The straight bear that fell on the ground bounced from the ground instantly and rushed towards Huabai. Straight into the bear's this period of continuous attack, watching Yujia admire it. Huabai has always been offered by the original body delicious, every day except for eating, just playing, there is no experience at all. Looking at the direct bear that hit him straight, it paled and froze in place, not knowing what to do for a while. Only a bang was heard. Huabai was hit by the bear's head and flew out, and then hit the big tree behind him again, losing the ability to fight. Yuka walked over and picked up the flower bud that had fallen on the ground, and walked in front of the bear. "Thank you, go straight to the bear." Looked straight at the bear to see that his mission was completed, yelled at Yuka, turned around and ran away. Chapter 6, Preparation for Opening. After watching the bear head straight away, Yuka returned home with Huabai who had passed out. After returning home, Yujia gave Huabai some medicine and put it on his bed to let it rest. Yuka knew that Huabai would lose, after all, he personally picked the opponent. The straight bear has more than 20 levels, and it has also evolved to its final form. Its combat power is obviously much higher than that of Huabai, which is only level 15. Even if Huabai's aptitude is much higher than that of direct bear, but the advantages of level and race make the gap between the qualifications of the two parties very small. The reason why Yujia worked so hard to coax Huabai into this losing battle is to arouse Huabai's eagerness to win and let it have the idea of becoming stronger. The original body has never thought about being a trainer, nor has he planned well for his future. Is at most thinking about taking over my own feeding house in the future. So his initial elves are just treated as playmates. A carefree life naturally consumes Huabai's self-motivated little by little. But Yuga is different. He came to this world without warning. Although he has the memory of the original body, he still feels a little uneasy inevitably. Don't look at him naturally, he accepted the fact that he had passed through. It was natural to get along with Aunt Mieko, Huabai, and Luna. But only he knows, he has been very bottomless and terrified. After all, in the original world, he was just the most ordinary among thousands of ordinary people. That's why he wants to become stronger. Strong strength can always bring people a sense of security, especially for a man, the pursuit of strength seems to be an innate nature. Looking at Huabai who was sleeping soundly, Yujia felt a little guilty, after all, he used a little trick on it. Be nice to it in the future, Yuka thought. System? System? Are you there? Yuka shouted her golden finger with consciousness. I have been there all the time, host, what can I do for you? Well, what do I call you? I am the 131-4520 system. Can we change the name? How can I say that the name is 2, or I can pick one for you? I am the 131-4520 system. How do you think our name is long Aotian? Domineering. I am the 131-4520 system. Should I be called Dragon God? Dragon God is also very domineering. I am the 131-4520 system. The Dragon God is not satisfied, so it's okay to call the tyrant. I am the 131-4520 system. Yuka said weakly with a dry mouth, I know that you have a 131-4520 system. I will call you 131-4520 later. Yes, what can I do for you? The sound of the system has not changed at all from beginning to end, mechanical, rough, calm, and emotionless. Yuka felt very uncomfortable at this time. She just wanted her system to have a nice name, why not be allowed? How do I use the decoration qualification of my shop? As long as the host chooses the time and keeps the store unmanned, the system can decorate for you at any time. How long will this decoration be completed? 5 hours. So fast. The 131-4520 system will serve you wholeheartedly. Yujiya is already unable to complain, go to your dedicated service, and even change your name is not allowed. Then can I arrange the time tonight? Of course, everything is decided by the host. The shop has been renovated, and then let my uncle take him to complete the transfer procedures, and the shop will be able to reopen. After opening the store, Yujiya will have to consider the issue of merchandise. Yuka's feeding house did not sell baby elves before, mainly because the conditions of his family did not allow it. To sell baby elves, you need an ecological park to house the baby elves. The big yard his parents prepared was to build an ecological garden. However, the cost of the eco park was very high, and it was not built until the death of the two of them. As for the elf eggs, there are still some left in the warehouse, but they are not many, only a dozen, all of which were sold before. The original body only knows the general situation. After his parents passed away, he was overwhelmed with grief and didn't have the mind to care about it. Yuka decided to go to the warehouse tomorrow. System, after I go to bed, you can decorate the shop. I see, host. Yuka is really idle and has nothing to do now, and it is very boring at night. So after surfing the internet for a while in the room, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Yuka woke up again from suffocation. He always felt something stuck on his face, and it was extremely uncomfortable. So, Yuka, who was confused, peed a chick again, and threw the thing on his face. Then there was a scream. I'm sorry, Hwabibe, you can forgive me again, okay? Early in the morning, Yujiya put his hands together and begged Hwabibe for forgiveness. Hwabibe turned her head and refused to talk to Yujiya. You said yesterday that you would protect me, but you couldn't even fight a bear. Hearing Yuga's words, Hwabibe was struck by thunder, and the petrified figure seemed to be able to go with the wind at any time. This is simply poking Hwabibe's sore spot. The frustrated Hwabibe no longer has the anger to give birth to Yuka. Looking at such a languid Hwabibe, Yujiya thought to himself, is it too much? Hwabibe, don't be discouraged. If you can't beat it now, it doesn't mean you can't beat it in the future. As long as you are willing to work hard to become stronger, you will be able to fight in the future. I still rely on your protection. Let's work hard together. Hearing the host's encouragement, Hwabibe's eyes glowed, her hands clenched fists, and she cheered up again. Hwabibe! Hwabibe made a cheering move towards Yuka, saying that he would work hard. As for the fact that it was thrown on the ground by Yuka, with its sesame-sized brain capacity, I have long forgotten where it went. Seeing the restored Huabaibei, Yuka breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a simple thing to live in harmony with your elves. 131-4520, how is the shop decoration? No matter how many times he is called, Yuka feels that the name is faint. Everything has been renovated. Then let's go down and take a look. Yuka shouted at Huabaibei, who was still immersed in her own world. Huabaibei, let's go downstairs. After speaking, he got up and walked downstairs. Huabaibei hurriedly followed Yuka. Down the stairs on the second floor, the first floor that has been remodeled by the system is gradually presented to Yuka. Yuka was amazed by the huge changes before her eyes, which can no longer be considered as decoration. Yujiya can proudly say that my shop has been rebuilt, and it has been renovated by a very local tyrant. The original and unremarkable shop now looks elegant, chic, and not lost in style. Although this description is a bit strange for a feeding house shop, it is indeed the case. Yuka's house is made of wood, so the decoration of the store still follows the original style. Naturally it is wooden decoration. The entrance of is a wooden cash register. It is not large in size, but it is full of patterns and looks very high-end. At the same time, 2 plants were placed on both sides of the cash register, each of which was half a person tall. Yujiya doesn't know the varieties of the 2 plants, but it is undeniable that because of these 2 plants, there is a lot of vitality in the store. The counter surface used to place the fairy eggs in the store has also been replaced with the same material as the cashier counter. The light brown wooden cabinet surface is inlaid with transparent glass, which is convenient for guests to observe the fairy eggs in the cabinet. Of course, there are no fairy eggs in the cabinet now. There are also colorful cloth cushions in the cabinet, which are specially made by the system to protect the fairy eggs from damage. According to the system explanation, these cloth pads can automatically adjust the temperature, so that the wizard eggs can be kept at the most suitable temperature for incubation at any time. Yuka was amazed by this. What kind of black technology is this? Why I have never heard of it. Host, this is a technology unique to the system. I said, what on earth are you from? How come you are so powerful? This system is a welfare randomly assigned to the traversers. Number 131-4520. Well, I know all of these, you don't need to say. Anyway, the more powerful the system, the more helpful it will be for me, so I shouldn't ask more. The less you know, the longer you live. All the cabinets are placed around a big tree in the middle of the shop. This tree is very luxuriant, and the spreading branches and leaves cover almost all the cabinets. The important thing is that it does not grow in a flower pot, but directly grows on the ground. A hole was opened in the middle of the seemingly high-grade wooden floor in the shop, and a big tree grew in it. Of course, this hole is treated naturally and beautifully. Yujiya also doesn't know the species of this tree. 131-4520, why should a tree be planted in the middle of the shop? Host, don't you look good? Good looking is very good looking, but in addition to good looking, it can also increase the greening rate. You reading www.yunsha.com. Gone. Gone. No, it doesn't match your urine. Kidding. This tree can adjust the temperature and humidity in the store, keeping it warm in winter and cool in summer. And this tree can photosynthesize by itself under indoor light without sunlight, which is convenient and environmentally friendly. This is not a native plant in the elven world, it belongs to the special benefits of the system. Yuka is a bit speechless. You are so serious about joking, but you really don't laugh at all. Especially the tone is still so textured, Yujiya thought. Really? Then it won't be any more. Anyway, this tree is pretty good. Huabaibei felt that her home had changed drastically overnight. She felt very novel, and flew around the store, looking left and right. Yujiya is very satisfied with the system reformed store. Huabaibei, how is the decoration of our shop? Huabaibei flew to the big tree in the middle of the shop, stopped, did not answer Yuka's words, it seemed that he was very interested in this tree. Do you like this tree? Flower Bai Bei flew up to Yuga and nodded excitedly. Then I will give you a house on this tree, and you will live on it, okay? Hua Bei, Hua Bei. Hua Bai Bei nodded happily, completely unaware that this was Yuga's conspiracy. Yuka doesn't want to wake up from suffocation every morning. Then Yoga discovered that not only the front shop was remodeled, but the kitchen and dining room at the back were also remodeled to the same style as the shop. Chapter 7, Uncle. Yujia made a hearty breakfast for herself and Hua Bai Bei in the newly renovated kitchen. Ate breakfast with Hua Bai Bei in the new restaurant again. When they ate in a good environment, they became very happy. Yuka decided to go to the warehouse to see the fairy eggs after eating breakfast. The warehouse is also on the first floor, but the area is not large. Because there are not many customers in the feeding house, most of the fairy eggs are placed in the store. Only this time, because of something happened to Yuga's parents, the remaining dozen or so elf eggs were moved to the warehouse. Yuga counted, a total of 14 stars. He used his smart eyes to see the aptitude of these fairy eggs, which were mainly orange and only 5 in yellow. These elven eggs are all authenticated, and their qualifications are marked, and Yujia is just trying out the eye skills. All the aptitudes of the elven eggs seen by the eyes are the same as those marked. Among the 14 elven eggs, there are 3 proud bone swallows, 4 mushrooms, 5 face-tailed meows, and 2 lotus leaf boys. The most precious of these are the 2 elf eggs of the lotus leaf boy, both of which are yellow. The remaining 3 yellow aptitude elven eggs, 1 each for Ao Bone Yan, Xiang Gui Miao, and Mushroom. These fairy eggs are all unique to the Fang Yuan area, except for the lotus leaf boy, others are very common. After figuring out the situation of these fairy eggs, Yuka moved them all to the store cabinets. Of course, he did not do this to sell them. The transfer procedures of the store have not been completed yet, so selling them like this is illegal. It's just that there is a special cloth cushion in the cabinet, which is more suitable for storing these fairy eggs. Looking at the fairy eggs placed one by one, Yuga let out a sigh of relief. Now, as long as he completes the transfer procedures of the breeding house, he can officially start his road to fame as the owner of the breeding house. Say CAO, CAO will be there. Yuka was thinking about transferring the ownership of the breeding house, so his uncle called him. Although the memory of the original body resembles that of an uncle, this is the first time Yuka has seen her uncle in person, although it is only a video. How have you been these 2 days? Yuka's uncle is called Kurosaki Mine, a gentle-looking man, and he has a gentle feeling. I really can't think of how the gentle Aunt Mieko and the gentle uncle brought up a cousin Luna with the character of a little devil. I'm fine, uncle, don't worry about me. You are better than nothing. I have been outside these days. If you have an accident, I can't come back to see you. I'm so sorry. The funeral of Yuga's parents was handled by his uncle, so he took a lot of days off. As soon as the funeral affairs were completed, he went on a business trip due to work needs, so when he committed suicide, he could not rush back. No, I should say that I am sorry. You are already very busy with your mom and dad's affairs. I am still making trouble for you at this time. I'm really sorry. Don't say that, we are a family, and we should do all this. I heard that you are going to inherit your family's feeding house. I am very happy. I believe your parents will be happy if they know about it. Kurosaki didn't want to mention Yuka's sadness anymore, so he changed the subject and talked to him about the feeding house. I heard your aunt talk about it as soon as I came back today. It happened that I was fine this afternoon, so I will take you through the transfer procedures. Do you have time in the afternoon? Yujia is ready now, only O's east wind, of course there is time. Well, I will pick you up in the afternoon, and you will wait for me at home. Yuga's shop has just been renovated by the system, so how dare you let Kurosaki Mine come here? The store has changed a lot in just a few days, and it is really not suitable for people to see it at this time. No, you just came back, so you should have a good rest. I will go to your house to find you. Anyway, it's only a few steps away. Kurosaka hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Well, I'll be waiting for you at home, so I just have something to tell you. Seeing her uncle agreed, Yuka breathed a sigh of relief. After lunch at noon, Yuka took Hawabibe and hurried to Aunt Mieko's house. As soon as Yuka arrived at the door, she saw Luna sitting on the steps in a daze. The first thing Luna noticed was not Yuka's older brother, but Hawabibe on Yuka's shoulders. Yuka seemed to feel Hawabibe trembling on his shoulders. Brother Xiaohu, why are you here now? My father is waiting for you at home. Luna looked at Hawabibe with her eyes while talking to Yuka. What are you doing sitting at the door? Of course I am waiting for you. Yuka thought, no, you are not. Then, he saw Luna pounce on Hawabibe on her shoulder. It is hard to imagine, she is so small, she has such a good jumping ability. Flower Bibe seemed to have a reaction. When Luna rushed over, it stretched out two cane whips and pressed them on Luna's shoulders to stop her. But the magic is 1 foot high, and the road is 1 foot high. Luna in turn pulled its vine whip and dragged Hawabibe directly into her arms. Hee, got it. Luna showed a magical laugh, and Luna the little demon reappeared. After that, Hawabibe's screams were endless. When Yuka walked into the house, he only saw his uncle sitting on the sofa alone. He knew that Aunt Mieko was at work at this time, and she must not be at home. Uncle, here I am. Hearing Yuka's voice, Kurosaka noticed Yuka coming in. Xiaoyu is here, hurry up, come and sit down. Kurosaka patted the sofa next to him, and motioned Yuka to sit over. Yuka walked over and sat next to Kurosaki Peak. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com saw Kurosaki Peak took out a bank card and said to Yuka. After your parents passed away, you were not in the right mood, so I and your Aunt Mieko did their funeral affairs. They were because of an accident when they went to restock. When the accident happened, I was riding in the car of the elf nursery, so the nursery took a large part of the responsibility. This card is their compensation. Besides, they happened when they came back, so the goods were not safely returned to the breeding house. So they also promised that they will not charge for the next time your feeding house buys goods. Originally, your Aunt Mieko and I thought you would not take over the feeding house, so they didn't tell you. However, since you have decided to continue operating the feeding house, you must explain this clearly to you. Yuka took the bank card in Kurosaka hand, and said guiltily. I'm sorry, uncle. I only cared about my sadness, did not take on my responsibilities, and pushed everything to you. I know that you and Aunt Mieko must be as sad as I am, but they have to endure their sadness to help Mom and Dad deal with the funeral. I am really not a good son. Although these things were done by the original body and have nothing to do with the current yoga, he now takes other people's bodies and should bear the responsibilities of others. Hearing what Yuka said, Kurosaki felt that his nephew had finally grown up. Enduring the sadness in his heart, he patted Yuka on the shoulder. Good boy, it's normal for you to be that way. We are a family, there is no difference between you and me. As long as you can be happy later, your parents will not blame you. Chapter 8, Opened. As for the compensation for the incubator, for the yo-yo feeding house, which is about to open, it is the sleeper who came to give pillows. A huge feeding house, it is impossible to live on only the dozen or so elven eggs in the store. The incubator was established by the Alliance, and it was specially used to nurture elves. All the elves and baby elves in the breeding house can be purchased from there. However, most of them are ordinary elves, and there are very few rare elves. After explaining all the things that Yuka's parents should explain to Yuka, Kurosaki took Yuka to the town's shop management department to go through the transfer procedures of the breeding house. Because Yujiya is a son of his father's business, so the transfer procedure is not complicated. As long as you provide your identity certificate, and then go through a series of signatures, seals, fill in information, etc., the transfer procedures are completed. When went to go through the transfer procedures, Yujia did not bring Huabaibai with him, but left it with Luna at his uncle's house. When they came back after completing the formalities, Huabaibai looked at Yujia with a bitter expression in her eyes. Yuka had to bite the bullet and quickly left her uncle's house with Huabaibai. After returning home, Yuka looked at her renewed shop and exclaimed, "From now on, I will officially become the owner of the breeding house." But at this time, the system came out again to find a sense of existence. Congratulations to the host for officially becoming the owner of the feeding house, and the mission system is opened. Now releases the main mission, let Shimizu Yuka become famous in the world of the elves as the owner of the breeding house. Main Task 1. Sell the 14 elf eggs stranded in the store within 3 days. The reward is determined by the degree of completion. Isn't there is also such an operation as a mission system? 131-4520, you come out to see that I will not kill you. 131-4520 at your service. What is this reward? The reward depends on the completion of the host. Is there any punishment for failure? No, host. That's good. Yuka patted her guard and breathed a sigh of relief. Do I have to accept this task? What happens if I don't do it? It's not going to be great. Whether to accept or not depends entirely on the host. This system is only a tool to assist the host. Whether or not to use it or how to use it depends entirely on the host's will. No way, so humane. If the task fails, there is no penalty, so you can connect or not accept it at will. That's it, but if you don't accept the task, it means there is no reward. Since it is so humane, why can't you change the name of the system? How about we discuss it again? I am 131,452. Okay, I know that you are a 131-4520 system, no need to emphasize. If you don't change your name, you won't change your name. Before finishing speaking the system, Yuga interrupted him, and Yuga could even hear these words. Since there is no punishment for mission failure, then I will accept it. Understand, host? The mission was accepted successfully. Because the transfer procedures were done quickly, it was still early when Yuga got home. In order to complete the task, he found a wooden sign from his home, wrote Yo-Yo Feeding House Reopened, and hung the wooden sign at the door of the store. Xiao, is your feeding house reopening? Uncle Kate, who was passing by the shop, asked curiously when he saw the sign hanging by Yuka. Yes, Uncle Kate, I will be the owner of the breeding house from now on. You should give more publicity to my breeding house. Just as Yuka put up the sign, she turned around and saw Uncle Kate standing behind him. Then the relationship is good, I will definitely promote it to you. Maybe my kid will buy an elf from your house in the future. Uncle Kate said happily, especially when he mentioned his son, he was even more excited. Uncle Kate was about the same age as Yuga's father, but got married very late, so his son was still very young, a few years younger than Luna, and he couldn't even walk smoothly. At that time, I have to pick him up. After chatting with Uncle Kate, Yuka went back to the store and sat down bored. Huabaibai has not been relieved yet because of the devastation of Luna Little Demon, she is lying on the branch of the big tree in the middle of the shop like a corpse. Yuka was like this, sitting all afternoon, and didn't wait for a guest to come to the door until it got dark. The good mood of just becoming the boss is gone. But think about it, my own feeding house usually doesn't have many customers, and it depends on the tourists in the green town to support its performance. On the first day it opened, Yuga did not make any publicity, and the breeding house itself was not well known. It is quite normal to have such encounters. Hey, I don't know if my feeding house can be opened. Because of waiting all afternoon, there are no guests coming to the door, Yujia is a bit listless, so he decides to close the door early. Just as he walked to the door and was about to put up the closing sign, he saw a very temperamental woman standing at the door, seeming to hesitate whether or not to enter. "Is there anything wrong with you?" Yuga asked the lady politely. The woman seemed to be startled by Yuga's sudden voice, and stammered, I want to buy an elf." Yuga heard that he was here to buy the elves, and his brows were instantly pleased, but he still pretended to be very calm. The first visitor, can't let go easily. It turned out to be here to buy the elves. "Please go inside first." Talking about Yuga, she took the woman into the store. The woman looked around at the store, marveling at the elegant design of the store, and at the same time surprised at the empty cabinets. Yuga saw the woman's thoughts, so she said, "Something happened before at home. The shop was closed for a while, but it reopened today, so there are not many elves in the shop. However, you can rest assured of our reputation. This shop has been open for many years, and everyone in the town knows it." After listening to Yuka's words, the woman nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that if the store just opened soon, there would be problems buying elves. "I don't know how to call you. My last name is Suzuki." It turned out to be Miss Suzuki. "I don't know what kind of fairy do you want to buy?" Although it is the first time for Yujiya to open a store, there is still some basic common sense. First of all, you have to ask the customer's needs. Miss Suzuki looked awkward after hearing Yuka's question. "Actually, I don't know what kind of fairy I want to buy. I presume to ask, you shouldn't be a trainer." Although this lady is very beautiful and very temperamental, she doesn't have the capable qualities that a trainer should have, so Yuka guessed. "Well, no, is there any problem?" Miss Suzuki was surprised why Yuka asked this question. After hearing Miss Suzuki's answer, Yuka smiled and said, "Generally, there are two types of customers who buy elves. One is the trainer. Their elves are often used to fight, including the emerging trainers, occupational coordinators, and nurturers. This group, for the later development, has higher requirements for the qualifications of the elves. The other is the non-trainer. Their elves are generally not used for fighting, but mostly used to accompany themselves. This group does not need to consider the changes in the strength of the elves, so there is no high requirement for the qualifications of the elves. And if the same kind of wizard has different qualifications, there will be a big gap in price. This is why I asked you the question just now." After listening to Yuka's explanation, Miss Suzuki suddenly realized that, at the same time, Ye had a much better impression of Yuka and Yo-Yo Feeding House. It is the nature of a businessman to pursue profit, and Yuga can explain so much to her. It shows that he is a very responsible person. "I am really not a trainer, I just want to buy an elf so that it can accompany me more often." "That's it. Then there must be a kind of wizard that suits you well. Please follow me." Then, Yuka brought Miss Suzuki to the cabinet where the fairy eggs were placed. He pointed to the yellow fairy egg behind the glass and circled the pink pattern and said to Miss Suzuki, "This is an elf egg that caters to the tail." As he said, he took out a piece of paper with the pattern of Meow 2 from the cabinet and gave it to Miss Suzuki. Meow Xianggui has a lively character, a gentle and weak offensive power, which is very suitable for women like you. And it is also very good at making people amusing, and it can bring infinite happiness and warmth to a good owner. After finishing talking, Yuga took out a drawing with another elf printed on it, and pointed to the elf on it and said, "This is an evolutionary elegant cat of Xianggui Meow, which is different from Xianggui's liveliness. Elegant cats are elegant and calm, but their relatives are very calm. If you don't like the liveliness of the cat, you can use the moonstone to evolve it into a calm and graceful cat after it hatches. The important thing is that whether it is a cat or a cat, it is impeccable in appearance and very cute." Miss Suzuki was very satisfied with Yuka's detailed explanation, and she really liked Meow Meow, so she decided to buy the elf egg of Meow Meow. "I'll confirm with you again, because you don't have high requirements for the qualifications of the elves, so the qualification of the egg that I recommend to you is orange. There is no problem, right? Miss Suzuki nodded and said there was no problem. Cheng Hui, the price of the orange qualified Xianggui Miodan is 6,000 yuan. Both transfer payment and cash payment are acceptable. After Miss Suzuki paid the money, Yuka took the fairy egg out of the cabinet and gave it to her, and sent her to the door. Because this shop has just reopened and the incubator is not yet ready, you need to go to a wizard store not far away to buy it yourself. The price of the incubator is very cheap, and it doesn't cost much. Yuka said sorry to Miss Suzuki, who was holding the elf egg and was about to leave. It's okay, the wizard shop is not far from here, I just drop in and buy it. Miss Suzuki said with a smile, not entangled in these little things. Then, Miss Suzuki, go slowly. Miss Suzuki smiled and nodded and left the breeding house. After sending off Miss Suzuki, Yuka returned to the store and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect it would be so laborious to make a business. But being able to welcome a guest in the dark, Yujiya is already very satisfied. He was mentally prepared for zero performance on the first day. Chapter 9, Initial Training. Early in the morning the next morning after the system released the task, Yoga got up. Since I decided to train Hua Bai well, there is no reason to sleep late in the morning. This morning, Yuka finally woke up from a state of suffocation. Because he has prepared a nest for it in the tree in the shop in accordance with Hua Bai's request. Since last night, Hua Bai will fall asleep on that tree every night, and Yuka no longer has to sleep with it. After washing, Yuka came to the tree and shook Hua Bai awake. Hua Bai, who woke up in a daze, refused to leave her warm nest. So Yuka started to zoom in. Hua Bai, I'm so sad, I didn't expect you to deceive me. What do you still say to work hard to become stronger, so as to protect me in the future? I didn't expect it to be just your sweet words and lies that you used to deceive me. Yuka said while pretending to be wiping tears. Hearing Yuka's sad crying, Hua Bai flew out of her nest in a hurry, and whispered comfort to Yuga, who was crying. Are you serious? Didn't you lie to me? Yuka asked Hua Bai pair with rain. Hua Bai, Hua Bai. Hua Bai said, shaking her head constantly. Well, let's work hard from now on. You won't lie to me, will you? Yuka asked sincerely, with tears in her eyes. Hua Bai hurriedly nodded his walnut-sized head. Seeing that her strategy has succeeded, Yuka couldn't help but complain about herself, accidentally possessed the drama spirit, and she was still silly. Yuga's yard is large enough for them to use for training, so Yuga and Hua Bai came to the yard for training. Hua Bai, show me all the skills you know. Yuga has seen Hua Bai's skills with his wisdom eye skills, but it's horrible, only 4 skills, and it's still not very powerful. But its level is there, and it is impossible. Besides, the awakening of the elves' skills is not enough if the level is reached, it is full of chance. Besides the previous battle with the direct bear, Hua Bai has never participated in any battle before, so Yuga doesn't know how proficient Hua Bai is with the skills he knows. Hua Bai nodded towards Yuga with confidence and flew out. Yuga sighed, still so confident. The first skill Hua Bai showed was the vine whip. I saw 2 green vines flying out suddenly, but they softened in the middle. Yuka still remembers that it used a vine whip to stop Luna from holding it, but was pulled over by Luna, which shows that its vine whip has no power. Then it pulled the fairy flower underneath it again, and it rotated, and a faint wind appeared out of thin air, but it disappeared before a few seconds of prestige. This kind of powerful fairy wind can only be used to fan the wind, soak up the cold, and can't get the slightest attack effect. The third impact skill, because there is no target in the empty yard and it is not suitable for display, Yuga did not let it show. Besides, the skill of hitting is really not suitable for the petite Hua Bai. The last skill is the protection color, because this is a change type skill, so although it is used, but because it is not in battle, it just flashes a few green lights and there is no response. But protection color is a good skill, which can prevent Huabai's ability from being weakened. But at this stage, Huabai is too weak, and this skill still doesn't have much effect. Huabai also realized what level of skill she was using, so she flew back to Yuga a little frustrated. Yuga smiled and comforted it. Although you are not strong right now, as long as you work hard, you can definitely become stronger and stronger. My future safety depends on you. After hearing Yuka's words, Huabai immediately rekindled his fighting spirit. Huabai, Huabai, Huabai. It clenched its fists and shouted to express its determination. The training plan that Yuga made for Huabai has only 2 points. First, increase physical strength. Second, skilled skills. Physical strength is the basis of all battles. Only when physical strength becomes stronger can you participate in stronger battles. As for the proficiency, not to mention, Huabai's proficiency in that skill is simply too hot. Huabai first performed physical training. Yuka found a stone slightly larger than an adult's fist, tied it to the flower stalk of Huabai's fairy flower with a rope, and let it fly around the yard with the stone. Of course, Yuga also followed Huabai and ran with him, but more importantly, he supervised him. It was too unconscious. But Huabai's physique is really lacking in exercise, and she panted for a long time, tired after not flying a few steps. But Yugia wouldn't put a little water on it, chasing it, and continue flying for 10 laps. I also blame the yard for being too big. 10 laps is really a long distance. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Anyway, Yugia didn't finish the run by himself, and while cheating, he supervised Huabai to complete the physical training. This also shows that there is still a gap between human physique and elves. Even Huabai, who is only slap-sized and does not exercise regularly, has completed the task of flying around the yard with a load for 10 laps, even though he is tired and paralyzed. But Yuga, who is a human, can't do it. Looking at Huabai, who was tired into a dog, Yugia thought about it or put the skill training for the next time. No matter what, it must be done step by step. After all, it's too late. Yuga also gave a full body massage to Huabai who had just finished training. But Huabai's body is too small, Yugia didn't dare to use force. After the massage for Huabai, Yugia's hands were sore. After finishing the training, Yugia made breakfast for Huabai and herself, and was ready to open the door to welcome guests after eating. But Huabai was so tired. After breakfast, she flew directly to her den and fell asleep. Yuka saw that it was too tired and left it alone. He opened the door, took down the closed door sign that had been hung at the door last night, and started business. Sat behind the checkout counter. After a long time, there were no customers. Yugia thought, shouldn't it be time to buy the goods? These few fairy eggs won't attract a few customers. But thinking about it, he still decided to go after the mission 3 days later. At that time, no matter whether the mission is completed or not, he will go to the incubator. Levian Town in the cultivation center is not far away. It is in Fuyan Town. You can get there by passing through the Kalu Tunnel. Fuyan Town is also the nearest town to Levian Town. If Liuyan Town is famous for its fresh air and suitable for healing, then Bayan Town is famous for its tourism industry supported by hot springs. Chapter 10, Granny Lanka. The sun slowly rose in the early morning, and the sunlight that had been blocked from the outside also shone into the shop as the sun gradually moved westward, and fell on Yuga's face, who was lying behind the checkout counter. However, the climate in Greentown has always been very comfortable. Even if the sun shines directly on the face, it will not make people feel hot, but will feel very warm. In such a comfortable environment, without a single visitor, Yuga was about to fall asleep. Young man! Yuka seemed to hear someone calling herself, so she opened her squinted eyes. A kind-looking grandmother greeted her, and Yuga immediately sat up straight. Hello, Grandma, do you want to buy elves? Yuka touched the corner of her mouth with her hand, and asked with a polite smile after making sure that she came out without drooling. Are you running this store now? The grandmother did not answer Yuka's question, but asked Yuka's question. Yuka was taken aback first, then nodded. Yes, I am in charge now. Why, does this grandma know my parents? So you are the child of the two of them? No, no, I know your parents. Although we have not known each other for a long time, we get along very happily. By the way, I came here to recuperate, but it didn't take long. I visited the store once before and wanted to buy an elf, but I didn't make up my mind. After all, I'm responsible for it. It was your parents who received me. Seeing that I was a little hesitant, they suggested that I go back and think about it. Later, we also met many times in the town, and gradually became familiar. They often mention you to me, but you don't usually go out. I haven't seen you. I can tell that they love you very much. But before I made up my mind whether to buy the elves, they had such a thing. The old grandma said a lot, and it can be seen that she likes Yuka's parents very much. I'm sorry to let you listen to my old lady saying so much nonsense. When I get older, I tend to nag unconsciously. The old grandma seemed to realize that she had said too much, and quickly apologized to Yuka. Yuka waved his hand quickly, saying that he didn't mind. No, no, Grandma, I'm glad you can tell me about Mom and Dad. You are not nagging at all. After listening to Yuka's words, the old woman smiled. You are such a good boy, as your mom and dad said. Then take me to see the fairy eggs, and introduce me by the way. Yuka didn't know how Shimizu and his wife told the grandmother about themselves, but Yuka didn't feel embarrassed to respond to the good boy that the old grandmother said. The original body is really not a good boy, but in the eyes of all parents in the world, your own children may always be better than others. Okay, please, please. Yuka took the grandma to the cabinet where the fairy eggs were placed. Grandma, I don't know what you call it yet. While walking, Yuka asked the grandmother. Look at my memory, I forgot to introduce myself to you, my name is Lanka. Grandma patted her forehead and said to Yuka. Then I will call you Granny Lanka. My name is Yuka, you can also call me Xiaohu. Okay, okay, I'll call you Xiaohu. Did Granny Lanka come to Greentown alone, or? I came with my wife. Then did you buy the elves to accompany you and Grandpa? Yes, my wife and I have no children. At this age, I wanted to find a quiet place to take care of the elderly, so I came here. Speaking of this, there was a trace of sadness in Granny Lanka's eyes. Although she was very quick, she was still noticed by Yuka. Yuka was wondering if she asked questions that shouldn't be asked. Came to the front of the elf egg, Yujia thought for a while, pointed to the elf egg in the cabinet and said to Granny Lanka. There are not many elves in the store, and there are few types, but I think these 3 elves are very suitable for elderly people like you. The first type is Aogayan. Aogayan is a young elf with a brave personality and a sense of responsibility. When faced with danger, he will stand up without hesitation. The second kind is Meow to the Tail. Meow to the Tail is a kitty elf, with a lively nature and very cute and happy. Having it at home is like an extra pistachio. The third type is the Lotus Leaf Boy. The Lotus Leaf Boy is a duckweed elf with a gentle personality. His personality may not be as lively as Aogayan and Xianggui Meow, but it will always be by your side silently, very well behaved. But Rakuten Kappa, the final evolution of Renba Boy, is not so well behaved. After evolution, the happy Kappa will become active, especially like dancing, but also help people to get rid of loneliness, and is the elf who can bring laughter to the family the most. After listening to Yuga's introduction, Granny Lankan lowered her head and thought. What kind of wizard do you think I should choose? After thinking about it for a long time, Granny Lanka seemed unable to make up her mind, so she could only ask for help from Yuka. Yuka smiled bitterly and said, I can't make a decision for you. After all, you didn't buy it for me. You have to think about why you want to buy the elves, and what do you want the elves to bring to you. After listening to Yuga's words, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Lanka's grandma thought for a while and chose Lian Yi Boy. Yuka carefully took out Lian Yi Boy's elf egg, put it into the incubator and gave it to Granny Lanka. Since Miss Suzuki's time, Yuka went to the wizard shop and bought a lot of incubators in the shop. After paying the money, Grandma Lanka said to Yujiya, "There are many people in our nursing home who want to buy an elf to accompany them. I'll go back and promote it to you." Yuka smiled and said, "Then the relationship is good, and my business here will depend on you." Sent Grandma Lanka out of the house, Yujiya shouted to her again, "Grandma Lanka, come and sit with Grandpa when you have time." Grandma Lanka was very happy, smiled and waved to Yuka. Has done another business, Yujiya is in a good mood. However, according to the current progress, only 2 of 14 elf eggs were sold. Obviously, the task will not be completed within 3 days. In the morning, except for Granny Lanka, Yujiya saw no other guests. It wasn't until the afternoon that Yo-Yo Feeding House welcomed the most guests. First came 2 women with 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. From their conversation, Yujiya inferred that the 2 women are the mothers of the 2 children respectively. The 2 have a good relationship, and the 2 children are also childhood sweethearts. From the perspective of clothing, the living conditions of the 2 families are not too rich, at least not as rich as Miss Suzuki and Granny Lanka. They came here to choose the initial elves for these 2 children. When Yuga didn't travel through, there were always people in the animations watched on TV who could receive the initial wizard from the doctor, so this is the case with him as everyone. But after crossing here, he knew that was not the case. Chapter 11, Mission completed. The children who can receive the initial elves from the doctor are the descendants of the Alliance trainers. They are either extremely identities, or their parents have made great contributions to the Alliance. These 2 points stopped most of the people in this world. In other words, if you don't meet one of the above 2 conditions, even if you have money, you can't get the initial wizard from the doctor. Drive. Initial elves are all Yuuzhanji especially cultivated by the Alliance, and their qualifications are usually very good. Although Yuuzhanji often appears in the wild, their aptitude cannot be compared with the Yuuzhanji carefully cultivated by the Alliance. The most common people can do is to work hard to become the direct trainer of the Alliance, so that their descendants have the opportunity to receive the initial elves from the doctor. Of course, Yuga belongs to that kind of ordinary person, and there is no chance to go to the doctor to receive the initial elves. But Yuga is much luckier than the average person. His parents helped him get Hwabaibai, which is no worse than Yuuzhanji. Although the qualifications are definitely not comparable, but after eating the qualification evolution tango, it is not worse. And the 2 children who came to the store this time are 2 ordinary children who belong to thousands of ordinary families. They neither had the opportunity to go to the doctor to receive the initial elves, nor did their parents have the ability to help them get elves like Hwabaibai. So I can only come to a small shop like Yo-Yo Feeding House to buy an ordinary elf as the initial elf. Which step they can take in the future depends on their future efforts. Because these 2 children are aiming at trainers, Yoga recommends them the elf eggs with yellow qualifications. The yellow aptitude elf egg, in addition to the lotus leaf boy bought by Grandma Lanka, there is also a proud swallow, a cattail cat, a mushroom, and a lotus leaf boy. In the end, the boy chose the mushroom and the girl chose the proud swallow. They wanted to choose the lotus leaf boy, but the price of the lotus leaf boy was much higher than that of mushrooms and proud bones, so they gave up wisely. After the 2 children left, a little girl came again. She was not too old, and she should have just passed the age of traveling. She said that she wanted to be a coordinator, so she came here and wanted to buy an elf suitable for participating in a magnificent contest. Fangyuan is the birthplace of coordination trainers, and there are indeed more coordination trainers than in other regions. Besides, Green Town is also one of the venues for the gorgeous competition. Yuka recommended the yellow qualified Xianggui Miao to her. Xianggui Miao is lively and cute, and as a general elf, it can learn various attributes and skills, which is very suitable for gorgeous competitions. Although the review criteria of the gorgeous contest is not the appearance of an elf, it is better to look good than ugly. Doing 3 successful deals in one day, Yujia feels a lot better, and even eats an extra bowl of dinner. But after dinner, it was Huabai's training time again, and Huabai was miserable for a while. The next day, when Yuga got up and went to call Huabai, it collapsed in its own nest. No matter how much Yuga scratched it, it wouldn't get up. In the end, Yuga could only hug it out of the nest. After waking up, Huabai dragged her exhausted body to carry out devil training. Seeing Huabai's painful look, Yujia was also very distressed, but he couldn't be merciful and show mercy. Training this kind of thing must be persevering. If you can't persist because of pain in the middle, then the previous efforts will be wasted. As long as this period of time has passed, Huabai will not be so uncomfortable as long as he adapts to the rhythm of training. Today, the main item of Huabai's training is no longer physical strength, but skills. But warm-up is still needed. Yuka asked Huabai to drag a rock around the yard and then came back to train her skills. Huabai already had a hunch in her heart. In the past few days, except for training, she would probably be lying motionless on the bed for the rest of the time. Huabai needs to increase proficiency at this stage. Only 2 skills, one is the Vine Whip, the other is the Fairy Wind. One of these 2 skills is the basic skill of the Grass type, and the other is the basic skill of the Fairy type. Although the basic skills are not powerful, they are very important for the future growth of the elves. Because they are not only the predecessors of many powerful skills, but also an important means for the elves to familiarize themselves with their own attribute energy and exercise their energy control in the early stage. Yuka made a self-made target from wood and erected it in the yard, and asked Huabai to attack the target with Vine Whip and Fairy Wind in turn until the target was smashed. Huabai's Vine Whip is soft and weak, and has no attack power. The Fairy Wind is scattered and not concentrated, and the wind without cohesion is like a disk of loose sand, which is useless. Skill training is not done overnight. After working hard all morning, Huabai did not achieve any significant achievements. Instead, he was tired and out of breath. After breakfast, Yuga opens for business as usual. But Huabai was tired and unable to move in the past 2 days, and the store was quiet a lot. For a while, Yujia was still a little uncomfortable. Yuga is boring every day. But when Yuga was in a daze, a group of people suddenly appeared outside the door. Is it here? Probably. Isn't it written here, Yo-Yo Feeding House? That's right. Yuga walked to the door and took a look. She was taken aback, and saw a group of grandma standing in the doorway chattering. Excuse me, Grandma, is there anything wrong? Yuka asked cautiously, for fear that they were here to find something. Are you the boss here, you? When a grandma saw Yuka, her eyes lit up. Yes, yeah, what's the matter? That's great, it's here. We were introduced by Lanka and want to buy an elf. Yuka was ecstatic after hearing this. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com didn't expect that they were not only here to look for things, but also to consume. Before, Grandma Lanka said that she would go back and help him introduce customers. He hadn't taken it seriously yet. He didn't expect Grandma Lanka to be so powerful. Yuka hurriedly invited all these grandma into the store. The sale of the elf eggs went smoothly. These grandma bought the elf eggs sincerely. Yujia introduced them very carefully, and the grandma was very satisfied. All 14 elf eggs were sold out, and the task released by the system was completed unknowingly. There are several grandma who didn't buy them because they didn't have enough elves, so they asked Yuga to have more elves, but they had to be called when they were. After sending off the grandma, Yujia hurriedly called out the system. 131-4520, come out soon, my task is completed, what about the reward? Host, please wait, the system is in the process of clearing task rewards. The settlement is complete. Main task 1. Sell the 14 elf eggs stranded in the store within 3 days. Finish. Evaluation, excellent. Reward, 5 magical candies, each magical candy can immediately increase the level of the elves from 1 to 5, which is only valid for elves below level 30. 1 Supreme Light Stone, the best among the evolution stones, after use, there is a certain chance that the elves' aptitude will be improved. The higher the elves' aptitude, the lower the chance. Qualification for the opening of the ecological garden owner's garden. The host must have his own ecological garden if he wants to make the breeding house famous in the world of the elves. In-kind rewards have been sent to the host system backpack, and the host can check it by himself. Note, because the host has completed the task for the first time, the system has added bonuses to this reward to encourage the host to continue working hard. The next task will no longer enjoy this benefit. Chapter 12, Feeding House Transformation. Other rewards Yuga can understand, but the last reward Yuga doesn't understand. Eligibility for the opening of the Echo Park? Yuga doesn't understand, as long as you have money, can you build an ecological park yourself? Is it necessary to get permission from others? 131-4520, come out and explain to me what is the qualification for the opening of this Echo Park owner. Host, please be patient. The system opens the Echo Park, which is different from the Echo Park of the Wizard World. As long as the host constructs an ecological park frame, the system will transform it. The management system, temperature and humidity control system, water purification system, drainage system, ventilation system, etc. in the ecological garden will all adopt the unique technology of the system. The system will also use space expansion technology to expand the internal space of the ecological park. Yuka suddenly realized. That is the case, that is to say, I am qualified to use black technology in the system to help me build an ecological park, am I right? This is true, but the external framework of the ecological park needs to be solved by the host. I know that compared to the cost of the internal construction of the ecological park, the construction of the external frame is only a trivial matter. Also, what does that main garden mean? Is there a vice garden? Is the host? The living environment of elves is different. Some need volcanoes, some need deserts, some need forests, some need grasslands. Vice garden is an ecological garden formed by these special environments. The main garden is an ecological garden suitable for the survival of elves living in ordinary environments. Can the system simulate an environment like a volcanic desert? It's so powerful. Yuka was very surprised, what kind of big baby he had picked up. Host, please don't doubt the capabilities of this system. Oh, how can I doubt your ability, I'm just too surprised. No. It's too surprised. I can't surprise myself anymore. Yuga is in a good mood at this time, but it can't be added. No matter how you look at the system, you can feel cute. Then how can I get the qualification to open the auxiliary garden? Please look forward to the host's follow-up. What the is looking forward to the follow-up? Can't you make it clearer? What a broken system, praise it can't go beyond 3 seconds. In addition to the Echo Park reward, the other 2 rewards are also very pleasant. Magic Candy just made up for the problem of Huabaibe's low level. Lightstone not only solves the evolution problem after Huabaibe evolves into a flower leaf pedicle, but also improves the qualifications. It is also the first time he heard that evolution stones can improve the aptitude of elves, and for the first time he knew that evolution stones can also be divided into ordinary and super quality. But the biggest surprise is the ecological park. Actually, Yuka has been thinking about how to continue to open the feeding house these days. It's definitely not possible to follow the parents' previous business ideas. Is only 14 elf eggs, Yuga sells so hard, so in the future, hundreds and thousands of them will come together, and he will sell them until the year of the monkey. In the end, Yugia came to the conclusion that he would build an ecological park, cultivate highly qualified elves, and take the high-end route. The trainers in the World of Elves have an unimaginable desire for highly qualified elves. It is indispensable for a trainer to achieve high-quality elves. Elf without waist, trainer with waist can also inspire and guide the wind. Is not to say that low-end customers don't do it. Trainers still account for the majority of low-end customers. The sales business of feeding house is usually composed of two parts, one is the sales of elves and the other is the sales of baby elves. Yuga decided that the elf egg would still take the low-end route and continue to face the ordinary people, but the number was relatively reduced. But the baby elves decided to cultivate by himself through the ecological garden. He possesses the skill of eyes, and can find highly qualified elves more easily than others. As long as he often goes to the wild, he can always meet some highly qualified elves. Although these are not juvenile elves and cannot be sold, they can be used as breeding elves. There are only 3 factors that affect the qualifications of the new elves. The first is the strength of their parents. The higher the strength of their parents, the more likely it is that their offspring will be highly qualified. The second is the aptitude of their parents. The higher the aptitude of the parents, the higher the probability that their offspring will have a higher aptitude. The third is the random factor. There are always surprises in everything. The offspring of high-qualified elves may also be low-qualified elves, and the offspring of low-qualified elves may also be high-qualified elves. The possibility of this factor is relatively small, and it is impossible. Control factors. As long as he relies on the highly qualified elves cultivated in the ecological garden to leave a good reputation, even if there is no need for publicity, even if the green town is remote, there will still be people willing to travel far and wide to buy elves. No trainer can stand the temptation of highly qualified elves. With the help of the system, Yugia only needs to build an ecological garden framework, and this is enough by relying on the compensation of the breeding institute. In fact, the ecological garden is similar to the greenhouse of Yugia's previous life, except that it is much more advanced than the greenhouse. It has a complete ecosystem and can have a complete ecosystem. It's just about building the framework of the ecological garden. Yuga decided to wait for him to come back from the cultivation center in Fuyan town. He didn't know anything about this, so he decided to go to consult with his uncle after he came back. In the morning, the fairy eggs were all sold out, and Yuga closed the shop. When making lunch at noon, Yu reads www.yuuganshu.com. Yuga went to tell Huabaibei, who was still lying down to eat, but Huabaibei slept like a dead pig and couldn't wake up. Yuga suddenly thought of something. He took out the magic candy rewarded by the mission from the system backpack, and put it on Huabaibei's nose. An alluring fragrance emanated from the magic candy, which made Huabaibei drool. But Huabaibei still didn't wake up completely, just sat up in a daze. Yuga used the magic candy to guide Huabaibei from the nest to the table step by step, and then he put the magic candy into Huabaibei's mouth. The dazed Huabaibei suddenly felt a warm current flowing from her belly to her whole body. It was so comfortable that she couldn't help but want to scream. When it opened its eyes completely, its body began to emit a milky white light. In this white and sacred light, its body began to stretch and grow taller, and its body gradually grew from the size of a palm to the height of an adult's forearm. Yuga did not expect that a magical candy would make Huabaibei evolve from level 15 to a flower leaf pedicle. Flower leaf pedicle. Gender, female. Feature, flower screen. Qualification, green. Level, 19. Skills, impact, vine whip, fairy wind, protection color, magic leaf. Has just reached the point where he can evolve, and he has also learned a very practical grass skill, magic leaf. Huadi looked down at her new body and let out a cry of joy. It flew around for a while, and it didn't fly back until Yuga told it to come back for lunch. Has evolved into a flower leaf pedicle, and its character remains the same, lively, cheerful, and love to act like a baby. Chapter 13, Go to Fuyan Town. Huidi was still happy for her own evolution. Later, Yuka said that in order for it to get acquainted with the new body as soon as possible, he increased the amount of training in the afternoon and made Huidi call him the devil in his heart. Where is the little master who loves and loves himself, and plays with him every day? If you let Yuga know its mental activities, I am afraid that he will only regret to tell it, he is dead. Then continue to supervise Huidi for devil training. After the evolution of, the power of Huidi's skills has increased a lot. The vine whip is finally no longer limp. Although the fairy wind is still scattered, it finally has a little strength and can be used as a means of attack. The most important thing is that it has learned a new skill, Magic Leaf. While the elves in the elves world are not like the ones in Yuga's previous life, they can only learn 4 skills, but they are not easy to learn. The elves in the wild can have 4 skills, which is considered very good. Most low-level elves only have 1 or 2 skills. The learning of skills by elves does not mean that they will be able to learn skills when they are high in level, nor that they will be able to learn if they are determined to learn. These are often greatly affected by their aptitude. Elves with red and orange aptitudes may not learn more than 4 skills in their lifetime. This is also the reason why the aptitude of the elves is so important in the eyes of the trainer. Comparatively speaking, Huidi relies on the green aptitude to learn new skills as soon as it evolves, which is very good. And the power of the magic leaf is much greater than that of the fairy wind and the vine whip. For a long time in the future, the flower leaf pedicle will rely on this skill. However, it may be the reason why I just learned it, the flower leaf pedicle can't use this skill very smoothly. The next day, Yuga decided to set off for the incubator in Fuyan Town to honor the compensation promised by the incubator. Before leaving, he went to Aunt Mieko's house and told Aunt Mieko and Uncle Kurosaki about the incident. After all, he might not be able to go on the same day and return on the same day. If Aunt Mieko can't find him, they have to worry about it. Kurosaki had heard that Yuka was going to Fuyan Town, so he must go with Yuka. But Yuka wanted to go alone, so she looked around on the road by the way. It would be inconvenient for her uncle to go with her, so she resolutely dispelled his idea. Although it didn't take long for Yuga to cross over, he was also full of curiosity about this world. And he also planned to take the flower leaf pedicles on the road to exercise. If he did not know how to fight, it would be really hard to act if his uncle went with him. That morning, Yoga closed the store, and then carrying a space backpack, walked towards the Kalu tunnel with the flower leaf pedicle. Yes, Yuga was going to walk there instead of taking transportation. Because he would not be able to practice along the way if he took the transportation. Actually, speaking of experience is a bit exaggerated. This road is very safe. Even the elves on the side of the road are the kind of low-level, non-aggressive elves, so Yuga can only be regarded as looking around. After a while, Yuka and Huidi walked out of the Green Town and entered the wild. It is the first time that Yuga has walked out of Green Town, so he is full of curiosity about the wild. The narrow path is full of lush weeds and unnamed wild flowers in full bloom. The grass makes a rustle sound from time to time, and I don't know what elves are running around inside. From time to time, a proud swallow flashed past in the sky, and then landed on a small tree not far away. Small trees formed a small forest. Inside, mushrooms were frolicking, 3 or 2 snake bears were foraging for food, and swarms of swallowtail butterflies were hunting for nectar, which was very lively. Yuga walked and watched, and when he saw a spiny tailworm that was wriggling forward, he yelled, "Huayadi, come here, your opponent has finally appeared." Hearing Yuga's voice, the flower leaf pedicle, who was still intoxicated by the flowers in the flowers, hurriedly flew to his side. "Flower Bay!" Huidi screamed softly, seeming to be asking Yuga what it was called. Yuga pointed at the spiny tailworm crawling slowly on the grass and said, "Look, this is the opponent I chose for you. The strength is very weak. If you can't win, it's a waste of my hard work in training you these days. The thorntail worm, who was still focusing on crawling, suddenly heard that Yuga said it was weak, so he was immediately dissatisfied. Although it is indeed weak, it is not something that anyone can talk about. Doesn't he want face? The very angry thorntail worm is spinning at Yuka. Unobserved Yuka was by the spiny tail worm's thread, and it ran into Yuka when it wanted to face Yuka. Seeing this, Huidi immediately stretched out 2 cane whips to tie up the thorntail worm, and then threw it out fiercely. After the spiny tail worm that was thrown out landed on the ground, it turned over immediately, and slammed it against the flower leaf pedicle that had thrown it out. Flower leaf pedicle, the wind of fairy. The flower leaf pedicle, which was still a little fascinated, immediately reacted. A breeze with a pink color appeared from the side of the flower leaf pedicle, and then it blew towards the spiny tail worm. Although it did not cause any harm to the thorntail worm, it successfully resolved the impact of the thorntail worm. The spiny tail, who was blown to the side by the fairy wind, shook his head, a little dizzy. Seeing this situation, Yuga knew that the opportunity was here. Hwaya Dicheng now, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com vine whip to tie it, and then throw it. When Huidi heard it, he immediately tied the fainting spiny tail with a vine whip, then picked it up and slammed it in the air violently, and then threw it to the ground. The poor thorntail worm probably caused the overnight meal to be thrown out. Its last thought was, who on earth am I offending? Seeing that the thorntail worm had lost its fighting ability, Yuka let out a long sigh of relief. Hwabe, Hwabe! Huidi excitedly flew in front of Yuga, looking triumphant, as if to say, rely on me so much. Yuka sighed very helplessly. Can you let me go first, you will be proud. The flower leaf pedicle just remembered that Yuka was being by the silk thread of the thorntail. It smiled wryly, looking embarrassed, and helped Yuga clean up the bugs from him. After, Huidi was in a happy mood and hummed a little tune along the way. Although Yuka didn't understand it at all, the little smug expression was as owing as it was. In the end, Yuka couldn't help it. I said the flower leaf pedicle, you won a thorntail worm, can you not be so rustling? It is level 12, and you are level 19. You are 7 levels higher than its level. If it weren't for me to direct, you might lose, so what can you do? Hearing Yuga's words, the flower leaf pedicle was struck by lightning like a sunny day, and it was also scorched on the outside and tender on the inside. Huidi really didn't know that the level of the thorntail was so much lower than it. Seeing the sturdy combat effectiveness of the thorntail, it thought it was higher than its own. What it didn't know was that Yoga deliberately chose a low-level elf to let it try. For fear of damaging its self-confidence, it swelled up unexpectedly. Chapter 14, Training Along the Way. Hwaya DNA is really experiencing great joy and great compassion. The Huidi, who knew the truth, no longer had a triumphant little expression. He was listless all the way, and the expression was like a dead father and mother. Seeing it like this, Yuka had to comfort it again. Okay, don't be depressed. You have only trained for a few days. You haven't adapted to fighting yet. After a while, you can easily defeat the elves of the same level as yours. Yuka thought, I'm really worried about it. It's not good to watch it swell, and it's not good to watch it depressed. He has to worry about it anyway. Huidi clicked weakly, and her tight expression was a little better. In order not to cause Huidi's resistance, Yujia carefully asked, how about we find another opponent to practice? Find more opponents to practice, and soon you will be familiar with the game. However, the psychological quality of Huidi is obviously better than Yuga's imagination, in fact, it is still a big heart. As soon as it heard that it wanted to continue to look for its opponent, it immediately clenched its fists with both hands, its small face was tight, and it looked very serious, and it seemed very fighting spirit. It's just that Yuga looked a little bit to laugh. The opponent they were looking for this time was a 13-level mushroom. This mushroom is a bit stronger than the previous spiny tail. The previous thorntail worm can only spin silk and hit 2 skills, and this mushroom can not only hit, but also absorb and paralyze powder. It can output and control, which is harder than thorntail. A lot of entanglement. Yuka, Hwayadi, tie it with a rattan whip. Hwaydi listened to Yuka's words, and quickly pulled out 2 green vines from her body and stretched out towards the mushrooms. Mushrooms are very flexible, and can easily avoid the vine whip attack of the flower leaf pedicle with one jump. Then, a stream of yellow powder, like volcanic ash floating around during a volcanic eruption, sprayed out from the top of the mushroom head, and then floated towards the flower leaf pedicle. Yuka, Hwayadi, the wind of the fairies, blow the paralysis powder back with the wind of the fairies. Hwaydi immediately understood. A pink breeze rose out of thin air, and the yellow numbing powder was immediately blown away. Seeing that the paralysis powder did not work, the mushroom jumped up and slammed into the flower leaf pedicle like a cannonball. Hwaydi was frightened by the sudden movement of the mushroom, and wanted to turn around to avoid it, but it was too late. Yuka looked at Hwaydi's panic and could only give a voice reminder immediately. Use a rattan whip to pull it back. Hearing Yujia's voice, Hwaydi's eyes lit up, and according to Yujia's suggestion, he threw out 2 vine whips and slammed them against the mushrooms rushing towards him. The mushrooms rushing in a straight line, because of the force of the vine whip of the flower leaf pedicle, immediately changed the course of the impact, and hit the trunk next to it. Because of the violent contact between the face and the tree trunk, the mushroom was hit and dizzy. Yuga immediately said, Hwayadi, take this opportunity to try your new skill, Magic Leaf. Hearing Yuga's words, a green light rose from the flower leaf pedicle, and a green leaf appeared in front of the flower leaf pedicle, and then it was slammed at the mushroom. Under the attack of the magic leaf, the mushroom finally failed to get up. Yuka looked at the magic leaf made by Hwaydi and was very speechless. Can only display a lonely magic leaf, and the condensing speed is not much faster than the crawling speed of a snail. If it weren't for the mushrooms to slow down, this magic leaf wouldn't be used at all. I can only hope that I can exercise more in the future. Looking at the end of the battle, with a happily face flying towards the flower leaf pedicle, Yuka said a few words of encouragement to it. I performed very well, a lot better than before. Hwaydi, who was praised by Yuga, was very happy and clenched his fist to express that he would continue to work hard. After, they found some opponents one after another, all of them were elves in primary forms such as spines, mushrooms, proud swallows, and snake bears. In order for Hwaydi to gradually adapt to the rhythm and intensity of the battle, Yujia chooses opponents from low to high, gradually. But even so, the highest level of these elves did not exceed level 17. The highest level was a 17-level proud swallow, and Hwaydi still lost. Although Hwaydi has lost many times, she has not been depressed anymore. She has maintained a high fighting spirit and constantly urges Yuga to find an opponent for it. At noon, they rested on the grass by the roadside for a while and had lunch by the way. Hwaydi's lunch is the usual energy cube, and Yujia's lunch is a bag of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water. In fact, the food that Hwaydi usually eats is half of the energy cube and ordinary food, and it often eats the same food as Yujia. But when Yuga decided to train it, he stopped all its human food and replaced it with energy cubes. Human food is usually no problem to eat, but for the elves who urgently need to replenish their physical strength after a lot of training, it is far from enough. Only energy cubes can provide their body needs. In addition to ordinary food, the elves in the wild also rely on tree fruits for their livelihoods. Tree fruits have energy that other foods do not have. UU reading www.uuganshu.com can guarantee the high-intensity fighting of the elves and sports needs. Ordinary food can only maintain the daily actions of the elves, and cannot support them in fighting. After eating lunch, they rested for a while and then continued on their way. After, they went through a few more battles, and the level of Hwaydi was unknowingly. In these hard and difficult battles, they rose by one level to level 20. Huidi can be upgraded so quickly, mainly because its level is not high, and the speed of upgrading will only become slower and slower in the future. After defeating another mushroom, Yuga and Huabai Bei finally came to the Kalu Tunnel. Ka Green Tunnel is a project presided over by the Feng Yuan Alliance. The purpose is to make it easier for travel trainers to reach Kana's city from the Green Town. However, the Kalu Tunnel leaves are also close to Fuyan Town, so you can quickly reach Fuyan Town through the Kalu Tunnel. If you don't go through the Kalu Tunnel, you can only go to Karidalus City from Road 117, and then turn to Road 111 and Road 112 to get to Fuyan Town. Yuga on the bus can't get there. There is another way to reach Fuyan Town by going directly through the forest after arriving at Road 117. But those mountains and forests are undeveloped places. Not only are there many powerful wild elves, but there are also many unknown dangers. Novices like Yujia would never dare to do this. This is no different from looking for death. Looking at the dimly lit tunnel, Yuka took the flower leaf pedicle into it. Before the construction of the Calve Tunnel, it was the gathering place for Gunayuniu. After the construction of the Kalu Tunnel, many Gunayuniu still did not leave and continued to live in the tunnel. Chapter 15, Encounter in a Tunnel. Yuka and the others met many Gunayuniu along the way, but Yuka and Huidi did not provoke them. The Gunayuniu here all live in groups. Who knows if there will be such a situation that they will be small and old, or they will also be unbearable. Except for Gunayuniu who lives here peacefully, there are usually very few pedestrians in the Kalu Tunnel. Ordinary people go to Kana City from the Green Town by means of transportation. The most convenient way is by plane. The number of trainers is relatively small compared with ordinary people, and no one will just wander around in the wild every day. So there are usually very few pedestrians in the Green Tunnel, which is one of the reasons why Gunayuniu did not leave here. There are only Yuka and Huidi in the deep and dark tunnel, and only Yuka's pattering footsteps in the silent tunnel, which is a bit creepy. Huibi, Bei. Huidi lay on Yuka's shoulder, her voice trembling, and her whole body trembling. Feeling the trembling flower leaf pedicle on her shoulder, Yuka said, Huidi, you are so courageous, there is nothing terrifying here except that the light is darker. Huabai. Huidi told Yuka that he was very courageous and dissatisfied, and slammed Yuka's shoulder with her hands, not knowing whether it was venting her dissatisfaction or diverting her attention. Even though Yuka talked about the flower leaf pedicle, she was actually a little bit frustrated in her heart. It's not that Yuka is worried about ghosts or something, nor is it because he is timid. This should be regarded as human nature. In a dark environment, he will involuntarily feel fear. At this moment, Yuka and Huidi heard a rapid gasp at the same time. Huibi. Huidi was frightened and screamed, and Yuka was also startled. Yuka involuntarily lowered the volume and asked, "What sound?" Flower Bay. Huidi shook his head tremblingly all over, saying that he didn't know. Abo. This time, there was not only a gasp, but also a low growl. Hearing this sound, Yuga knew that these sounds should be made by an elf. He walked carefully along the direction of the sound, and finally saw the owner of the sound at the corner of the tunnel. This is an Absolu, lying motionless on the ground at this time. The snow-white hair is very conspicuous in the gloomy environment. If it hadn't been for its scarlet eyes that had been staring at Yuga, Yuga would have thought it was dead. Ns. Yuga wanted to take a step forward to see what happened to this Absolu, but was greeted with a sharp low growl from the other side. Obviously, this Absolu is fully alert for the sudden arrival of Dioga and Huidi. Absolu, relax a little, I am not malicious, I just want to see your situation. Are you injured, right? Just now, Yuga hadn't noticed yet. At this time, he had already found a faint smell of blood in the air. Not surprisingly, it was from this Absolu body. Absolu stared at Yuga quietly for a while, then dropped his slightly raised head to the ground and relaxed his guard on Yuga and the others. As a pure evil elf, Absolu could feel that there was no malice in Yuga, and it was already at the end of the battle, and he couldn't hold on anymore. Seeing Absolu relaxed, Yuga hurried forward to check its condition. Yuga guessed right, this Absolu was indeed injured, and the wound was very serious, it was already fatal. There is a huge lateral wound on its abdomen, which seems to be cut open by something. Not only that, but also a lot of toxins on its wound, making the wound bleed continuously. In addition, its legs, back, and face have wounds of varying degrees. Just when Yuga was about to take out the medicine from the space backpack to treat the wounds of Absolu, suddenly there was a sound of footsteps in the opposite direction from when Yuga and the others came, which was very obvious in the empty tunnel. As soon as these footsteps appeared, Yuga clearly felt that Absolu's relaxed body immediately tightened, and a low and rapid roar came out in his throat. "These people hurt you like this?" Yuga responded to Absolu's response, and immediately guessed the reason. Absolu did not answer, but Yuga knew that he was right. He immediately moved Absolu to the corner where the tunnel turned when he came, and said to the flower leaf pedicle, "Hwayadi, use the fairy wine to blow away the smell here, and then use the protective color to hide us all." Hearing Yuga's order, Hwayadi also knew that the time was urgent, and immediately used the fairy wine to blow against the place where Absolu had just been, and the vicinity. After this wave of operation of the flower leaf pedicle, the air in the tunnel immediately became much fresher. After doing those things, Hwayadi hurriedly returned to Yuga and the others. A green light flashed across its body, and a grey light curtain appeared in front of Yuga and the others, the grey light curtain and the color of the tunnel rock wall. Exactly the same. This light curtain then shrouded Yuga, Absolu, and Hwayadi, and then they disappeared as if they were invisible. This approach is actually very risky, and you will be discovered if you are not careful, but Yuga can only do this. They can't run far with Absolu, who is seriously injured, and they can only do this. It didn't take long for Yuga and the others to hide. The sound of footsteps followed www.readaloud.com. There were 3 people who came here. Their costumes were strange, and they were followed by a spoon snake, a scorpion, and a scorpion. A dark crow. Seeing that rice spoon snake, Yuga knew that the huge wound on Absolu's body was caused by the rice spoon snake's venomous tail. All of them are tightly wrapped in clothes, and even their heads are covered with a hood. There are 2 small ornaments like horns on the hood. "Have you found the goal?" This is a rough male voice, and the owner of the scorpion tail. "No, I clearly watched it enter the tunnel, besides, it was so badly injured, it shouldn't be far away." This is also a male voice, but the voice is relatively slender, and he is still the owner of the rice spoon snake. "It's really a waste. You can't do this little thing well." Is still the rough male voice talking. "Who do you mean to waste?" The slender male voice was obviously angry because of the rough male voice. Okay, you 2 should stop arguing, it's important to find the mission goal." This time it is a female voice and the master of Dark Crow. "Humph! Humph!" The 2 male voices snorted involuntarily. Then the footsteps of these 3 people moved farther and farther away with their voices, and the direction they went was exactly the direction Yuga and the others came from. Because the tunnel light is too dim, Yuga can't see the color of their clothes or their looks. But because of this, Yuga and the others are not so easily spotted. When the 3 people passed by them just now, the 3 of Yuga and the others were shielded from breathing and did not dare to move. Chapter 16, Puyan Town Wizard Center. "We need to get out of here quickly." Seeing the 3 people walking away, Yuga said to Hwayadi and Absolu. Hwayadi was trembling with fright a long time ago, and he wished to leave this ghost place immediately and nodded quickly. Hwayadi, who has been living in a comfortable environment since he was born, has never seen such a serious injury as Absolu, let alone the thrilling scene just now. At this time, its courage was almost shocked. Yuga took out a pokeball and said to Absolu, who could not move a single move. "Absolu, you advanced into this pokeball, and I will let you out after I leave here." Absolo's injury was too serious and he couldn't move it. Yuga couldn't move this spirit who was about the same size as his own, let alone the flower leaf pedicle with Yuga's arm height, so he could only let Absolo enter the pokeball first. Absolo did not give any response to Yuga's words. It should be said that at this time it wanted to give a response and could not give it. Its injury was too serious and its consciousness was almost blurred. Absolo didn't respond, so Yoga took it as it agreed, and pointed the pokeball at Absolo a little, and Absolo turned into a red light and entered the pokeball. Without any resistance, the pokeball fell silent. It should be said that Absolo has no strength to resist. After collecting Absolo's elf balls, Yuga said to Hwayedi, let's go quickly to prevent those people from coming back. Hwayedi couldn't wait a long time ago, and hurriedly followed in Yuga's footsteps. Yuga trod all the way, and it took a long time before he got out of the Kalu tunnel. The exit of the Ka Green Tunnel to Fuyan Town was not officially constructed by the Feng Yuan Alliance, but because it was close to Fuyan Town, it was easily excavated by other trainers. Leaving the Kalu Tunnel, Yuga found a safe place to release Absolo. At this time Absolo had passed out of a coma due to his injuries. Yuga took out the wound medicine and antidote that he had spared in his backpack and gave Absolo to treat the wound. But such a serious wound can't be healed by such a simple treatment method. You can only go to the Wizard Center for treatment. Recovered Absolo's elf ball, Yuga took the Hwayedi and hurried towards Fuyan Town, hoping to reach the elf center sooner. Fortunately, after exiting the Kalu Tunnel, it is not far from Fuyan Town. You can reach Fuyan Town smoothly by crossing a small road for one day. As soon as he entered Fuyan Town, Yujia asked someone to find out the location of the Wizard Center, and then hurried over with the flower leaf pedicle. After arriving at the Wizard Center, Yuga saw the famous specialty of the Wizard Center, Miss Joey. Miss Joey, take a look at this Absolo, it's badly injured. Okay, please be patient, there will be nothing wrong with Absolo. Miss Joey smiled gently and said to Yuga gently. Looking at Absolo, who was pushed forward by Miss Joey and Geely Egg, Yuga's hanging heart was let go. After freeing up, Yuga started to look at the elf center in Fuyan Town at this time. Came across from Yoga, this is the first time to come to the Wizard Center. Although S predecessor had been to the Wizard Center of Green Town, Yuga didn't feel it. Although he has memories of his predecessors, those memories seem to have been forced into his mind, not at all like his own personal experience. However, the internal facilities of the Elf Center in Fuyan Town are not much different from the Elf Center in Green Town in the original memory. Directly opposite the door is the workbench where Miss Joey and Geely Egg work. On the right rear of the workbench is a door leading to the operating room and the infirmary. Absolo was pushed into that door. On the right is a row of communicators and wizard transmission devices, which are specially designed for trainers who enter and exit the Wizard Center to contact and send wizards. On the left is the stairs leading to the second floor of the Wizard Center, and the second floor is a room for trainers to rest and spend the night. There are also some tables and chairs near the window, which are provided for trainers to rest and eat. Yuka first went to the communicator and made a call to Aunt Mieko's house. It's getting late at this time, and Yuga must not be able to go back today, and she must give them peace. After talking on the phone, Yuga found a place by the window and sat down, waiting for Absolo to reply. As soon as I sat down on the chair over there, Yuka's belly screamed, and at the same time, Hwayedi's belly rang. One person and one elf looked at each other, then couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Took out the energy cube of Hwayedi and her own cookies from the space backpack. Yuka and Hwayedi lay on the table and gorged themselves in disregard of the image. In the afternoon, experiencing such a thrilling scene, it was too exhausting. Even though the biscuits were not very delicious, Yuga was not in the mood to pick and choose. It didn't take long for the Elf Center to inform Yuga that Absolo had finished his treatment. When he returned to the workbench to fetch the pokeball, Yuga faced Miss Joey's death gaze. What's the matter with you? How can you let your elves suffer such severe injuries? Miss Joey doesn't care if you point at Yuga's nose, it's just a curse. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. No, Miss Joey, Yuka just wanted to explain. Do you still want to quibble? Did you know that an injury like Absolo's has already caused death? Miss Joey, listen to me. You probably don't know that it is illegal to cause your own elf to die. Do you think it is your own elf? Can you do whatever you want? No, Miss Joey. It seems you are not convinced by your appearance. If you do this in the future, I will find Miss Junsha to educate you. Miss Joey, it's not. Yuga's desire to survive is very strong, and I think I can explain it, but it is all in vain. The angry Miss Joey is really too strong. Finally, Yuga silently accepted Miss Joey's preaching for half an hour before being allowed to leave. As for the little guy Huadi, when he saw Yuga struggling weakly in Miss Joey's hands, he flew back to the seat next to the window and closed his eyes alone. Yuka, who returned to his seat, slammed the flower leaf pedicle fiercely, punished it, and let him understand the plastic love between them. Huadi was very dissatisfied with Yugia, but it was obviously guilty of conscience, so he promised a few times and stopped squeaking. As soon as Yuka sat down, the voice of the system came to Yuka's mind. Trigger a random task, conquer Absolu. As a person who wants to be famous in the world of elves, how can the host have only one elven in his hands? Ask the host to subdue Absolu and let it follow itself willingly. Reward, System Special Pokeball 10. Chapter 17, Absolu. Yuka was startled by the sudden sound of the system, and couldn't help but blame the system. Please, next time, can you not make a sudden noise like this? No matter how good your heart is, something will happen. Sorry, it is the negligence of this system, I will pay attention next time. The system's emotionless voice sounded again. Yuga finished accountability for the system, and then remembered the task the system just said. Why is there another random mission suddenly? The reward is only 10 Pokeballs, please, I can't afford Pokeballs. System tasks are triggered randomly, and the content is determined based on the actual situation of the host. But this reward is really unpredictable. The host can choose not to pick up. No, I just want to say that the rewards can be set a little bit more carefully. The 10 Pokeballs are still a bit casual. The special Pokeballs made by the system are different from those sold outside. Not only do they have a more comfortable living environment inside, they are also good for the growth of the elves. A system black technology again. Yuka's voice couldn't hide her joy. I took it. Speaking of it, Yuga hasn't seen Absolu with the eyesight skill, and don't know what its aptitude is. The main reason is that the things he encountered before made him too nervous and forgot it for a while. Through the elven ball, Yuga opened up the eye skills. Absolu. Gender, male. Features, a sense of oppression. Qualification, green. Level, 32. Skills, lightning flash, sword dance, mental blade, predicting the future, surprise attack. Look at this, oh, this aptitude, this level, this skill, is this an elf that I can easily conquer? Needless to say, the aptitude is higher than that of the flower leaf pedicle after taking the qualification evolution pill. In other words, the flower leaf pedicle can't beat it at the same level. There is also that level, not to mention the same level, even if the level is the same, the flower leaf pedicle can't beat it, and it is more than 10 levels higher than the flower leaf pedicle. How can I fight this? The Huadi is going to deliver the food. Is it possible that he even let him go up and fight with Absolu himself? Not to mention the level and aptitude, just say that this skill is several grades higher than Huadi. Close attack has a flash of light and a surprise attack, and long attack has a spiritual blade, plus an enhanced magic sword dance. As far as the power of offensive skills is concerned, except for a flash of light, the assault and mental blade are stronger than any of the skills of the flower leaf pedicle. Is the same 5 skills, how does Abshuru look better than the Hwadi? No wonder the system has to issue tasks to let him subdue Absolu. However, this Absolu is good, but it is too difficult to subdue, it is hell level. After thinking about it for a long time, I still didn't think of the clue. Yuga decided to wait until Absolu woke up tomorrow. The big deal was that the mission failed and there was no punishment. Looked out the window, it was getting dark, and Yuka opened a room in the Wizard Center to live in. However, the Yoga Living Wizard Center is not free, and even paid for the treatment of Absolu before. Only the Alliance trainer can eat and live in the Wizard Center for free. General trainers are divided into Alliance trainers and non-union trainers. As long as you have no bad records at home or yourself after registering in the Wizard Center, you can become an Alliance trainer. The League trainers are divided into peripheral trainers, formal trainers, elite trainers, direct line trainers and top trainers from low to high. The gymnasium trainers and kings who are currently employed by the Alliance do not belong to these classifications, and these classifications are not entirely determined by strength. It is not only the Alliance trainer who can eat and live free of charge among the elves, but also the status of the official trainer and above, including the official trainer. As for the identity of the non-league trainer, it is strange. Some people who do not want to be restrained by the Alliance, criminals, evil organizations, etc. are all part of the non-Alliance trainer. But most of the trainers are league trainers. After all, everyone knows the truth behind relying on a big tree to enjoy the cold. The reason why Yuga is not a registered trainer in the league is because the original body had never thought of becoming a trainer before, so it was impossible to register. After a night of rest, Yuga got up early in the morning and went to the battlefield behind the Wizard Center, and then released Absolu. Elf Center Miss Joey's medical skills are very good, and she is considered the black technology of the elf world. So after Miss Joey's treatment, after another night of self-cultivation, Absolu's injury is no longer a major problem. Although he can't participate in any battles, his freedom of action has no effect. Absolu, do you have any plans for the future? This question is an idiot question. He didn't understand Elvish language, and Abshuru couldn't speak human. Even if Abshuru had any plans, he couldn't tell him. Looking at Absolu, who was expressionless and motionless, Yuga seemed to know that he had asked a stupid question, and hurriedly respoken. I said before that I would let you go after taking you out of the Kagreen tunnel, but if you don't have any plans in the future, how about being my elf? Follow me, you will never suffer, and you are guaranteed to enjoy the spicy food. Besides, those who want to arrest you don't know if they will show up again. If you are found by them again, it will be troublesome. Speaking, Yuga took out Absolu's elf ball again. This is the pokeball that was temporarily installed with you before. If you don't want to stay, I will destroy it. I won't force you. Yuga thought about many ways to subdue Absolu, but in the end he decided to take a straight shot and directly asked him if he wanted to be his own elf. Absolu stared at Yuga for a while, his small eyes seemed to say, I have seen you through a long time ago, knowing you have this plan. Then it stretched out its paw and pointed at the flower leaf pedicle. At first, Yuga didn't react, but it wasn't until it pointed it again that Yuga realized that this was going to be a elven battle with herself. Yuga hurriedly waved his hand, no, no, no. Let's forget it, I have just become a trainer, and I will definitely not be able to beat you. Look at this guy, which seems to be able to beat you. Besides, your current injury is not suitable for battle. Speaking of Yuka, she also pointed to the flower leaf pedicle who was watching a play next to her. Hwadi looked at Yuka and belittled herself again, and flew directly to Yuka's head, pulling Yuka's hair indiscriminately. Yuka grabbed the messy flower leaf pedicle on her head, am I wrong? If you think you can beat Absolu, we will try. Of course, Hwadi knew that he could not beat Absolu, and it had no self-masochistic tendency, so he had to admit it. www.readaloud.com and Absolu on the side listened to Yuga's words and was stunned and engaged for a long time. You just want to prostitute me for nothing, this, this is nothing wrong. Then Yuga saw Absolu nodded to him. Absolu, you agree? Yuga couldn't believe it, she might be dazzled. Absolu nodded again. This time, Yuga was sure that he had no dizziness. He happily hugged Absolu and kissed at the cheek. It's great, we will be a family in the future, please advise. Absolu looked at Yuga, who was so excited, and took a step back without a trace. Yuga, who happened to see this scene, smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm so excited, don't be surprised. By the way, I didn't touch your wound just now. Absolu shook his head and said no. Just then the voice of the system rang in Yuga's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the random task. Task: conquer Absolu. Finish. Evaluation: none. Reward: System Special Pokeball 10. The reward has been sent to the host system backpack, and the host can check it by himself. Yuka was taken aback by the sound of the system again. 131-4520, you come out to see if I don't kill you, don't you want to remind me when you say yes? Sorry, host, it is the negligence of this system, pay attention next time. 131-4520, the cold voice sounded. I didn't even notice that you were sorry for this. Forget it, I just completed the task and got a reward. I am in a good mood, so I don't care about it. Chapter 18, Go to the Nursery. Yuga took out the Pokeball just obtained from the system space. This Pokeball seems to give people a very advanced feeling. A elven ball is divided into two halves, with silver on the top and white on the bottom. There are black lines on the silver half, which looks like there is no pattern, but it gives people a mysterious feeling. And the white half is pure white, like a fine jade, without any flaws. The whole Pokeball feels very heavy, but it is as light as a feather in the hand. In order to celebrate that we have new family members joining, I have prepared a new home for you, and I will give you a try. Yuka shook the Pokeball in his hand, then took out the flower leaf pedicle and the Pokeball of Absolu and threw it on the ground, smashing it with one foot. Huadi and Absolu respectively tapped the buttons of the new Pokeball with their hands and paws, turning them into two red lights, and was taken in by the new Pokeball. Then Yuka released Huadi and Absolu again and asked, how is it? How does the new home feel? Huabe, Huabe, Huabe. Huadi flew around Yuga with a happily face, and at first glance, she was very satisfied with her new home. Although Absolu didn't say a word, it could be seen from his expression that he was also satisfied with his new residence. Seeing that both of them are very satisfied, Yugia thought to herself, sure enough, the system product must be a high-quality product, but the system's personality is not very good, if only one could be replaced. Although Yuga, who succeeded in conquering Absolu, was in a good mood, he did not forget the purpose of this trip to Fuyan town. Then Yuga took Huadi and Absolu to the elf center for breakfast. He stopped eating biscuits this morning. Yesterday it was because he was hungry. There is no need to treat himself harshly today. So Yuga took the flower leaf pedicle and Absolu for a beautiful meal, especially Absolu. Since yesterday, it has not eaten anything. At this time, his hungry chest was attached to his back. After breakfast, Yuga went to the nursery. The address of the nursery is known to Yuga. This nursery has been cooperating with Yuga's feeding house for a long time. Although Yuga is usually not a big deal, but after listening for a long time, you still know what you should know. This incubator is a subordinate institution of the Alliance Research Institute. The regular research institutes of the Alliance are all established by famous elf doctors, and the elves and elf eggs of the incubator are also from their hands. Because it is a place where elves and elves are raised, it covers a large area, so it was built in the outskirts of the eastern part of Fuyan town, adjacent to the bumpy mountain road, and in the same direction as Yantiv mountain. There are generally not many buildings in the suburbs of towns, and the same is true in Fuyan town. Yugia easily found the location of the nursery. The red roof and the white courtyard wall are very conspicuous among the green grass and trees. When Yuka walked to the entrance of the nursery, he saw a young man in a white coat on the grass next to him, holding a hose in his hand, watering the 3 lotus leaf boys. The young man quickly noticed Yuga standing at the door. He put down the water pipe in his hand and walked to Yuga and asked politely, "Can I help you?" Yuga also politely replied, "Hello, I am from Yo-Yo's breeding house. Today I came to visit the elf egg that your nursery promised to give us. I called to make an appointment yesterday." The young man in a white coat suddenly realized. "Oh, I know, the director told me, I'm here to wait for you, come in with me, and I will take you to see our director." "Okay, trouble you." "You're welcome, you should." After finishing speaking, the young man in the white coat shouted to the 3 lotus leaf boys, "You 3 also follow me, don't run around." Then the 3 lotus leaf boys jumped to the side of the young man in the white coat, and followed him and Yuka into the nursery. While walking, the young man in a white coat introduced himself to Yuga, "My name is Kaylee. I am a caregiver in the nursery. My job is to take care of the young elves, such as these 3 cute little ones." Said, Kaylee pointed his finger at the 3 lotus leaf boys walking under his feet. "My name is Shimizu Yuka. I just inherited Yo-Yo feeding house. I am now the owner of the feeding house." Kaylee just came to work in the nursery, so he didn't know about the accident of Yujia's parents, but thought that Yujia was already the owner of a breeding house at such a young age, and thought he was amazing. Yuga also saw that Kaylee didn't know, so he didn't feel angry. Another point is that he is not the original body. He has never met the Shimizu couple. There is no deep relationship between him. At most, he is affected by the original body. The influence of memory is a bit uncomfortable. Under the leadership of Kaylee, Yujia came to the door of a room and saw the director of the nursery in it. It seemed that this room should be his office. The director of the incubator is this burly man with a beard on his chin and cheeks. At this time, he is wearing a white coat, holding a magnifying glass in his hand, and carefully observing an elf egg. Kaylee knocked on the door of the director's office, and then said, "Director, the people in the nursery house are here." Hearing Carrie's voice, the director put down the things in his hands. "I see, you go to work first and leave the rest to me." "Okay, then I'll go first." After talking, Kaylee took 3 lotus leaf boys and left. This is the director who looked at Yuka. "Hello, I am the director of the incubator, called Mond. You can call me the director of Mond. You can also call me Uncle Mond. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com as you please." Mond has a smile on his face. Although he has a beard, he looks easy to get along with. "Hello, Director Mond, my name is Shimizu Yuka, the current owner of Yo-Yo Feeding House. Yuka can't be called uncle by herself as soon as we meet. I'm sorry about your parents. We have known each other for a long time. We have known each other since they first became the owner of your breeding house. They are old acquaintances. I just didn't expect something like that to happen." Director Mund had a sad expression, and he could see that he was really sad for the passing of the Shimizu couple. Yuka shook his head. "It's not your fault, no one wants something like that to happen. This accident is indeed not the responsibility of the incubator. Although the delivery car that Shimizu and his wife rode at that time belonged to the incubator, and the driver also belonged to the incubator, the responsible party was not here. The police had already given the results of the investigation. The incubator is not the responsible party, but it is willing to give compensation. This is the most benevolent one. Okay, let's not talk about these sad things. Speaking of you, you came here with your parents when you were young. I also met you. It's just that you were young and you grew up like this before you found it. N.S. Mond, the director patted Yuka on the shoulder with a laugh and said. Yuka did not expect this to happen, but the original body did not have these in his memory, Yuka had to say embarrassingly. Sorry, I have no impression. It doesn't matter, how old you were at that time, it is normal to have no impression. Go, I will take you to pick the fairy eggs. Director Mund walked out of the office with a smile, and motioned for Yuka to follow him. Chapter 19, Pick Elf Egg. Yuka followed Director Mund to the back door of the nursery and entered the backyard of the nursery. The backyard of the nursery is the largest area of the nursery, which is one of the most important reasons for the nursery to be built in the suburbs. As soon as Yuka entered the backyard, she saw the elf cubs active inside. Chasing the playing coyote on the grass, Lu Lily swimming in the pool, and acorns bouncing on the trees. It is very lively. There are some native elves here, but Yuka did not see the elves introduced into other regions, and there are no 3 famous local elves, Yuzenjia, the wooden Xiaogong, the turkey chick, and the water-leaping fish. Director Mond, is there no Yuzenjia in your incubator? Yuka felt strange, so she asked. When the director of Mond heard Yujia's question, he smiled bitterly. You just came into contact with this industry, but it is not clear that the incubators are divided into 3, 6, or 9 classes. How can a small incubator like ours be eligible to get the Yuzenjia? Only those large-scale breeding institutes are eligible for the sale of rare elves like Yuzenjia. These incubators are mostly concentrated in big cities such as Kana City, and Karidalis City. Most of the elves in our small towns' nurseries are selected from research institutes by those large-scale nurseries. It turned out to be like this. Yuka didn't expect that there would be these twists and turns in the training center as an affiliated institution of the Alliance, and it was true that there would be struggle wherever there were people. This also strengthened Yuka's determination to build an ecological park by himself. He could not rely on others to provide him with rare elves, otherwise his feeding house would not know when it would grow. Just as Yuka lowered his head to think, Director Mon spoke again. Yusanjia is a special spirit controlled by the Alliance. The cultivation and reproduction are also unique methods of the Alliance, and the qualifications can generally reach the green level. Excluding other trainers who have won from the wild, there is a limit to the number of Yusanjia that can be obtained from the training of the Alliance's subordinates. Of course, there is no opportunity for small-scale cultivation such as ours. Mun said while he took Yuka to the door of a warehouse, then pointed to the warehouse and introduced to Yuka. This is the place where we store the elf eggs in our breeding facility. Come on, follow me in. Speaking, Director Mond pushed open the door of the warehouse. After Yuka entered, he saw rows of waist-high shelves neatly arranged with colorful elf eggs. Look, these fairy eggs are stored in different categories according to the certified qualifications, ranging from the red qualifications here to the green qualifications here. Director Mond pointed to the rows of elven eggs and introduced Yuka. But your parents have never been in the red qualified goods. I don't know what you want to choose. Yuka thought for a while, and said, in our breeding house, I decided to only enter the elf eggs with yellow qualifications and above in the future. Director Mond was very surprised by Yuka's decision, and said, you have to think about it. If you only enter the elf eggs with yellow qualifications or above, the cost will be much higher, and the risk you will bear will be much higher. This time our incubator can waive the bill for compensation, but you will be responsible for the expenses next time. Yuka appraised it and said, I'm done. Yujia has decided to take the word-of-mouth route in the future for her feeding house, so the elf eggs with low qualifications should not enter. After all, elves with red and orange qualifications are the most indispensable in the wild. The advantage of the elves is that the newly born elves are easy to cultivate feelings, and some people do not have elves in their hands, and cannot go to the wild to conquer the elves. They can only buy the elves or baby elves. In addition, the red and orange aptitude spirit eggs have no competitive advantage. The elves hatched from these spirit eggs can only be raised by ordinary people as pets. The minimum standard for qualifications of the trainer selection wizard is yellow. Seeing Yuka's resolute attitude, Director Mund didn't say much, but he felt that Yuka was still too young. Since you have decided, let's choose the fairy egg. The original compensation is 100 orange qualified spirit eggs, yellow qualified spirit eggs is 50, and the compensation for the unqualified spirit eggs is 150 in total. But if you only choose the elf eggs with yellow qualifications, then you can only choose 100. There is no problem, right? No problem. Well, come with me, let me introduce to you the types of these fairy eggs. Director Mund took Yuga to the shelf of the yellow aptitude elf eggs, pointed at the classified elf eggs and said, "We don't have many types of elven eggs. They are all native elves of Feng Yuan. You see, they are all here, coyote dogs, lotus leaf boys, acorns, proud swallows, yo-yo balls, mushrooms, and lulilai. Xianggui, xiaobing lobster. That's all the types." Yuka circled these elven eggs and opened the eye skills. Each elven egg radiated a yellow light, indicating that the qualification appraisal of the incubator was correct. After thinking about it for a while, Yujia ordered some of each type. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com ordered 15 elf eggs from Miu and mushrooms, and 10 others, no more than 100 pieces. These elves are all pretty good, and I must have considered a lot when buying them. Among them, coyote, lotus leaf boy, acorn fruit, proud bone swallow, mushroom and lobster soldier are more popular among traditional trainers. And Xianggui, lulilai and yo-yo ball are more popular among coordination trainers. The evolution of mushrooms is the most popular among these types of elves by traditional trainers. Xianggui Miao and its evolutionary elegant cat are the most popular among coordination trainers. This is also the reason why Yujiatuo chose 5 elven eggs of these 2 elves. When you choose the elf eggs, they are selected according to the degree of luminescence of the elf eggs under the eye's skill. The brighter the light, the better the aptitude. Including that when Yoga is looking at the elf's aptitude, the elves are also shining under Yoga's eye skills. Under the same color, the brighter the light, the better the aptitude. For example, Yujia's flower leaf pedicle has light green aptitude, which means its aptitude is lower in green. Absolo is medium cyan, which means that among the cyan qualifications, Absolo's qualifications are medium. Picked for a long time before Yujia picked up all the elf eggs he needed. The elven eggs selected by Yuka were all put separately by the Director Mund. After picking the elf eggs, Yuga said to Director Mond, "Director Mond, can I take another look at the green aptitude elves?" Mond, of course, didn't disagree. He smiled and said, "It's okay, but if you see it, you have to pay for it yourself." Yuka also smiled and said, "That's natural." Chapter 20, Failure. Director Mund took Yuga to the shelf where the green aptitude elf egg was placed. The number of green aptitude spirit eggs is very small. Yuji roughly estimated that the number will not exceed 200. Director Mond, are all the green aptitude elves in the cultivation center here? Hearing Yuga's words, Director Mond also knew that Yuga wanted to ask why there are so few green aptitude elves, so he smiled bitterly and said, "High-qualified spirit eggs such as green qualifications also have a limit on the number of incubators and research institutes like ours. There are probably only so many each time, and no more. In fact, the responsibility of our breeding institute is probably the transfer station between the research institute and the major breeding houses. We do not have the right to breed elves, and are only responsible for selling the elves and elves bred in the research institute to the breeding houses. Because they have to consider profitability, highly qualified elves and elves can only be sold at high prices in large-scale breeding houses, and small-scale breeding houses like ours have basically no access to large-scale breeding houses. And those large-scale breeding institutes under the research institute will not casually sell precious elves and elves to the breeding house. The breeding houses they cooperate with are subject to strict assessment. The Alliance also didn't want it. Therefore, the League's assessment is very strict for those who are qualified to sell rare elves like Yuzenjia. Therefore, there are no such precious elves as Yuzenjia in my green aptitude elves. They are all proud bone swallows and mushrooms, and even the number is strictly limited. Because none of the breeding houses we cooperate with have undergone strict screening. After listening to what Mr. Munn said, Yuji realized that there were so many twists and turns in the sales of elves. He lowered his head thoughtfully. It seemed that it was impossible for him to obtain the qualification for sales of the Alliance Royal 3 through the incubator. The feeding house is too small, and there is no strong background, and it is impossible to pass the assessment of the Alliance Research Institute. It seems that everything depends on yourself, Yuga thought. Just when Yuji was considering whether to buy some green qualified elves before going back, she suddenly saw some elves scattered on some shelves in the warehouse, and the number was still quite large. Director Mond, what's the matter with those fairy eggs? Yuka pointed to the fairy eggs and asked. Director Mond said, looking in the direction of Yuji's finger, and then said with a smile. Oh, what you said, these are the failure products of the Institute's cultivation of elves. I don't know the specific reason, because I don't know how the Institute cultivated these elven eggs. I just heard that during the breeding process, for various reasons, the elves that were judged to be hatched by these elven eggs were all problematic. For example, stunted growth, no way to control attribute energy, no way to use skills and so on. And because of genetic disorder, even the machines that identify the aptitude of the elves can't identify their aptitudes, but judging from the status of the elf cubs each time they hatch, the aptitudes are extremely poor. Our incubator does not have the qualification authentication machine for the elves and the elves. Our elves and the elves are only sent by the Research Institute. So I don't know what the aptitude of these fairy eggs is. Every time such elven eggs appear, the Research Institute will distribute them to small incubators like ours for low-cost processing. It is said that these elves are the descendants of some very good elves, but they all have problems, which makes people feel a pity. Yuka didn't expect that there would be such a thing. It seems that breeding elves is not a simple matter. If you want to take this path in the future, you still have to pay more attention to it. Director Mond, can I go and see those fairy eggs? The director of Mond didn't expect that after explaining for a long time, Yuji would still be interested in those elves. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this. Yuka came to the shelf of those elven eggs and opened the eyes skill. Suddenly Yuga's eyes became colorful, red, orange, yellow, and green. Yuga remembers that Director Mun said that these elven eggs were genetically disordered, so there was no way to identify the aptitude, but he didn't expect the eyes to see it. The important thing is that the aptitudes of these elven eggs are quite good, not to mention the yellow aptitude, even the green aptitude has a lot. Yuga looked at Director Mond and asked, Dr. Mond, can I buy some from these elves? Director Mond didn't expect Yuga to really have the idea of buying these elves, and said, you have to think carefully, these elves are indeed problematic. According to those who bought them, they said that the elven bodies hatched from these elven eggs had some problems, and without exception, they had extremely poor aptitudes. Although accurate aptitudes still cannot be identified by machines, they are similar to or even worse than the red-orange aptitude elves in terms of skill learning and level promotion. You don't want to think about it. These are eggs of rare elves. If it's not really a problem, how could the Research Institute just dispose of it casually? If there is a leak to pick up, someone has picked it up long ago, and it's your turn to come. Yuka shook his head, expressing persistence. The director of Mon saw that Yuji had taken the weight of the weight, and finally sighed and said, forget it, www.readaloud.com, you can buy it if you want. Anyway, these fairy eggs are also cheap. If something goes wrong, you should buy it as a lesson. You can pick it yourself, and I will let someone help you move out. Yuji sincerely thanked Director Mond. Thank you, Director Mond. Mond was able to explain so much to him, even though he was afraid that he would suffer a loss. Yuga was still very moved. These fairy eggs are indeed very bad at first glance. The surface of the eggshell is dull and even a little rough. Even the red and orange aptitude fairy eggs look better than them. Yuji picked out all the green aptitude elves, and he even found 5 cyan aptitude elves. The colors of cyan and green are very close, which is why Yuka didn't notice them at first. One of the elf eggs with cyan aptitude surprised Yuka the most. This cyan elf egg with cyan aptitude exudes a strong cyan light, and the cyan light even has a blue halo around it. What does this mean? This shows that the qualification of this fairy egg is very close to the blue qualification. What does blue qualification mean? If the green aptitude is 1 in 1,000, then the cyan aptitude is 1 in 100,000, and the blue aptitude is only 1 in a million elves. This is enough to explain the preciousness of the blue aptitude elves. Yuka is looking forward to what kind of elves will hatch from this elven egg. In the end, Yujiya unexpectedly picked out 32 elf eggs. Except for 5 cyan aptitudes, the other 27 were all green aptitudes. Yuka thought, if you visit more incubators, will you make a profit? But this can only be a matter of thinking about it. Every incubator has a fixed cooperative feeding house and will not easily cooperate with other families. Chapter 21, Bumpy Hill Road. After selecting these elves, Director Mond asked the staff of the incubator to move them with the previously selected elves. However, this batch of elf eggs and the original elf eggs were placed in different places to prevent confusion. These wizard eggs are very cheap, each priced at only 1,000 yuan Union currency, and the total of 32 eggs is only 32,000. The price is slightly higher than the red aptitude elf egg. You need to know that the price of an orange elf egg sold by Yujiya was 6,000, and the gross profit of the remaining 14 elf eggs in the store was as high as more than 100,000 Union coins. Therefore, the sales of elves are a highly profitable industry. This is why Yo-Yo Feeding House has been able to persevere even though the business has been sluggish over the years. It is precisely because of the large profits of the elves and baby elves that the threshold for opening a feeding house is set so high. Yuka's family is able to open a breeding house because of the shadow of the ancestors. Although the generation of the breeding house is not as good as the generation, the qualifications to open it are still there. Such high profits in the wizard sales industry will of course also cause many criminals to participate, the most typical being the wizard hunters. The elf hunter has no access to elf eggs and juvenile elves, so he hunts adult elves. Through some illegal methods, hunters sell the adult elves they have captured to some people in need, and their profits are much higher than the sales of elves and baby elves. This is also the reason why elf hunters have been repeatedly banned. High risks often bring high profits. As for Yujiya, after listening to the shortcomings of those failed elf eggs mentioned by Director Mond, the reason why he still insisted on buying is that the system issued a task for him again. Just as Yuka used his wisdom eye skill to check the elven eggs, the voice of 131-4520 suddenly rang in his mind. After many sudden attacks by 131-4520, Yujiya's heart has become much stronger. Although I was still shocked this time, I didn't make a fuss anyway. Trigger random missions, boost with Zyobo. As the owner of the feeding house, the host should be a successful businessman, who learns to use a small scale to buy a high-qualified fairy egg at a low-qualified price. Reward, Gene Repair Medicine, large, 5 and Gene Repair Medicine, small, formula. Seeing this task, Yuga knew that his opportunity had come. Just in case, before buying those elven eggs, Yujiya checked the system again. 131-4520, can this gene repair potion solve the birth defects of the elves in these elves? Of course, host, please don't doubt the capabilities of this system. Then why is there a difference between gene repair agents, large, and gene repair agents, small? The efficacy of large gene repair drugs is much stronger than that of small gene repair drugs. The problems of these wizard eggs can be solved only by small gene repair drugs. After fully understanding the task, Yujiya had to sigh that the system is still very caring and always release tasks when they need it most. After Yujiya paid the money for the batch of elf eggs, a prompt for the system to complete the task appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the random task. Task, boost with Zyobo. Finish. Evaluation, none. Reward, Gene Repair Medicine, large, 5 and Gene Repair Medicine, small, formula. After seeing the task completed, Yugia felt that the system was giving herself rewards, and the task was not difficult at all. Of course, Yuga doesn't want the tasks to be difficult. If all tasks are of this difficulty, it would be just right. Of course, the main task is still very difficult, and Yugia has just taken the first step of the long march. However, this mission has neither a deadline nor a penalty for failure. Yuka feels that he should do whatever he wants and take his time. After finishing the elf egg business, Yugia said to Director Mund, "Dr. Mund, I'll come to pick up these elf eggs tomorrow, can't I? It's the first time I came to Fuyan town, and I haven't taken a good look. So I want to stay one more day." Mund, of course, would not fail to agree. He laughed and said, "Of course, the hot springs in Fuyan town are famous in all of Fangyuan, so you should enjoy it. And our famous specialty Bayan town senbei is also famous." As a native of Fuyan town, Director Mon still likes his hometown very much. However, Yuga stayed here for one more day, of course not to soak in the hot springs, nor to eat senbei. He was going to explore Yantiv Mountain. Yantiv Mountain is the largest active volcano in the Fangyuan area, and there are countless fire spirits living in it. The hot springs in Fuyan town are so famous that they can only be sustained by the active volcano of Yantiv Mountain. Yuga finally made a trip to Greentown. It would be a shame not to go there. But Yuga had this idea because he had subdued Absolu, otherwise he would have no guts to go to Yantiv Mountain with a flower leaf pedicle fighting the 5 scum. After leaving the incubator, Yuga went back to the elf center, and the main thing was to ask Miss Joey to check Absolu's injury. After confirming from Miss Joey that Absolu's injury was okay, Yuga decided to go to Yantiv Mountain. I have to say that Miss Joey's medical skills are very good. After Absolu's severe injury was treated, she recovered after one night and one morning. After having lunch at the elf center at noon, Yuga took Absolu and Huidi to prepare to go to Yantiv Mountain. If you want to go to Yantiv Mountain, you must first pass the Bump Mountain Road, which is the only entrance to Fuyan town. As for the road that you walked along the Kalu Tunnel when you came here, it was an unconventional road www.readaloud.com which was opened by trainers during the journey for convenience. Fuyan town is surrounded by mountains and Fangyuan desert. Except for the bumpy mountain road, other places are not easy to walk. When Yuga came to the Bump Mountain Road, he found that although the name is called Bump Mountain Road, it is not very uneven, but the road conditions are pretty good. After all, as the only official entrance to Fuyan town, not to mention the busy traffic, but there is also a lot of traffic. People go in and out, walking back and forth, and even the rugged roads are smoothed. Huidi and Yuga are relatively unseen. They have not been to anywhere except Greentown, so they are curious about all kinds of things, scenery and elves along the way. But as an adult, although Yuga is more curious, she is still quite restrained. In comparison, Huidi, an elf with a very young mental age, is more fond of it. It kept provoke other wild elves along the way, and every time it got it, Yuga and Abshura wiped its ass. But through this incident, Yugia also saw that, unlike the 5 scum of Huidi, Absolu's combat effectiveness is very strong and his combat experience is also very rich. Although its level is not too high, it may be because it was born in the wild and often fights. It is not only very calm in character, but also very skillful in the use of skills. Seeing that Huidi is so fond of making, let it deal with the elves it provokes. In this way, Huidi has gone through a lot of battles one after another, and inadvertently even rose to a level, reaching level 21. But these are all thanks to Absolu side by side, otherwise Huidi would not have known how many times he had been beaten to death. Chapter 22, Wind Chimes and Dark Crow. Huidi is very dissatisfied with Yuka's always letting herself fight against other elves, always thinking of ways to be lazy, and even want to strike. So Yuga pretended to be sad and said, "Hey, since you don't want to, I won't force you. You said before that you will work hard to protect me in the future, I don't think I heard it. Anyway, there will be Absolu by my side in the future, so it is the same to let it protect me. Talking about Yuga, he turned his head to Absolu, and said hopefully to Absolu, Absolu, you will protect me in the future, right? Abo. Absolu nodded, indicating that he would protect Yuga. Absolu, you said that when I was in the Green Tunnel, if there was a strong elves around me to protect me, when I met those who arrested you, would I not have to hide? Absolu, we will become stronger together in the future. When we meet those people in the future, we don't have to be afraid of them, but instead we can beat them away, okay? While talking, Yuga stretched out his hand to Absolu. Absolu nodded firmly, his determination to become stronger was extremely firm. It stretched out a front paw and placed it on Yuga's hand, indicating that it would work hard with Yuga. The flower leaf pedicle was okay, but Yuga dared to love the new and dislike the old, and flew to Yuga's head, clutching Yuga's hair for a while. But obviously, the simple flower leaf pedicle can't beat Yuga, who is possessed by the play spirit. In the end, he was willing to fight against the wild elves, just to not be abandoned by Yuga. Just like that, Yuga and the others arrived at the foot of Yantiv Mountain without realizing it. Yantiv Mountain definitely does not look like an active volcano from a distance. It has dense vegetation, and the entire mountain is like being covered with a green coat. From time to time, you can see groups of hunting swallowtail butterflies flying in the forest, and you can hear the call of the proud swallows when they are foraging everywhere. It looks lively and the scenery is very nice. So one side of Yantiv Mountain has been developed into a tourist attraction. From that side, tourists don't have to climb the mountain hard by themselves, as long as they take the cable car from the foot of the mountain, the cable car slowly rises, and you can see the floating volcanic ash outside the cable car. The side that Yuga chose to climb is of course the sparsely populated side. Fangyuan continent has a hotter and humid climate compared to areas such as Kanto, Chengdu, and Chenao, and the vegetation is denser, especially in Yantiv Mountain. Yuga just went up the mountain and didn't take a few steps. Suddenly, the sky didn't know what fell from the sky, and it stuck directly on Yuka's face. Yuka tore off the unidentified object stuck on her face, feeling that her face was hot, and she didn't know if it was disfigured. Yuka looked at her hand, and it turned out that it was a rare elf, the wind chime, that affixed her face. You must know that all superpower elves are very rare, even elves who are not good at fighting like wind chimes are very rare. I didn't expect such a rare elf to be delivered today. But Yuka looked at the unconscious wind chime on her hand, feeling very strange. How did it faint, and how did it smear her face? At this moment, Yuga suddenly saw a dark crow rushing towards him, with a white light flashing on the beak, and he knew it was a skill peck. How could Absolu on the side give a little dark crow a chance to attack his master? It jumped out abruptly and stood in front of Yuga, and the target of the dark crow's peck naturally became Absolu. Seeing that the attack from the dark crow was about to fall on Absolu, only a black light flashed across it, and it bounced fiercely and collided with the dark crow. Yuga recognized that Absolu was using a skill raid. The petite dark crow was obviously not Absolu's opponent, he was directly knocked out by Absolu's surprise attack, and then landed on the ground. This sneak attack dark crow is obviously the culprit that caused the wind chime coma. The dark crow that fell on the ground was obviously unwilling to give up. After flying again, he rushed towards Absolu again. This time it uses wings to attack. But before it got close to Absolu, a light blade shot out from the sharp corner of Absolu's right face, directly hitting the dark crow. This time, the dark crow directly lost the ability to fight. The dark crow is also a good elf, and it is not a common elf in Fangyuan. In comparison, the dark crow is more common in Chengdu. However, except for the large number of elves like the dark crow, there are more or less in other regions. Its evolutionary crow head is a very powerful elf. However, if the dark crow wants to evolve into the crow head, it needs the help of the dark stone, so it is difficult to see the crow head in the wild. Yuka looked at the dark crow with his eye skills. Dark crow. Gender, female. Feature, sleepless. Qualification, green. Level, 21. Skills, peck, wing attack, black fog. This qualification is really good. It turned out to be a green qualification, but the skills are a bit hard to describe. There are only 3 skills in total, and 2 attack skills are both primary skills. But it's okay. www.readaloud.com. I have already obtained the qualification for the construction of the Echo Park for the system transformation. This time I will prepare to build the main park of the Echo Park. This dark crow shall be the first occupant inside. The 32 fairy eggs that need to be repaired are not for sale, but they are prepared to be hatched and used as the first breeding seeds in the ecological garden. Yuga took out a elven ball and took in the dark crow, who had lost the ability to fight, without any resistance. Uka uses ordinary poke balls, not system-specific poke balls, because Dark Crow is not to be cultivated as his main battle elf. Dealing with the Dark Crow, Yuka turned to the wind chime in his hand. Wind chimes. Gender, female. Feature, floating. Qualification, yellow. Level, 18. Skills, gravity, healing waves, healing ringtone. At this point, Yujia was stunned by Feng Chime's skill configuration, which is really excellent. There are 3 skills in total, all of which are rare, excellent, and practical advanced skills. With this wind chime, do I still need to worry about training the elves in the future? You can simply use it to open and hang up. Using gravity to assist training and healing fluctuations to recover from fatigue is simply not too appropriate. This wind chime can be said to have no shortcomings except for its poor aptitude. It is a perfect nanny. Yujia took out a special poke ball made by the system and collected the wind chimes, and decided to use wind chimes as the key training object. Otherwise, if you miss this village, there will be no shop. Yuga didn't expect that he had a good start as soon as he arrived at Yantiv Mountain. He not only obtained a breeding seed in the future ecological garden, but also a main battle elf. Chapter 23, Tracking Darubi. After collecting the elf balls of Dark Crow and Wind Chime, Yuga took the Huadi and Absolu and continued to walk towards Yantiv Mountain. As he went up, Yuga found that more and more elves appeared in the woods, but there was nothing to gain. He used the Wisdom Eye skill throughout the whole process, hoping to find a few more qualified ones, but encountering the Dark Crow and the Wind Chime seemed to have used up all his luck, and he did not encounter a high-qualified elf. Seeing that it is about to reach the crater, the vegetation on the mountain is gradually sparse, and the elves that appear gradually start to be mostly fire. The most common fire elves in Yantiv Mountain are lava insects and lava snails. Ever since you approached the top of the mountain, you can see a lava insect or lava snail crawling slowly on the mountain path from time to time. In addition to lava worms and lava snails, Yujia also saw some dull camels and coal turtles. However, the aptitudes of these elves are not very good, and Yuka did not provoke them. Yuga was walking, and suddenly saw a green aptitude Darubi, and hurriedly followed up with Absolu and Huadi. After finally seeing a nice fairy, Yuka didn't want to let it go anyway. But this Darubi seems to be very courageous. As soon as he saw Yuga, he ran away quickly. You should know that the general Darubi personality is very arrogant and fierce, but this one is completely different. This Darubi is very fast. Yujia and the others have used the fastest speed and still haven't caught up. Of course, it is mainly because Yujia is dragging his legs. Huadi and Absolu are both faster than him. Fortunately, because it is already close to the crater, there is no tall vegetation covering it. Yoga and the others did not lose it. Chasing after him, Yujia and the others saw a hole. Darubi pierced his head and went away, and then disappeared. When Yuga and Huadi ran to the entrance of the cave, they had already disappeared from Darubi. From the entrance of the cave, they could only see the depth and darkness of the cave. It looked scary, and Yuka felt a little bit shocked. The entrance of the cave is higher than Yuga, and Yuga can even smell the smell of sulfur wafting from it. Do you think this is Darubi's home? Yuka asked uncertainly towards Hwadi and Absolu. Hwadi and Absolu looked at each other, and then shook their heads to show that they didn't know. Then shall we go in and have a look? Hwadi and Absolu looked at him intently, as if to say, they both listened to you. In the end, Yuka still couldn't accept that the duck with its beak flew again, and he gritted his teeth and decided to go in. Go, let's go in. Saying that, Yuga stepped forward and stepped into the hole, followed by Absolu and Hwadi. Probably because of the proximity of the volcano, the cave is very dry, and there is a faint flow of hot air in the air. If this is really Darubi's cave, but it is also the past, after all, as a fire elf, Darubi is still very suitable to live in such a dry and hot environment. But the more you go in, the stranger Yoga feels, because the tunnels of the cave become more and more spacious, and the light becomes brighter and brighter, so a small man like Darubi does not seem to need to live in such a big cave. After leaving, I don't know how long it took. The passage in front of me suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a circular dome hall, and the hall underneath was not land, but rolling magma. In the round magma pool, the fiery red magma is bubbling with bubbles. The magma pool is not all magma, there are several thick rock pillars composed of rocks, and on each of the rock pillars are several Darubizi, including the one you chased after. When the footsteps of Yuga and Absolu sounded in the magma hall, all Darubi turned their heads to look at Yuga, Hwadi, and Absolu. Yuga looked at these bad-eyed Darubi and said awkwardly, haha, hello. Did you bother you to sleep? I'm sorry, let's go now. Saying that, Yuga turned around and was about to leave, but at this moment the Darubi, who had been chased by Yuga and the others, grumbled and didn't know what to say to the other Darubi. They collectively stood on the rock pillar. Get up, then grinned and snarled at Yuga and the others. Yuga used the eye skill to look at these Darubi's levels. They were all between 15 and 25. High levels were not high. But I can't stand the number of them. Yuga counted them. There were 12 of them. They were all menacing. It was a little difficult to deal with them with the two pedicles and Absolu. We are not malicious, I just want to subdue that Darubi. I don't want to hurt it. Yuga tried to soften her voice to prevent her from accidentally irritating these Darubi. After listening to Yuga's words, these Darubi's attitudes did not change at all, still staring at Yuga and the others with ferocious eyes, and maintained an offensive posture. Absolu also stood in front of Yuga, roaring in a low voice, and confronted those Darubi. Seeing that his own explanation didn't have any effect, Yuga thought, it seemed that the only way to use force was to use force, but group fights were definitely not enough, and they had to be singled out. Which one of you is the leader? Why don't we make a bet? Your leader will come out and play with my elves. If I win, you will let me subdue that Darubi. As he said, Yuga pointed his hand at the Darubi that they were tracking before. This Darubi is neither tall nor fierce among a group of Darubals. On the contrary, there is a bit of cowardice, ordinary and inconspicuous, but it is very conspicuous in the eyes of Yuga, who has the skill of eyesight. The other Darubi were all shining orange or yellow light, only his body was shining with rich green light, which looked very different. Yuga paused for a while and continued, if I lose, the three of us will be at your disposal. Yuga said this very rascal last. If you win, you can take away a Darubi, but if you lose, you just leave it at the disposal of others? How to deal with it? Did you tear you off or ate it? Although Darubi, who is an evil elf, has a fierce character, he is not so fierce as to tear alive. But apparently these Darubi couldn't hear the rogue elements in Yuga's words. In between, a Darubi who was bigger than the others came out, as if he had agreed to Yuga's bet. It seems that this Darubi is the leader of this team of more than a dozen elves, and it is also the highest level elf that Yoga has seen in this group of Darubi with his eye skills, Level 25. It's not spacious enough, let's go outside and try it out. Leader Darubi nodded, then jumped off the rock pillar, and then walked out of the cave. When other Darubles saw this, they came down from the rock pillar one after another, followed their leader, and walked towards the entrance of the cave. When they passed by Yuga's side, Yuga could even feel a scorching fire from them, which should have been caused by living in a magma environment for a long time. Chapter 24, Conquer Darubi. Yuga followed the Darubis out of the cave, and when they came out, they saw the leader of Darubizi standing in front of a group of younger brothers waiting for him. After seeing Yuga come out, the leader of Darubi snarled at the other Darubi, and the Darubis automatically gave up an open space for their leader and Yuga. Seeing the leader Darubizi who was ready for the battle, Yuga gestured to Absolu, and Absolu jumped onto the clearing and confronted the leader Darubi from a distance. A battle was about to begin. Seeing that both sides are ready, Yuga opened his mouth and said, "Darubi, now that everyone is ready, let's start the battle." "Awu." Leader Darubi nodded, yelled in a low voice, and agreed. After the two sides reached a consensus, the leader of Darubi immediately launched an attack, and waves of flames spurted from its mouth, shooting towards Absolu. Absolu, a flash of lightning. Absolu quickly dodges the spark attack from the leader of Darubi, and then rushes towards the leader of Darubi. Since the leader of Darubi can be the leader of this group of Darubi, then there must be two brushes. It watched Absolu coming towards him with a flash of electric light, and it exhaled a black smoke from his mouth. After a while, its figure and Absolu were completely blocked by the black fog. Yuga recognized that this was the fog of skill. Seeing Absolu plunged into the mist, Yuga felt very bad. These black haze will not only cause damage to Absolu, but will also cause it to fall into a poisoned state. More importantly, Absolu couldn't see things in the fog, while Chief Darubi could find his opponent by relying on his keen sense of smell. Just when Yuga didn't know what to do, he suddenly thought of Absolu's skill in sword dance. Sword dance is the most widely used and most welcome skill among physical attack enhancement skills. It may not be the most effective skill for reinforcement, but it is the most practical skill. Because it does not require long preparation like dragon dance, nor does it only strengthen one level of attack at a time like grinding claws. Of course, although this skill is easy to use, it is not easy to learn, but Absolu was fortunate to be able to learn this trick. Absolu, use the sword dance, don't use it to the last step, control the sword around you. Yuga ordered Absolu to use the sword dance, of course, not just to strengthen the attack. Absolu heard Yuga's order and immediately understood Yuga's meaning. I saw a circle of erect blue phantom lightsabers suddenly appeared around Absolu. After these lightsabers appeared, Absolu controlled them to quickly rotate around him. The lightsaber was spinning faster and faster, and then the haze surrounding Absolu was dispersed by the gust of wind caused by the spinning of the lightsaber. The heads of Absolu and Darubi also appeared in Yuga's sight again. When the fog disappeared, those rotating lightsabers all turned into light spots and entered Absolu's body, and then a layer of blue light lit up on Absolu, which was a sign of increased attack power. Chief Darubi didn't expect his mist to be easily dispersed in this way, and immediately attacked Absolu again. The front of the leader Darubi leaned forward, his hind limbs were tight and erect, his mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly lit up with white light, and then he rushed towards Absolu. But Absolu had long expected it to launch an attack at this time. A black light flashed across Absolu's body, and then he also slammed into the leader Darubi, who was leaping towards him. Absolu was originally a lot stronger than the leader Darubi because of his level and aptitude, so his attack was naturally stronger. Has been strengthened by the sword dance at this time, and its attack power has already exploded for the leader of Darubi. Chief Darubi was directly attacked by Absolu's attack and flew out, and Absolu hadn't stopped his attack. I saw it with a flash of lightning and quickly approached the leader Darubi, who had been knocked out. After it had not reacted, it was another surprise attack. The low-level leader Darubi, How can he withstand the 2 surprise attacks of Absolu, which has been strengthened by the sword dance, and he has directly lost his combat ability? The other Darubaisi saw his leader lose the ability to fight, and immediately became agitated, and they all roared at Yuga and Absolu. Seeing this, Yuga was afraid that they would all jump over at once, and hurriedly said, "The match between me and your leader was promised by your leader himself. Are you going to regret it? You are trying to put your leader where?" After hearing Yuga's words, these Darubaisi gradually became quiet. Fortunately, Chief Darubi was not seriously injured, so he woke up soon. It raised its head and glanced at Absolu next to Yuga and Yuga, then turned its head and called out to a Darubashi behind him, www.readaloud.com. Then this Darubi was reluctant. Came out. The Darubi that came out was the one that Yuga and the others chased before. Seeing that Darubi slowly walked in front of him, Yoga knew that Darubi had fulfilled his promise. He took out a poke ball, and then threw it at the Darubi who came out. Darubi turned into a red light and was collected into the poke ball. The instruction button of the elf ball flashed for a long time before it stopped. This Darubi was obviously reluctant to be subdued by Yuga, but in the end he did not dare to resist the command of his leader. Darubi. Gender, female. Characteristics, ignition. Qualification, green. Level, 15. Skills, same fate, sparks, roar. The aptitude of this Darubi is quite good. Among the green aptitudes, it can be regarded as the top of the medium green, and it is very close to the dark green. Its ignition feature is also very practical, and it inherits a rare skill with the same life, except for the low level, it has no major disadvantages. After reading the situation of Darubi, Yuga said to the leader Darubi who was still lying on the ground, "Don't worry, I will treat it well. Will not only treat him well, but also find a husband for him," Yuga thought. Leader Darubi yelled at the rest of Darubi, then got up from the ground, and then limped into the cave. When other Darubi saw it, they all quickly followed his footsteps. Seeing all the Darubi return to the cave, Yuga let out a long sigh of relief. Although the process was difficult and dangerous, the ultimate goal was achieved. Putting away Darubi's pixie ball, Yuga greeted Absolu and Huadi to leave here, and continued to walk towards the top of Yantiv mountain. Chapter 25, Mulla. Darubi's cave is very close to the top of Yantiv mountain, and Yuga reached the top of the mountain in no time. The top of Yantiv mountain has no vegetation except for a few plants that need a high temperature environment to survive. There are bare soil and rocks everywhere here, and the temperature is also terrifying. Yuga only came up for a while, sweating profusely. Seeing the lava insects and lava snails passing by him from time to time, Yuga couldn't take any interest. Everyone said that there are many fire elves living on Yantiv mountain. I don't know if they have too much hope. After they really came up, Yuga didn't see many fire elves. Do many fire elves refer to these lava bugs and lava snails that can be seen everywhere? To say that there are a lot of lava insects and lava snails, this is not wrong, but Yuga thinks that the majority here means that there are many types, and the qualifications of these lava worms and lava snails are too bad, let alone green qualifications. There are not many yellow qualifications. After searching for a circle, but did not find any elves to start, Yuga finally climbed to the crater at the top of Yantiv mountain. After seeing the situation inside the crater, Yuga understood why he couldn't see the other fire spirits, because they were all concentrated here. Yuga glanced roughly and saw many different types of fire elves, such as coal turtles, six-tailed dogs, katy dogs, duck-billed ducks, platypus fire beasts, dull fire camels, fire-breathing camels, and so on. The levels of these elves are all different. There are more than 10 levels, more than 20 levels, more than 30 levels, and more than 40 to 50 levels, all of them. Elves have the same qualifications, ranging from red to cyan, but most of them are green, but there are also a lot of greens, and there are only a few cyans. Yuga has the skill of seeing eyes, so these elves are colorful in Yuga long ago, and they are very spectacular. Even though Yuga is greedy for these elves, he dare not provoke them if he takes more courage. Some of these elves are exercising skills, some are strengthening their bodies, some are closing their eyes and resting, and some are even bathing in magma. Just when Yuga was stunned to see these elves also noticed Yuga's existence. Yuga didn't know the situation inside, so he appeared in the crater so unobstructed. At this time, his heart is about to regret how much regret, for fear that these elves will spit out flames and roast him into coke. But these elves looked at Yuga, as if nothing had happened, they were still busy. Yuga breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time wondered, do they know that I am not threatened? Or is it that my strength can be seen on Kong's face? Little brother, what are you doing here? Just when Yuga felt very strange, he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. Yuga was taken aback, and quickly turned around to look at the person behind him. I saw a grey-haired old man in his 50s, with a fire-breathing dragon and a fiery beast by his side. You need to know that Yuga's eyesight skills are always on. When I looked at the fire-breathing dragon and the fire-violent beast, I was even more frightened. Charizard. Gender, male. Feature, fierce fire. Qualification, green. Level, 72. Skills, wing attack, hot wind, shadow claw, hold, ghost fire, downwind, iron tail, dragon dive, dragon dance, ghost face, flame jet, smoke screen. Fire beast. Gender, male. Characteristics, ignition. Qualification, green. Level, 74. Skills, fire breathing, body collision, gyro ball, smoke screen, flash of light, flame wheel, high-speed stars, breaking light, rock blockade, jet flame, sleeping, overheating, infuriating bomb. At this level, this aptitude, this skill, and the proper configuration of the Heavenly King level elves, who is this old man? Seeing that Yuka was still in a daze, the old man called him aside again, and Yuka came back to his senses. Excuse me, old sir, what did you just say? Yuka was a little embarrassed. He just patronized and lost his mind, and didn't hear what the old man said. I just asked you how did you come here alone? The old man looked very amiable, and he was not angry because Yuka was distracted by not listening to him. Oh, I just heard that there are a lot of fire elves living here, so I want to come over to conquer a few, but their level seems to be too high. I am not their opponent, so I just thought about it. Mr. Suddenly realized, and then he smiled and said, even if you can beat them, you can't subdue them. Why? Yuga feels very strange. Is it what elf sanctuary is here? Because the elves living in this crater are all my elves, they are all possessed, how can you conquer it? The old man explained to Yuga teasingly. Hey? Are you alone with so many elves? Yuga couldn't believe it, there were hundreds of elves in this crater, but they were all elves of one person. Yet, what's so strange about this? Haven't you heard the saying that subduing is the basis of the trainer? My old man is so easy to live and live at such an old age, it is not surprising that there are so many elves. Yuka thought, of course I have heard this sentence, but you are too exaggerated. However, Zhang is still hot. The old man can see what Yuga is thinking at a glance, so he smiles and explains to Yuga. From your look, you also know that you are also a trainer. As he said, he looked at Huadi and Absolo next to Yuga. You should know how important the aptitude of an elf is to an elf. But before we conquered the elves, we didn't know what their aptitudes were. Although most elves with high aptitude will show some differences more or less, these performances are not obvious. And there is nothing absolute, even some high-qualified elves look even more ordinary than ordinary elves. Therefore, we trainers can only rely on a large number of conquests to screen the qualifications of the elves. Gradually, more elves are conquered. Saying this may be unfair to those elves with low aptitude, but the fact is that no one can change it. Although there is a place where you can buy elves with a clear qualification, such as a breeding house, most of the breeding houses do not have truly high qualified elves. The veteran Tianwang level trainer almost everyone has so many elves reserves. Hearing what the old man said, Yuka thought for a while. It is true that not everyone can have the eyesight skills like Yuka, and can know the qualifications of the elves before they can conquer the elves. Eye skill brings you more convenience than he imagined. Yuka looked at the old man in front of him. He was a Heavenly King trainer, and there was only one Heavenly King trainer living in Fuyan town. Are you Mr. Mullah, the Fire King among the 4 Heavenly Kings? Allah, you found it. The old man said with a smile. Yuka was a fan of pseudo-elves before crossing. He didn't know much about the game. He only watched animations, and most of the animation content can't be remembered clearly, only some of the main plots and main characters can be remembered. Mullah is not very impressed, but he can still remember it. When the protagonist Xiaozai traveled to Fangyuan, he had already retired from the seat of the 4 Heavenly Kings. www.readaloud.com. Even the seat of the master of the gymnasium was handed over to his granddaughter. At this time, Mullah looks a lot younger than he thought, which means that the protagonist Xiaozai may not have started traveling. But these are not important. How the protagonist is funny has nothing to do with him, but this one in front of him is a real Heavenly King level trainer. Is King Mullah here to train the elves? Yuka asked curiously. Haha, it can be said that my elves are basically placed here, because it is very suitable for fire elves training. People in town know that I like to put elves here, so there are usually very few people here, and I didn't expect anyone to come here today. You shouldn't be from Puyan town, right? Well, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shimizu Yuka, I am from Liuyan town, and I am in Fuyan town for a business. Let's take a look at Yantiv mountain and conquer the fire elves. So, Liuyan town, it's still very close to Fuyan town. But the matter of subduing the fire elves may disappoint you. There were indeed a lot of fire elves gathered here in the early years. Later, more and more trainers came here to subdue the elves. The fire elves here were overwhelmed and either left here or scattered around. It is very difficult to conquer a fire spirit with good aptitude nowadays. This is why I can stock elves here. If those elves are still there, I can't keep occupying it. Yuka didn't expect this to be the reason, but he was not disappointed either. He has already conquered a dark crow and a derubi, and he is quite satisfied. After all, it is not easy to find a good elves. Chapter 26, 6 Tales. It turned out to be like this. Since there are no more elves to conquer, I will leave first, Mr. Mullah, goodbye. After speaking, Yuka took Absolu and Huadi to leave. Seeing that the young man in front of him was not depressed because of a trip for nothing, Mullah felt that his mentality was very good, and his impression of him was unknowingly better. But he didn't know that this was just appearance. Yuka had already conquered 3 elves in Yantiv mountain. Suddenly, Mullah thought of something, and said to Yuka, who was about to leave, "Why don't you choose one from my elves? It's the first time we meet, I will give you a meeting gift. The elves in it are the descendants of my elves that I haven't cultivated since I took them, and they are not my main elves. You can pick one." Mullah pointed at the elves in the crater. The reason why Mullah decided to give Yuka an elf was because he felt that at Yuka's age, his eyesight should not be good enough to be able to see which of his elves had good aptitudes. After all, although his elves have a lot of green and cyan aptitudes, they are still dominated by red, orange, and yellow aptitudes. There are relatively more elves with green and cyan qualifications, but putting them in a pile of red, orange, and yellow aptitudes is like a drop of water in the ocean, which is unremarkable. Under such circumstances, Mullah doesn't believe that Yuka's luck will be so good. As a Heavenly King trainer, sending a red, orange, or yellow aptitude elf is trivial. Mullah would never have thought that there is another creature in this world called Hang Bai, and Yuga in front of him is this creature. Yuga listened to Mulla's words, his eyes lit up, and hurriedly stopped, turned his head and asked in surprise, "Really?" Mulla said with a smile, "Of course it's true, but you can only pick one cub. If the level is too high, it may not be easy to listen to you." When Yuga didn't expect that there was still a turnaround, he grinned happily and said, "Of course, thank you, Mr. Mulla." Looking at Yuga looking happy, Mulla smiled and said, "Go choose the elf, and I will give you its elf ball." "Okay, okay." After talking, Yuga ran to the edge of the crater in a hurry, turned on the Wisdom Eye skill, and glanced over the elves below. Under the Wisdom Eye skill, all the aptitudes of these elves are invisible, and they are presented to Yuga one by one, but the elves with red, orange, and yellow qualifications are automatically filtered out by Yuga. The green qualified Katy dog, the green qualified duckbill baby, the green qualified lava bug, the cyan qualified Katy dog, the cyan qualified little fire dragon. There are so many high qualified elves, and each one looks very good, and Yuga is about to pick his eyes. Picking and picking, Yuga finally chose a six-tailed green aptitude. Rokuo. Gender, male. Feature, sunshine. Qualification, green. Level, 17. Skills, power swap, ghost fire, flame splash. This six-tail is not only a very good one among the green qualifications, but also has hidden characteristics of sunshine. The skills are also good. As an indirect damage type of skill, Wisp is very practical. The power of Flame Splash is also quite good. The power swap can be used to deal with special situations. Although there are few skills, they are all excellent products. Yuka pointed to a six-tailed animal who was sleeping beside the magma and said, "I want that six-tailed one." As for why Yoga didn't choose the Cyan aptitude elves, the main reason was that they couldn't be too thick-skinned. Others kindly send you elves, you can't just pick other people's hearts to cut them. Although there are Cyan aptitude elves here, there are not many. Look at the face of the old Mr. Mulla, a green aptitude elf made his face collapse. If a blue aptitude comes, he will probably jump. Mula didn't expect to lift a rock and hit her in the foot. It really made this kid pick a high-qualified elf, and his heart was bleeding all at once. Among the hundreds of elves here, which of the elves are red, orange, and yellow, Mula can't remember clearly, but which ones are green and cyan aptitudes, but he remembers clearly. Especially this six-tailed animal, although it is not cyan qualification, it is very good. He was still thinking about waiting for some time and handing it over to his granddaughter, but he didn't expect that he would be selected by a wild boy now. Mula is now a typical daughter who has been petting herself for a long time, was taken away by a wild kid outside, although the six-tailed male is male. Oh, it's this one, haha, haha, you have a good vision. Looking at Mula's painful expression, Yuga teased whether he did something heinous. Mula took back the sleeping six tails with a poke ball, and then released it in front of Yuga and herself. Was released so Liyue opened his eyes that had just woke up. I don't know what happened. www.readaloud.com. Liyue, this person will be your trainer in the future, so you have to be obedient. When Liyue opened his eyes, he heard his master say this to him. He turned his head to look at the person pointed to by his master, and thought, from now on, he will be my new master. It nodded to Mula and agreed, without any nostalgia. Although Mula is the owner of the six tails, because the six tails were not trained as the main elves, and the time he was born is not long, in fact they all adopted the stalking mode, and the six tails usually can't remember that he has one. Masters. Mula also knows the reason why Liyue agreed so simply, and it is not surprising that Liyue was reclaimed with a poke ball. He stretched out his hand holding the six-tailed elven ball, handed it to Yuga, and said, "You will take care of this child from now on. Don't worry, Mr. Mula, I will take good care of it." Yuga took the elf ball and assured Mula that although he did not intend to train the six tails as the main battle elf, he would never treat it badly. Having achieved the goal, Yuga decides to bid farewell to Mula. Mr. Mula, I also got the fire elves, then I will leave here first. Are you going back to Fuyan town? That's right, I'm ready to go back, too, let me see you off. Speaking of Mula, he withdrew his violent beast, greeted the fire-breathing dragon to come over, and rode on. You two have passed. Yuga didn't expect that he would still have a chance to ride a heavenly elf, so he hurriedly recovered his Huadi and Absol with a pokeball. Oh, here comes it. After talking, Yuga hurriedly climbed onto the fire-breathing dragon and sat behind Mula. Chapter 27, Clash of Dark Crow and Wind Chime. The speed of the Celestial King level elves is not covered. After a while, Yuga and the others returned to Fuyan town, and Mula specially sent him to the door of the Elf Center. After Yuga returned to the Wizard Center, he handed over all the new elves she had acquired to Miss Joey for inspection. After all, except for the 6 tails, they all suffered more or less injuries. After the inspection, Yuga went to the backyard of the Elf Center and released Lioe, Wind Chime, Darubi, and Dark Crow together. Wind Chime Bell was subdued by Yuga when she was in a coma, and at this time she was still confused and didn't know what happened. Hello everyone, my name is Yuga, I will be your trainer from now on, please take care of me in the future. Lioe and Darubi had already accepted this fact, and they both nodded, indicating that they knew. Dark Crow was subdued by Yuga by virtue of his strength, and he had no opinion on Yuga's desire to be her own trainer, but it kept yelling Yummy, Yummy at the Wind Chime. Wind Chime seems to know why the Dark Crow is so angry with it, and it also knows that only Yuga can shelter it now, so it hides behind Yuga with a guilty conscience. Seeing this situation, Yuga discouraged, Okay, Dark Crow, no matter what happens, we will be partners in the future. Don't get angry, okay? But the Dark Crow would not give up at all, especially seeing Yuga guarding the wind chimes, and became even more angry, and the white light on his wings would launch an attack on the wind chimes. Dark Crow is the highest level among these elves. How could Wind Chime be its opponent? Besides, Wind Chime doesn't even have an attack type skill. Seeing the performance of the Dark Crow, Yuga also realized that he had dealt with the problem wrongly. I shouldn't think about turning big things into small and small things, but should find the crux of the problem and solve it. Seeing the scene is about to lose control, Yuga hurriedly said. Dark Crow, please calm down first, and if we have something, we will talk carefully. Tell me what happened first, can we solve it together? Hearing Yuga's words, the Dark Crow finally put down the attacking posture, flew to Yuga's shoulder, waved its wings, and explained it. But Yuga didn't understand the language of the Dark Crow at all, so while watching the Dark Crow's gestures, he tried to guess at the same time, adding the wind chimes to explain from time to time, and finally figured out what happened. This is from an incident caused by food. The strength of wind chimes is very low, and they can't attack skills. They can't compete with other elves in the wild, so they are often hungry. Even today, Wind Chime hasn't eaten for several days, so I feel dizzy and hungry. Bewildered, it suddenly found a bunch of fruit in a tree hole. The hungry wind chimes did not hesitate to take care of them, and they ate all the fruits without hesitation. After eating the tree fruit, not only did he not leave the tree hole, but he also fell asleep in the tree hole. I have to say that this heart is really big. It didn't want to think about it, how could there be fruit in the tree hole for no reason? Obviously, these fruits are all owned, and their owner is the Dark Crow. Tree Cave is also the home of the Dark Crow. The Dark Crow who went home after going out to find the tree fruit saw that not only the food he had worked so hard to find was gone, but even the nest was occupied. Is it worth it? So without a word, he attacked the wind chimes. The awakened wind chime looked at the aggressive Dark Crow, and guessed what happened no matter how big his heart was. It wants to apologize to the Dark Crow, but the Dark Crow, who has lost his mind, just wants to beat him and does not accept the apology at all. Besides, even if the food is gone, even if you apologize, do you want to suffer this loss in vain? Thinking of Dark Crow like this, I don't even want to let go of the wind chimes. Just like that, the two of them chased one after another, and the other fled, until they met Yuka. Knowing the cause and effect, Yuka can't laugh or cry. That's it, Dark Crow. Let's ask Feng Chime to apologize to you first. Then I will treat you to a big meal. It is definitely more delicious than those tree fruits. As a compensation to you, how about? Yummy, yet. Hearing that there is a big meal to eat, Dark Crow's eyes lit up, and then quickly nodded, agreeing. Seeing that the matter has been resolved, Yuka breathed a sigh of relief and sighed that this Dark Crow is really a foodie. In order to eat it, he can chase and kill the wind chimes for thousands of miles, and he can immediately let go of the monstrous resentment. In this way, Yugia has officially conquered these elves. In order to fulfill the agreement with the Dark Crow, www.readaloud.com, Yugia took the elves directly to the elf center and ordered a lot of food. In addition to Dark Crow, Yuga also ordered some food for the other elves. They looked amused and looked quite hungry. The Dark Crow deserves to be a foodie. Yugia ordered a lot of things, and it ate everything. Its belly was rounded, and finally it fell directly to the ground and couldn't even fly. Seeing the Dark Crows can't wait to eat the entire elf center in one go, Yuka couldn't laugh or cry. Dark Crow, don't be like this. If you still want to eat it in the future, I will buy it for you. Hearing Yuga's words, the Dark Crow, lying on the ground with all 4 feet upside down, immediately got up from the ground and stared at Yuga, as if to ask again, is it true? I will not lie to you. If you still want to eat in the future, I will buy it for you again. After Yuka gave an affirmative answer, the Dark Crow lay back on the ground motionless with a pop. Yuka shook his head, picked up the Dark Crow lying on the ground, and then took the other satiated elves back with the elf ball, and returned to her room in the elf center. Yuga decided to return to Liuyan town tomorrow. Although it took less than 2 days to come to Fuyan town, his harvest was full. In addition to the 100 yellow aptitude elf eggs, he also bought 32 green and cyan elf eggs at a low price. These elves have some genetic defects. The elves that are hatched may be waste elves for others, but for Yuga, who has been rewarded with a small gene repair potion formula, these are not problems. In addition, Yugia also conquered the 3 green qualified elves, Dark Crow, Derubi, and Six-Tailed. They will all be the first residents in their ecological garden. Chapter 28, Asha. After getting up early the next morning, Yuka called Aunt Mieko's house and told her to go back today. Aunt Mieko's family is always a little too worried about Yuka because Yuka's parents have just passed away. What they don't know is that this Yuga is no longer the other Yuga, and the sadness is not so serious. But Yuga saw that they cared about themselves so much, so he followed them, and told them everything in advance to prevent them from thinking about themselves. Ending the call with Aunt Mieko, Yuka ate breakfast in the Wizard Center again. After eating breakfast, Yuka left her room in the Elf Center, and then went to the nursery. The nursery always opened its doors very early. When Yuka went there, he had already started a busy day of work. It was Kaylee, the baby elf caregiver, who was waiting for him at the door yesterday to receive Yuka. Kaylee, Mr. Shimizu, please confirm with me to buy your elf egg. If it is confirmed that there is no problem, we will load the car for you and send it to Liuyan town. Yuka, okay, I'm sorry to trouble you. Then Kaylee brought Yuka to a room, and when he walked in, he saw the neatly arranged elf eggs inside. There are many rooms like this in the incubator, which are used to store elves for customers who have not taken the set elves in time. Yuka confirmed the number and qualifications of the elves. After knowing that there was no problem, he asked Kaylee to order the staff in the incubator to start loading the elves. When was halfway through the pretense, Director Mond also came. When he saw Yuka, he waved his hand and said, "How is it, you? Did you have a good time yesterday?" Yuka was taken aback for a while, and then it occurred to him that yesterday he had told Director Mond that he was going to take a good look at Fuyan town. Knowing that he had lied, Yuga was a little embarrassed and said, "Very good, Fuyan town is really a nice place." Hearing Yujiaqua his hometown, Director Mund laughed and said very happily, "That is, this is a famous tourist attraction, you are welcome to come back once." "Sure." After the elven eggs are installed in the car, the nursery will send them to the yo-yo breeding house in Liuyan town. Yuga didn't follow the car that transported the elf eggs in the breeding center, but decided to go back along the same road when he came. It wasn't because his parents had died in a car accident that he was taboo, it was simply because the road was closer. To drive from Fuyan town to Liuyan town, you need to turn from number 112 to number 111 to reach Viola City, and then from Violet to number 117 to reach Liuyan town. And Yuga can reach Liuyan town smoothly by taking a shortcut and passing through the Kalu tunnel. Even with 2 feet, it is faster than traveling by car. And Yuga also wanted to take the flower leaf pedicle to the field to exercise. Its combat effectiveness is too weak to be useful. After bidding farewell to Director Mond and the others, Yujia left Fuyan town and came to the small road leading to the Kalu tunnel. After, he took Huadi and Absolu on the way, while fighting against the wild elves, and when he was injured, the wind chimes came to heal the fluctuations. As for the dark crows, Yuka didn't let them out. Firstly, they are not the main battle elves, secondly, there are too many elves and Yuka can't take care of them. Just when Huadi defeated a walking grass, Yuka suddenly heard someone calling herself from behind. The big brother in front. "Are you a trainer?" Yuka looked back, and saw a little girl with long red hair and a ponytail standing behind her, with a fireball rat next to her. "Yes, I'm a trainer, what can I do with my little sister?" Yuka was wondering how a little girl was carrying a fireball rat alone in the field, and she saw the little girl jumping 3 feet high. "Yeah, that's great, big brother, come and have a elf battle with me." As she said, she also put on a pose that she thought might be handsome, but in Yuga's eyes, the second breath came to her face. "Little sister, are you also a trainer?" "Yeah, I just became a trainer, but I had elves a long time ago, Nyo, this is my first elven fireball rat." Nemo. The fireball mouse under her feet also called out in cooperation with her trainer to show her sense of existence. It turned out to be a little girl who just became a trainer, Yuka thought. Yuka said embarrassingly to the girl, "I just became a trainer. It's okay to play against you, but you have to be merciful." "Hey!" Upon hearing Yuga's words, the girl yelled. "Big brother, you are so old, and you have just become a trainer. It's so pitiful." Yuka seems to have hit an invisible arrow in his chest, so I don't know if I see through it, my little sister. Hee hee. Yuka smiled awkwardly. Okay, I will let you a little bit. I would not find you if I knew it. I didn't expect it to be a vegetable chicken," said the little girl impatiently. Yuka not only felt that she had an arrow in her chest, but she also felt fire in her heart. Damn, where did the bear boy come from, talking so badly? Yuka glanced at the fireball mouse with wise eyes. Fireball mouse. Gender, male. Feature, fierce fire. Qualification, green. Level, 28. Skills, flash of light, high-speed stars, impact, smoke, sparks, bring back the dead. Good fellow. After reading it, Yuka thought to herself, damn, I might really be a rookie. Absolu took the initiative to follow him because of his life-saving grace. As the initial elf, Huadi has been with him for 4 years. He eats and waits for death every day. Now he is only level 21, even a little girl's fireball. Rats are inferior. This is the result of Huadi eating a magic candy and rising several levels. But Yuka thought about it again, where did this little girl come from? I won't talk about this elf level, and what's the matter with this aptitude and this skill? It stands to reason that this fireball rat should have evolved at this level long ago, but Yuka is not surprised. As long as his flower leaf pedicle has a light stone, he can evolve immediately. He also has a light stone, but he did not rush to let it evolve. There is also this blue aptitude. Can the elves with this aptitude get it casually? There is also a problem with the skill slot. Yuga's Absolu is also a blue aptitude, and his level is higher than this fireball rat, and only has 5 skills. This little girl is absolutely standard rich second generation, Yuka thought. Little sister, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com don't know what your name is. Oh, my name is Asha. In other words, let's start fighting. After hearing what Asha said, Yuka finally knew who she was. Yuga sighed that the world is so small. I only met my grandfather yesterday and my granddaughter today. It turns out that this is the granddaughter of the current Fire King, and the future owner of the Fuyan Gymnasium, Asha. To be honest, even though Yuka who has watched the animation knows that the owner of the Fuyan Daogwon in the future is called Asha, he has long forgotten about it. Your name is Yasha? Your grandfather is Mr. Mola? Yuga asked, confirming. Hey, do you know my grandpa? Yasha didn't expect this big brother to know her grandfather. Your grandpa is the current Fire King of Feng Yuan, everyone knows him. But I only met your grandpa yesterday. No, this 6-tailed tail was given to me by your grandpa. Speaking of Yuga, he released the 6-tailed tail that Mola had given him. Yasha and Liyue obviously knew each other. Liyue called to Asha, and Asha also said in surprise. It's really Grandpa's 6 tails. Grandpa said that he would give it to me before, but I didn't expect it to be given to you now. Yuka didn't expect to have such a cause and effect, so he touched his nose with a guilty conscience. Yes, is it? That's really embarrassing. But Asha obviously didn't care about it. It's nothing, Grandpa has a lot of elves, he will definitely give me a better one. Speaking of my fireball rat, my grandpa gave me 2. Yuka thought, no wonder this fireball rat is so good, it is likely to be the offspring of the Heavenly King level fire beast next to Mr. Mola. Chapter 29, Absolu vs Fireball Rat. Okay, not much to say, let's fight quickly. Yasha urged impatiently. Okay, let's go one-on-one. I'm just 3 elves. The other 2 are too weak to fight. Wind chimes can't attack skills, and they can only be beaten on the field. Not to mention the low level of the flower leaf pedicle, the lack of combat experience, and the attribute is resisted by the fire element, so don't be ashamed of playing. Speaking of the only elves I can take out of it is Absolu, it seems that I have to work harder in the future, Yuga thought. Just to my liking, I can also fight with fireball rats, and the firefighter that I just got hasn't been released yet. It didn't take long for Yasha to become a trainer. She didn't dare to go far away, and his grandfather didn't allow her to go, so she could only wander in the wild near Fuyan town. It is precisely because of this that she meets Yuka. The age allowed by the league trainers to register is 10 years old, but there is no clear rule on the age at which they can have elves. Yasha is like that. She had the fireball mouse very early, which is why the fireball mouse has such a high level, but it has only recently become the registered trainer of the league. Her grandfather is the king of the alliance in Rentian, and is regarded as the direct trainer of the alliance, so Yasha is also regarded as the offspring of the direct trainer, and her newly acquired turkey chick was obtained by this status. This is the benefit of having someone in the family, and the starting point is much higher than the average person. The initial elves are cyan aptitudes, and the second turkey chick is also an elf specially cultivated by the alliance, and the aptitudes are generally green. Even if it is like Yuga, even the Huabai Bei that Shimizu and his wife spent a lot of effort to get is only a yellow qualification. Even so, Yuga has a higher starting point than the average person. It can be seen that people are different from person to person. Yuga and Asha found an empty grass field, and the 2 stood on one side, and then sent their own elves, namely Absolu and Fireball Rat. When they were ready, the 2 nodded to each other, indicating that the battle could begin. Absolu, sword dance. Fireball mouse, flashes of electricity. Because there was no referee to give instructions for the start of the match, the two gave orders almost at the same time. I saw a circle of inverted blue lightsabers suddenly appeared around Absolu, which turned into a light spot and disappeared on Absolu's body after a round. The fireball rat jumped forward fiercely, and then quickly rushed towards Absolu, leaving a faint white shadow where his limbs had stepped on. After finishing the sword dance, Absolu looked up and saw the fireball rat hitting him with white light. Seeing that the fireball mouse was about to hit him, Absolu, who had lived in the wild for a long time, had extremely rich combat experience. Even if Yuga hadn't had time to give it orders, he immediately thought of a way to deal with it. Seeing it turn slightly to the side, the whole body twisted at an incredible angle, and then it avoided the attack of the petite fireball rat. Yasha didn't expect Yuga's Absolu to be able to avoid the fireball rat's attack in this way after using the sword dance, and her face was very ugly. Fireball mouse, high-speed star. Close to the body was not enough, Asha took a long-range attack, and saw the fireball rat spit out a series of yellow five-pointed stars towards Absolu. But long-range attacks on Absolu will also do the same. Absolu, a mental blade. The corner of Absolu gave a bright light, and then a white blade of light cut straight towards the high-speed star on the opposite side. A string of five-pointed stars were all turned into light spots and dissipated in the air under the cutting of the light blade. After the sword dance was strengthened, Absolu's attack power was no longer the same. I saw that the light blade continued to attack the fireball rat undiminished after smashing the high-speed stars. Fireball mouse is not a fool either. Seeing the mental blade attacking itself, it jumped away from its original position with a flash of light and accelerated, avoiding the attack of the mental blade. Seeing the place where he was standing was cut through a long trench, the fireball rat was taken aback. If it hit him, he might have lost his fighting ability. Seeing that fireball mouse had escaped Absolu's attack without danger, Asha secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and was also surprised at how powerful the opponent's attack was. Yasha also knows that the fireball rat is no longer in a contract with Absolu, who has strengthened his offensive power. Yuga looked at the fireball rat on the opposite side because he was afraid of Absolu and did not dare to attack, so he ordered Absolu to take the initiative to attack. Absolu, raid! Absolu's explosive power is very strong, I saw a gleam of light on it, and then it rushed out like a white lightning. The fireball mouse didn't react at all, and was knocked out like a cannonball by Absolu's surprise attack, and fell to the ground severely. Where the petite fireball rat could withstand such a fierce attack by Absolu, it immediately became scarred. At this moment, a fierce flame broke out from behind the fireball mouse, and despite the scars, the fireball mouse's momentum began to rise. Yuga knows that this is the characteristic of the fireball mouse. The fierce fire is activated, which means that the power of the fire attribute moves of the fireball mouse in the recorded battle will increase, and it also means that the fireball mouse's physical strength has reached its limit. Speaking of characteristics, Absolu's characteristic is a sense of oppression. The function of this characteristic is to make the opponents under pressure in the battle. Using skills will consume more physical energy. But in fact, Absolu's characteristics did not play a role in the entire battle. After all, this characteristic is the use of one's own aura. The oppression of the enemy is also based on the oppression of the aura, but Abshura does not seem to use his own aura. Seeing that her elf had reached its limit, Asha felt a little anxious and ordered the fireball mouse, sparks. Hearing the command, the fireball rat opened his mouth and spewed red flames, which turned into red meteors and galloped towards Absolu. Absolu, a mental blade. The huge white blade of light flew out from the corner of Absolu, following Yuga's command. The red flame and the white light blade met in the air, and a violent explosion occurred. The encounter caused by the explosion blocked everyone's sight. Just as the fireball rat was waiting for the smoke to dissipate, A white figure burst out of the smoke and violently hit it. It turned out that Absol got into the smoke while obstructing the fireball mouse's sight. Then it approached the fireball rat by the cover of the smoke, and confirmed the position of the fireball rat when the smoke was about to disperse, and finally launched an attack on the fireball rat when the smoke was about to disperse. The fireball rat, which had little physical strength, did not survive this time. Instead, he lost his fighting ability when he was knocked out. www.readaloud.com. Seeing that his fireball rat lost his fighting ability, Asha yelled, said, "You liar, didn't you say that you just became a trainer with very weak strength? Why am I losing now?" Yuji replied weakly, "Hehe, maybe you didn't play well." Yasha glared at Yuka, then ran to Fireball Rat and picked up the unconscious Fireball Rat. "Would you like me to let the wind chimes treat your Fireball Rat?" Looking at Asha, who was very angry, Yuka asked carefully. Yashabai glanced at him, and said angrily, "Hurry up." So Yuka called Wind Chime and used Healing Wave on the Fireball Rat. Because it was just a competition, Absol didn't make a heavy move, so the Fireball Rat was not seriously injured, and he woke up soon. Seeing that Fireball Rat is safe, Yuga said goodbye to Asha. "Since Fireball Rat is okay, I will leave first. You haven't told me what your name is. I thought you didn't want to know my name after losing the game." Yuji smiled. Yasha glanced at Yuka like an idiot. "Am I such a prudent person? Don't look at the young girl's young age, she is not at all ambiguous at all. You can't remember that Asha in the animation is such a character." Yuka smiled and said, "My name is Shimizu Yuka, and I live in the Green Town not far from here. You can visit me when you have time." Yuka thinks that this little girl is pretty good, so she becomes a friend. Although she is several years older than her, she is regarded as a year-old friend. I know, let's go. See you then." Chapter 30, Discuss the construction of an ecological park. After bidding farewell to Asha, Yuga continued to take Hwady, Absolu, and Wind Chime on the road while training. In the afternoon, Yuga stepped on the afterglow of the setting sun and brought them back to the town of Luyan. After leveling all the way, Hwady was fortunately promoted by another level, from level 21 to level 22. Since Absolu has more than 30 levels, it is not so easy to upgrade. It is still level 32. As for the Wind Chime, it did not participate in the battle. Of course, the level will not change, but the skill proficiency has improved a lot. After all, it uses the Healing Wave or the Healing Wave along the way, and it has done nothing. Opening the store door, looking at the empty cabinets in the store and the leafy trees, Yuka feels that leaving the past few days is like having been away for several years. Yuka made another call to the nursery and confirmed that the delivery car hadn't arrived yet. It takes such a long way to go, even if it is a car, it will take the next day to get there. In the evening, Yuga went to Aunt Mieko's house for dinner, which was told by Aunt Mieko before he got home. When I arrived at Aunt Mieko's house, Hwady was still warmly received by Luna's little witch as always. Even if it turned to Yuka for help with tears in its eyes, it was treated by Yuka without seeing it. As for Absolu, they were all placed in the store by Yuga after preparing the elf food for them. Although it is the first time for them to come to Yo-Yo Feeding House today, they seem to like this place very much, especially the big tree in the shop. Because they were exhausted physically and mentally after spending a day in the wild, Absolu, Dirubi, and Six Tails ran to the tree and fell to the ground after eating, closing their eyes and shouting loudly. To sleep. The characteristic of Dark Crow is sleepless. Although it is not sleepless, it sleeps less than other elves. So it flew to the trunk of the big tree and watched the situation in the store with wide eyes. Yuka went to Uncle Kurosakamin after dinner, and wanted to ask him for help with some things. Because Yuga decided to build an ecological park, but he didn't know any reliable construction team, he had to turn to Uncle Kurosaki for help. What? Do you want to build an ecological park? Kurosakamin didn't expect Yuka to tell him about it. Building an ecological park is not that simple, otherwise your parents would not have been built for so long. Besides, with the savings in your family, even if you add the compensation from the incubator, it's probably not enough to fill it in. Kurosaki Peak is still very knowledgeable. He knows exactly how much it will cost to build an eco park, which is not something a petty bourgeois family like them can afford. Xiao, listen to your uncle's words, let's not build an ecological garden. We need to eat one bite at a time. The road has to be taken step by step. We wait until the breeding house business is better before we build it. Kurosaki knew that these words of his own were entirely to appease Yuka, and that he wanted him to dispel the idea of building an ecological park. The hope of building an ecological park is slim, and the business of the feeding house is not so easy to get better. If the business of feeding house could get better, it would have been well, otherwise it would not have remained half dead until today. But he can't look at Yuga and open a bottomless pit because of a moment of anger. The ecological park does not mean that everything will be worry-free once it is built. The environmental management and system maintenance in the park will cost money. With Yujia's current financial resources, it is a problem to construct the ecological park completely, not to mention the follow-up maintenance and management. Yuka listened to her uncle's painstakingly persuading herself to be so helpless. It has its own system. After the ecological park is built, the management and system settings in the park are all completed by 131-4520, so there is no need to worry about it. But he can't tell Kurosaki. Uncle, I don't want to eat a fat man in one bite. I just want to build the external facilities of the ecological park. I will not do the construction of the system in the park. This will not cost much. My current savings are more than enough. But it's no use just building an external facility. Kurosaki didn't understand what Yuka was thinking. I can take my time for the next thing. I save money bit by bit, and I will always do a good job in the follow-up construction. One day the ecological garden will be fully built. Yuka couldn't tell her uncle that 131-4520 was there, and that his eco park could be built in a short time, so he could only tell a lie. Kurosaki thought for a long time, but in the end he couldn't stop Yuka's soft and hard bubble, and finally agreed. Kurosaki's idea is to build an external facility first, and when Yuka tastes failure, he will give up his naive idea. As for the money to build the external facilities of the ecological park, it should be a lesson. After all, the money belongs to Yujiya. He is already an adult, and even if he is his uncle, it is not easy to interfere too much. Yuka also told Kurosaki about the refurbishment of his store, so he didn't know anything next time he went to the store. Of course, Kurosaki would not have any opinions about the refurbishment of the shop, but he still supports it. After all, my elder brother and sister-in-law passed away not long ago, so I can change the environment of the store, which can be regarded as a change of mood. However, he also sighed, Xiao really grew up. www.readaloud.com already has his own ideas, even if some ideas are not mature enough, it also shows that he is facing the world in his own way. If you change to the former Xiao, I am afraid I will not care about these things. After reached a consensus with Kurosaki Peak, Yuka discussed with him in detail about the construction of the ecological park. Yuka doesn't know much about this aspect, so most of the time, it is Kurosaki who is talking and he is listening. You can't say that there is a person in the family who has been in the society for many years, and he is more reliable in doing things. There is no problem with Yuka himself in terms of human relationships, after all, he has lived for nearly 30 years in his previous life. It's just that he doesn't know much about the current world, and all his cognition of the world comes from the memory of the original body. Hara himself is also an ignorant family squatting, and his memory is mostly unreliable, so as soon as Yuka has something, he still relies on his uncle Kurosaki the most. Everything was settled, and after I asked Kurosaki to ask the construction team, it was getting late, and Yuka walked back to his home under the moonlight. Opening the door of the shop, it was pitch black. Suddenly Yuka saw a pair of glowing eyes staring at her in the pitch-black environment, almost screaming in fright. It wasn't until a cry of "Yami, Yami" sounded that Yuka realized that they were the eyes of the dark crow. He turned on the light and found that Absola was still sleeping, only the dark crow was still alive. Huidi was also very tired. It had to deal with the battle during the day and Luna at night. It was exhausted long ago, and it flew back to its nest in the big tree, and fell asleep in a short while. After instructing the dark crow to take a good rest, Yuka went to the second floor to wash and sleep. Chapter 31, Elf Egg Arrives. The car that sent the elven eggs from the Nurturing Institute arrived at the yo-yo feeding house near noon the next day. At that time, Yuka was preparing to cook lunch in the kitchen. The delivery man who gave you the elf eggs was called Larry. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was an old employee of the incubator. It was said that he had delivered goods to the yo-yo feeding house before, but Yujiya had no impression. N.S. Of course, Larry also knew that something happened to Yuga's parents some time ago, so he was very careful this time. This Uncle Larry seems to be a very enthusiastic person. As soon as he saw Yuga, he asked how to place these fairy eggs, and wanted to help Yuga move to the store. Brother Shimizu, where are these fairy eggs going? Someone is willing to help Yuga, of course, will not refuse. Oh, Uncle Larry, come with me. Saying that, Yuka brought Larry into the store, then pointed to the cabinet where the fairy eggs were placed and said, "All the fairy eggs are put in these cabinets." As he said, Yuka opened the glass on the top of the cabinet and told Larry how to put the fairy egg in. "Hey, after opening it like this, just put the elf egg on the mat inside. These cabinets have been modified by the system. The glass used to display and protect the elves on each cabinet can be opened to facilitate the replacement of vacant elves. It turned out to be like this. Your store seems to be different from before." Larry turned his head and looked around the shop again. Yuka smiled and said to Larry, "Yes, it was renovated some time ago." "Nice, the decoration is really nice." "Thanks. Brother Shimizu, let's open all the glass before moving the elf egg, so as to prevent the inconvenience of holding the elf egg in our hands." Larry suddenly thought of something and suggested. Yuka thought for a while, it is indeed inconvenient to open the glass with the wizard egg in his hand. "Well, it is true, then do as you say." So the two people opened all the glass on the cabinet one by one, and then went back outside to move the elves. Elf eggs are fragile items, so you need to be very careful when handling them, so the speed of two people is not fast. Just halfway through their move, Aunt Mieko's family of 3 came. "Xiao, why don't you ask us to help out if something happens?" Aunt Mieko said to Yuka with a reproach. "Auntie, don't you have to go to work today? Why are you here?" Yuka asked strangely. "Mieko, don't look at what time it is, it's noon, don't you have to eat lunch at work?" "Haha, it turned out to be like this." Yuka scratched his head awkwardly, and said stupidly. He was busy moving the elf eggs for a while and forgot that it was noon. "Mieko, you haven't cooked lunch yet. Feng, you can help them, and I'll cook." "Kurosaka-min, okay, you go." Mieko went straight to the kitchen after she finished speaking. As for Luna, when she got here, she hadn't known where she had gone chasing the flower leaf pedicle and the wind chimes. The speed of the 3 people moving together was indeed a lot faster. After a while, all the fairy eggs were lying in the cabinet, and the glass covers on the cabinet were also covered. As for the defective elf eggs, they were put in a cabinet separately, separated from the other elf eggs. The encounter with Aunt Mieko after they moved the elf egg hasn't done it yet. Kurosaka-min walked around in a circle and said, "Xiao, your shop is well decorated, it cost a lot of money." "I'm not Yuga. Of course, I can't say that I didn't spend a penny. I can only lie and say, it's okay. It didn't cost much. I did it with my parents' acquaintances and only charged a cost price." Kurosaki mine, it turned out to be like this. I didn't expect my brother and sister-in-law to know people with such good decoration skills. Fortunately, Kurosaki Peak didn't ask any more questions, otherwise Yuka wouldn't know how to lie next. Uncle Larry, stay here at noon and have lunch before going back. Yuka said to Larry, who was sweating profusely. This Mr. Larry looks like an honest man, and he works without any ambiguity. When moved the elf egg, he moved more quickly than Yuka and Kurosaki. The main reason is that neither Yuka nor Kurosaki mine had done such a job, and they didn't get used to it at first. Kurosaki mine is an out-of-town office worker. His job in the company is to deal with documents and talk about business. He doesn't do physical work at all. The original body is even more inactive, with no distinction of grains, and poor physique. So the two people added together are not as efficient as others working alone. Hearing Yuka's invitation, Mr. Larry was embarrassed. How embarrassing is this? Yuka, what's the embarrassment about this? You have done so much work for me. I have no reason to let you go like this without letting you eat a meal. I am embarrassed. Kurosaki Mina quickly persuaded, yes, it's just a meal, and it's not a big deal. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and stay. Finally, at the kind invitation of Yuka and the others, Mr. Larry stayed for lunch and drove away. After Larry left, Aunt Mieko and the others left after seeing things as busy as possible. They still have to go to work 2 afternoons, and Luna also wants to go to school. Luna's current school is the primary school for trainers in the town, a special training school for trainers. Hajime also went to this school, but his grades have not been very good. After graduation, he was not very interested in the profession of trainer. Unlike the original body, who has never caught a cold with elves, Luna has always liked elves very much and is determined to become an excellent trainer. You can know from the fact that she always chased the flower leaf pedicles, she really likes elves, but the way she treats them is too magical. Don't even think that Luna is only 6 years old. At a young age, she is more productive than her original body. She has always been among the best in school. She is a veritable pride of the two families. After Aunt Mieko and the others left, Yuka looked at the neatly arranged elf eggs in the store, and felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. From now on, Yo-Yo Feeding House is officially on track. Because the elves just arrived, Yujiya didn't plan to open immediately in the afternoon, so he decided to take the elves to the backyard for training. There are a total of 6 elves that Yoga needs to train at present: Huidi, Absolu, Windchime, Dark Crow, Six Tails, and Darubi. Although the 3 Dark Crows are not the main battle elves, as seeds in the ecological garden, their strength is not bad. Because the elves' aptitude is affected by the strength of the previous generation, the stronger the strength of the previous generation elves, the higher the chance of high qualification elves appearing in the offspring. Chapter 32, Make Potions. The training plan that Yuka has developed for them at this stage is very simple. The first item is physical training, the second item is skill training, and the last item is combat training. The physical training item has become easier to implement since the introduction of wind chimes. All the elves have to run training under the wind chime's gravity skills. Wherever they go, the wind chime will follow, and its gravity range will move to wherever they go. Of course, wind chimes don't just follow them and use a gravity. After all, gravity skills are useless for it. Yuka imitated the previous practice when training the flower leaf pedicles, tied a stone with a rope under it, and let it run with the flower leaf pedicles hanging on the stone. In addition, the wind chime is also responsible for the treatment of other elves after training. The level of elves can be upgraded not only by fighting, but also through normal training. Otherwise, how could it be possible to have a level of 18 with the strength of the wind chime to fight the 5 slags, but no one can beat it? As for her skill training, Huidi still focuses on training the fairy wind and magic leaf. What it has to do is to make its own fairy wind fast and condensed. The magic leaf must be able to use multiple pieces at the same time, not one piece at a time. Absolu's training content is to let it continuously use the two skills of surprise attack and mental blade in the state of sword dance. Absolu's current physical fitness can only use the sword dance once, and using it again will not only increase the attack again, but will also injure himself. Keeps the state of sword dance so that it can gradually adapt to this state, paving the way for it to use the second sword dance in the future. Yuka also set up a simple target for it in the yard, so that it can practice the hit rate of its own skills. In addition, Absolu will also use the super ability of predicting the future. This skill is not just a simple skill, it can really make the elves who can use it see the future. It's not clear whether this is really the case, but Yuga is said to be like this, because the elves who can do this trick are very rare. Although there are many elves that can learn this trick based on the innate conditions, such as Shanado, Hudi, Natural Bird, Sun Elf, Moonstone, Misgoth, etc., there are actually very few elves that can be learned. Yuga suspected that those who were hunting down Absolu did it because of this skill. It's just that Absolu had never used this skill, and he didn't show any difference. Yuga didn't know how to train this skill, so he could only put it there temporarily. As for the wind chimes, Yuji did not make redundant skill training plans for it, because it constantly uses skills every time it trains. It uses gravity to assist other elves in physical training, uses healing fluctuations to relieve the fatigue of other elves after training, and uses healing bells to relax other elves. There is no more suitable skill training. As for the Dark Crows, Yuga does not require high skill training for them, just let them keep using their existing skills, and then learn to be familiar with them and control them. The last battle training, as the name suggests, is to let the elves fight against each other in pairs to verify the training results of the first two trainings and accumulate battle experience. Yuka used to have only one elf with Huidi, so this training was impossible, and he often thought about bringing Huidi to the field for training. Now he has 6 elves, so just at home, he can also conduct normal combat training. Yuga took the elves for an afternoon training, which did not end until the evening. This is also thanks to the wind chimes, otherwise the elves would not be able to hold on to such a high-intensity training. After dinner, Yuji sat in the shop and looked at the elves with genetic defects. He decided to allocate small gene repair potions as soon as possible to solve the problems with these elves. Yuji has already seen the formula of the small gene repair potion, the materials needed in it are not very rare, and they are basically available on the market. The main materials of the formula mainly include 2 aspects. One kind is tree fruit, such as pomelo fruit, algae root fruit, apple wild fruit, subkai fruit, and xiangluo fruit. Its Chinese pomelo and pingyeguo are widely used tree fruits on the market, and they are sold in general tree fruit stores. Algae root fruit, acai fruit, and xiangluo fruit are not as large as pomelo fruit and pingyi fruit, but tree fruit merchants will have a little stock. The other is medicinal materials, such as white vanilla, large rhizomes, bulbs, light moss, and star sand. The price of medicinal materials is much higher than that of tree fruits, and there are no general stores such as white vanilla and light moss. You need to go to a special pharmacy to buy it. But this is just a few more steps, it's not difficult to get the materials. I can't sit still thinking about Yuka. Although it is dark now, it is not too late. The drugstore and the tree fruit shop shouldn't be closed yet. So Yuka locked the store door and told Huidi to watch the door at home, and then went out. As expected, all the ingredients in the formula are available in stores, but some are not in large quantities, such as white vanilla and light moss. It took a few shops for Yuji to buy them all. It was the first time for Yuga to make a potion. I didn't know if I could make it, so I bought a little more as a spare. He also bought a set of equipment for making potions in the drugstore. Yuji also bought it according to the steps mentioned in the recipe. After returning home, Yuji Lima closed the door and started to try to make it. The first is the processing of materials. Yuga washed all the fruits with clean water, and then cut each kind of tree into dice with a knife. All the diced tree fruits should be placed separately according to the type, and they should not be mixed together. Then each kind of fruit diced is grind separately, all the diced fruits are ground into juice, and then the pulp residue is filtered out with a strainer. The juice from which the pomace is filtered out is continuously purified with special tools purchased from the pharmacy until there is no trace of impurities in the juice. Finally, put each processed fruit juice into a test tube for later use. Next is the treatment of medicinal materials. The treatment of medicinal materials is different from that of tree fruits, because all tree fruits are treated in the same way, but medicinal materials have different treatment methods. First of all, the large rhizomes and bulbs need to be made by mixing the medicinal materials with water in proportion to the traditional Chinese medicines of Yujia's previous life. But after the boiling process is over, it is much more delicate to boil Chinese medicine. During the cooking process, considering that water will evaporate, the medicine tank used for cooking is completely airtight, because the loss of water will make the ratio of medicine and water imbalance. But the airtight container will explode if heated to a certain level, so you need to be careful during the cooking process. These two kinds of medicinal materials are also treated separately, and they are also put into test tubes for later use. As for the white vanilla and star sand, they need to be ground into powder. The treatment of these two medicinal materials is relatively simple, but it is the most tiring. Because both white vanilla and star sand have to be ground into powders that are finer than flour. As for the final light moss is the only material that does not need to be processed. Because this material is very special, it will completely melt when it encounters water, so as long as the light moss is put into the medicine in the final amount, the medicinal properties will naturally merge with other materials. Finally, the preparation of the medicine is actually the fusion of various materials in order according to the steps in the formula. And the amount of each material must be strictly in accordance with the requirements on the formula, otherwise the production will fail. Fortunately, the production process of Yujia went smoothly, and successfully produced a small gene repair potion for the first time. The finished small gene repair medicine is very beautiful. The whole bottle of medicine is green, transparent, and clear, as if it is the fountain of life, exuding strong vitality. Yuka didn't expect to be successful the first time she made it, and suddenly felt that she was a genius. According to the system, as long as the medicine is mixed in water according to the proportion, and then the spirit egg is soaked in the water, once a day in the morning and evening, the genetic defect of the spirit egg can be repaired soon. And this medicine can also accelerate the incubation of the wizard egg. www.readaloud.com. There is no side effect, it is simply a magic weapon. Before the birth, Yuka continued to make all the remaining ingredients into potions. Just when all the materials for the prize were made into potions, the voice of 131-4520 sounded in his mind again. Now releases the main mission. Let Shimizu Yuka become famous in the world of the elves as the owner of the breeding house. Main task 2. Incubate the genetically defective elven eggs and make them smoothly become residents of the Echo Park. Reward: System Special General Elf Food. Note: although it is a general-purpose elven food, the system produces excellent products. This elven food can promote the development and growth of elves, which is very good for elves. Yujia didn't expect the system to change the way to send rewards to herself, which was very pleasantly surprised. 131-4520, are you there? In fact, Yujia's system is usually quite non-existent, except that Yujia takes the initiative to find it or releases tasks. Yes, host, what's the command? It's okay, just to see you give me benefits again, I want to express my gratitude to you. No, everything in this system is dedicated to the host. Haha, that's it, then I won't bother you. Actually, Yuga sometimes had little conversation with this cold voice 131-4520. After all the potions were made, Yuga was not in a hurry to use them for the elven eggs, but decided to use them again tomorrow. After all, the system says that this medicine needs to be used once a day in the morning and evening, and it is already at night. It is not a problem to use only half of the amount in a day. To be on the safe side, it is safer to use it again tomorrow. Chapter 33, Discuss. The next day, Yuga used the potion made yesterday for the wizard eggs early in the morning. Even the place where the potion was soaked was specially prepared by Yuga, which shows how much Yuga attaches importance to this matter. These are all the future residents of the Yugia Ecological Park, so they can't easily be sloppy. After, Yugia took 6 elves for morning training, had breakfast, and then opened the door after a long absence. After opened for business, Yuga started to lie on the cashier counter in a daily daze, and the elves also lay down in the shop and rested under the big tree. The boring Yuga feels that he can't go on like this. Since he is already the owner of a feeding house, he can no longer continue to be an illiterate. He should learn about elf breeding. Anyway, he was idle when there was no one in the store, so he might as well find a book to read and recharge himself. During the opening hours of the shop, Yuga couldn't run around, so he decided to go online to see if there were any suitable books. There is a computer at the checkout counter of the shop. This computer is not a system modification, but Yugia bought it for convenience. There are still a lot of books on this topic on the internet. Yugia picked a few books that are suitable for beginners like him and placed an order. At noon, Kurosaki called to tell Yuga that he had already found the construction team. In the afternoon, he would take the person in charge to take a look at Yuga's yard and discuss some specific details of the ecological park construction. Yuga didn't expect his uncle to work so efficiently, and only a day later, he found the construction team. So Yuga waited at home for the arrival of his uncle and the head of the construction team, but before his uncle and the head of the construction team arrived, the shop welcomed a customer first. This guest can be said to be the first guest to reopen the yo-yo feeding house. Yugia gave him a 20% discount when he was in a good mood. This guest is a young man named Xin Tianyu, who is in his early 20s and is a trainer. According to him, he is from the Chengdu area and came to the Fangyuan area to travel, but he has decided to go back soon, so he wants to buy an elf egg back as a gift for his brother. Through conversations, I learned that Nitayu's younger brother has always dreamed of becoming a trainer like his brother, but his younger brother is still young, so he has never been elves. In fact, every year there are countless children who are like Nitayu's younger brother dream of becoming a trainer. But although the starting point of the profession of trainer is not high, if you want to go far, it is not easy. It can be regarded as an alternative crossing a single plank bridge. There are so many trainers in the world at all times, but there are only so few famous ones, and most of them are all people. Finally, at the recommendation of Yugia, he bought a mushroom fairy egg and left Yo-Yo's breeding house. Not long after sending off the guests, Yugia saw her uncle leading a middle-aged man towards the gate of Yo-Yo's feeding house. Through Kurosaki's introduction, Yuka learned that the person in charge was named Kuronu Madadi, who had been in this business for a long time and was very experienced. Through a brief time with Yuga, I can feel that the person in charge of the Black Marshland is a very kind person. He didn't look down on Yuga because of Yuga's young age. He was also very careful and serious when surveying the yard of Yuga's house. Accompanied by Kurosaki Peak, Yuka and Kurosaki Land had a pleasant discussion, and things went smoothly. They also took care of some construction details of the ecological park. During the discussion, Yuga mentioned to him that he hoped that they would not destroy the grass in the yard during the construction process, and the Black Marshland also noted it down. The grass in the yard of Yuga's family was planted specially when Yuga's parents were still there, and it is usually well taken care of. Yuga felt that after the ecological garden was built, it would be good to include this grassland in the ecological garden as it is. That's why I have this idea. Kuronu Madadi understands this, and it is not difficult for them to do this. In addition, Yugia also hopes to divide the interior of the ecological park into several parts and build them separately. Kuronu Madadi said that he did not understand this. The general ecological park is a whole, because the same system needs to be used to maintain the operation of the environment in the park, and it is not easy to do it separately. But Yuga couldn't tell him that 131-4528 reminded him to do this, and he didn't need to consider the internal system problems of the ecological garden with 131-4520. Because Yuga's ecological garden needs to be opened in addition to the main garden, there are also many secondary gardens that must be opened, and these must be separated from the main garden. But Yuga had previously told Kuronuma that his eco park does not need to build an internal system, so Kuronuma did not ask Yuga too much about the reason for doing this. After all, at this time, the customer's own requirements, they will not be blamed for any dissatisfaction in the future. After that, Yuga discussed the cost of the eco park, the materials used outside, and the appearance of the eco park with Kuronuma Dadi. After everything was negotiated, the Black Marshland told Yujiya that their construction team would come and start construction early tomorrow morning. www.readaloud.com. Yujiya also wanted to build the eco park as soon as possible, so there was nothing. Objection. Because there are a lot of things to discuss, and the situation in the yard is also to be surveyed, it was getting late when they finished, and the Black Marshland did not stay much, and left as soon as it was over. There were no customers in the afternoon, so Yuga decided to close the door today, so he went to the store and put up the closing sign, and ended today's business. Actually, because of the arrival of the Black Marshland today, the shop is not open anymore. If there are no customers, even the owner has no time to see the shop. What a business! After closing the shop, it was still dark, so Yuga decided to take the elves to do a wave of training. When Yuga's elves were not training, they either slept under the big tree in the shop or went to spend time on the spacious grass in the backyard. Yuga found them easily. Among these elves, Absolu and Dark Crow are the most serious about training, and they always implement the training content of Yuga meticulously. Lioe and Wind Chime, because of their relatively well-behaved personality, although they are not keen on training, they can also complete the training content very well. Huidi is used to laziness since childhood, so as long as no one is staring, it will think of ways to be lazy. As for Derubi, it is quite special. When Yuga saw it for the first time, she found that its character was a bit weak, and it was completely different from the fierce character of other Derubi. Derubi is very good at physical training and skill training, but when it comes to combat training, it is easy to lose the chain, and Yuga also feels a headache. But this kind of thing can only be done slowly, and not in a hurry. Chapter 34, Suzuki Garden. Black Marshland's work efficiency is very high. Early the next morning, as soon as Yujiya had soaked the wizard eggs with gene repair potions, he led his team with construction materials to report. Also with them was Yuka's uncle, Kurosakamin. Yuka has a good understanding of the 7 facades of architecture and has no knowledge at all, but he is willing to trust his uncle, so he is also willing to trust the Black Marshland that his uncle has found. All the materials that were shipped were paid by Yuga in advance, and then handed over to Black Marshland to take full responsibility. Seeing that Kurosaki Peak had followed the construction team so early in the morning, Yuka asked, "Uncle, you have to go to work today. Why did you come here early in the morning?" Kurosakamin smiled and said, "You leave the matter to me, and I will be responsible for it to the end." Yuka is happy that Kurosaki Minami cares about herself, but also worried that he will not rest well because of this. The construction team has also arrived, and the materials have been bought, so you don't have to worry about it like that. If you don't have a good rest, and you delay your work, won't it be worth the loss? Kurosakamin smiled and waved his hands. It's okay, it's okay. I went to bed early last night, so I don't have to worry about getting a good rest. If I don't take care of your affairs, I always feel that my heart is not at ease. Yuka was a little helpless, so she smiled and said, "Then you have to be careful, and if you break your body, be careful that Aunt Mieko asks me to settle the account." Hearing Yuka's words, Kurosaki laughed loudly. "Your aunt is too late to care for you. How can I ask you to settle the account? If she wants to say it, she will only say that I am useless. Then Yuka and Kurosaki Peak went to the backyard to greet the construction team, and the construction of the ecological park officially began. Kurosaki Peak didn't stay at Yuga for long, and left in a hurry because it was almost time for work. As for Yuga himself, he doesn't know much about construction, so except for some layout and structure aspects, he needs to come forward to explain. He is a salted fish character all the way. In this way, after a week, the construction of the Eco Park was only halfway through, and Yuga returned to the store to continue its business when it was okay. On this day, Yuka was sitting bored behind the checkout counter and looking at the computer, thinking whether he should get a web page in the store. When your Eco Park can export sprites, you can use this web page to promote it. Otherwise, it will be difficult for your business to pick up depending on the current situation in the store. Boss, what are you thinking about? Yuka, who was thinking intently, was really frightened by the sudden sound. Yuka looked up with lingering fear, and standing in front of her cash register was a great beauty with outstanding temperament. She was also the first customer in the store after Yuga opened, Miss Suzuki. Yuga breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Miss Suzuki. Yuga is still very impressed with the first customer in this store, and besides, she is a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament. Seeing Yuka startled, Miss Suzuki smiled and said, "Otherwise, who does the boss think it is? Look at your startled look, right?" Yuka only saw Miss Suzuki holding a cattail mew in her arms, and said, "What can I do to lose my heart? It's just thinking about something. Miss Suzuki's Mikado has hatched." Seeing that Yuka mentioned her Meow Miyoko, Miss Suzuki said happily, "Yes, how is it? Isn't it cute?" Said that Miss Suzuki also gave Xiongui Meow a hard kiss on the forehead. She seemed to like Xiongui Meow very much. Yuka said with a smile, "It's cute and healthy. Congratulations." Miss Suzuki's arms are small, but her hair is shiny and soft, her eyes are piercing, and she is indeed very healthy. Really? I also think the strawberry in my house is very cute. By the way, Strawberry is my name for Meow. Miss Suzuki seemed to like the meow that others praised her. This would smile from ear to ear, making Yuka involuntarily think of the shovel officer in her previous life. Your cat owner, oh no, Xiongui Meow is indeed suitable for the name Strawberry. It has pink hair and a round body. It is very vivid. Yuka split his mouth for a while, almost uttering the three words Cat Master, but fortunately, Miss Suzuki didn't think about it at all. What's the matter with Miss Suzuki coming today? After talking for so long, Yuka still doesn't know what Miss Suzuki is here for today, so she asked curiously. Hearing Yuka asking about the purpose of coming here, Miss Suzuki didn't know how to open her mouth for a while, and she twitched and asked, "Is the boss alone here?" Although I don't know why Miss Suzuki asked these questions, Yuka still answered truthfully, "Yes, I'm the only one. Is there any problem?" No problem. Can you manage to open a store alone?" Yuka didn't know what she wanted to know, so she didn't answer her question, but looked at her motionlessly. Seemed to be embarrassed by Yuka, Miss Suzuki gritted her teeth and said her purpose. "I just want to ask you if there is a shortage of manpower here, and I want to find a job with you." "Look for a job with me?" Yuka never thought about recruiting a clerk at all. His parents did not recruit other clerk when he was there, and everything in the store was done by himself. But his parents were two people in the rearing house, but now Yuka has only one. He does sometimes find it inconvenient to be the only one in the store. There are no people to watch the store when he goes out, but he does not feel that he needs to recruit people. I haven't thought about this issue yet. You have seen it, the business in my shop is actually not very good." Yuka was a little embarrassed. Hearing what Yuka said, Miss Suzuki knew that she was rejected, but she did not feel frustrated. Instead, she smiled and said to Yuka, "That's it, then forget it. Actually, I don't really have to find a job, I just think I like you very much. In addition, I am now living in Liuyan town, and I don't have much to do when I'm idle. That's why I want to come and take a look." Through the conversation with Miss Suzuki, Yuka also got a general idea of the situation of Miss Suzuki. Miss Suzuki, full name Suzuki Garden, from Keihu City, is 32 years old this year, and is exactly twice as old as the 16-year-old Yuka. Suzuki changed her surname after marrying her husband. She and her husband grew up together. It can be said that they are veritable childhood sweethearts. From falling in love to getting married, everything is a matter of course, and each other's lives are considered to be happy. Her husband is very good. He started a company by himself, and his business is flourishing, but one thing is that he is a workaholic. Whenever he encounters a job, he will always ignore it and can't stop. Miss Suzuki felt very worried when she saw such a husband, and felt that it would be impossible to continue like this. It's not that she feels that her husband is busy with work and neglects herself, and that her husband works hard for this family. She understands this very well. She is worried that her body will not be able to hold on if her husband keeps on doing so desperately. But workaholics are workaholics. If you can listen to persuade, then you are not called workaholics. Didn't Miss Suzuki's husband change anything because of his wife's advice? Finally, 5 years ago, Miss Suzuki's ominous premonition was tested. Her husband died suddenly at work due to fatigue, leaving only Miss Suzuki and her 1-year-old son. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Now that Miss Suzuki mentions these things again, it is no longer sad. After all, it has been 5 years since the incident, and no amount of tears have shed. Miss Suzuki is not short of money now. After the death of her husband, she left a large inheritance for her and her son, enough for them to live a carefree and prosperous life. Miss Suzuki now lives in Liuyan town with her son because the environment here is good, suitable for living, and the pace of life is very slow. Unlike Keihu City, people go to work, and work every day. My son is going to school during the day, and I am boring at home with nothing to do, so I want to find something easy to do. It's just to pass the time. Miss Suzuki said regretfully, she really likes it here. After entering here, she feels very comfortable, even the air seems to be much fresher than outside. Miss Suzuki would never have thought, she would think so, it was all because of the big tree in the shop. Well, it's just that I haven't thought of recruiting shop assistants yet, but I should consider it later. Yuga feels that when the ecological park is completed, he may be busy. It is also necessary to recruit a clerk at that time, which can save himself a lot of time. Really, then I will wait for your news. I have nothing else I want to do for the time being. Just wait for your notification. This is my phone number. Miss Suzuki didn't expect that there would be a turning point, so she happily gave her phone number to Yuka. Yuka took the note that Miss Suzuki handed over, looked down, it was written her phone number, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll call you then." Sent Miss Suzuki out of the store, and Yuka sat behind the recycling counter again, waiting for customers to come. Chapter 35, Results, German. Speaking of, in the past week, Yujiya has also sold several elf eggs, most of which were bought by Granny Lanka's friends who hadn't bought elf eggs before. Yujiya counted them down. There are about 7 pieces sold in total. I can sell these fairy eggs in a week. Although the business is not good, it is definitely not bad. Speaking of it, elven eggs are not a daily necessities. Although the life of the elves and humans have been completely integrated since the development of the Elf Alliance, not every household raises elves. Elves and elf eggs are considered high-end luxury goods. Even the cheapest elf eggs with red and orange qualifications cost thousands of dollars. Elf cubs are even more expensive, and higher qualifications are always more expensive. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands are not uncommon. Besides, the sales of elf eggs are always high-profit businesses. The net profit of all 7 elf eggs is tens of thousands. Yuga can be considered to be inferior to the top, more than to the bottom. His parents were alive when their business was usually not so good. Yuga feels that I have time to go by myself. Thank you, Granny Lanka. At the same time, after a week of hard work, the training of Yoga's elves has begun to bear fruit. Huidi finally got rid of the name that it was not to be used. Not only did the level increase to 26, the magic leaf and the fairy wind also finally used it in a different way. Although it can't be said to be perfect, it's to participate in normal battles. There is no problem. Absolu's level is inherently high, so the level is not as fast as that of Huidi, only to be promoted from level 32 to level 33. But it is more flexible and changeable in the use of skills. The skills of Lightning Flash, Assault, and Spirit Blade are not only more consistent in use, but also more powerful. Even the Sword Dance, it takes less time for Abshuru to use it. Wind Chimes rarely participate in actual combat training, only relying on physical strength and skill training, so the level will not increase much. It will be upgraded from level 18 to level 20. It is the slap used by gravity and healing fluctuations. It is very popular with others. Elf likes. As for the strengths of Dark Crow, Darubi, and Six Tails, they have also made considerable progress. The level of Dark Crow has been raised from level 21 to level 24, the level of Darubi has been raised from level 15 to level 19, and the level of Six Tails has been raised from level 17 to level 21. Because the three of them are not the main battle elves, although Yuga also has requirements for their usual training, they are not as strict as the flowers. Especially in terms of skill training, Yuga only familiarizes them with how to use their skills fluently, and does not require them to go further. Then there are those 32 fairy eggs with genetic defects. After Yuga has soaked the gene repair agent every morning and evening for a week, although they have not successfully hatched, their original rough surface has now become delicate and shiny, as if it was like a batch of elven eggs. Yuga looks forward to the cuteness that these fairy eggs can hatch every day. In general, for the past week, I opened a shop, trained elves, and supervised construction every day. Although it is not a busy one, Yuga has had a very fulfilling life. This day, Yuga took the 6 elves to the Elves Center at noon, preparing to ask Miss Joey to help them check their bodies. In the past week, Yuga has been training elves with a lot of intensity. Although there is a full-time nanny like Wind Chimes, Yuga is not a professional medical staff after all, and I still feel relieved to take the elves to check regularly. Yuga's original body rarely comes to the Wizard Center. He has never thought of being a wizard trainer, and he has no plans for the future, but after Yuga passes through, I am afraid that there will be more places to deal with the Wizard Center in the future. Probably because it was noon, there were still a lot of people in the Elf Center. They stayed in, eaten, healed elves, and Miss Joey and Geely Egg were very busy. Yuga walked to the front of the counter and said to Miss Joey, "Miss Joey, I want to check my elf." Although Miss Joey was busy and sweating, she still smiled and said to Yuga, "Okay, please put the poke ball here." Miss Joey pointed to a small cart pushed by Geely Egg next to it. There are 6 concave round holes on the cart to prevent the elf ball. Yuga took out his 6 elven balls, put them on the trolley, and then Geely Egg pushed them into the infirmary. "Please be patient and wait for a while, when you are done, the hall will call you," Ms. Joey said to Yuga with a smile while registering Yuga's information. "Okay, thank you, Miss Joey." Yuga thought, it is indeed the Joey's house, one of the 2 big families all over the world. It is a pity that Miss Joey's thoughtful smiling service scored full marks. Then Yuga went to the waiting area, waiting for the elves to check, the announcement in the Hall of the Elves. Just when Yuga arrived in the waiting area and was about to sit down, he was attracted by 2 colorful posters on the wall. Yuga walked to the front of the poster to see what was written on the poster. The first poster is about an elf battle game. The name of the game is called the Greentown Youth Elf Battle Competition. The organizer is the famous German manufacturing branch in Greentown. Speaking of German manufacturing, I am afraid that no one knows the whole Fangyuan area. German manufacturing is called German Manufacturing Co., Limited, headquartered in Kanas City, Fangyuan District, referred to as German. It is said that a few years ago, it was still a small company, and under the leadership of its current president, Zvyuki Hibiscus, it has now developed to rival Silver Corporation. You must know that Silver Company dominated the Kanto region for many years. The old company www.readaloud.com German manufacturing involves a wide range of industries, such as wizard balls, energy cubes, wizard food, wizard carrying props, etc., all of them the property of the face wizard trainer. German manufacturing is now very famous for its popular elf running shoes, elf navigator, and various newly developed elf balls. It can be said that German manufacturing has penetrated into every aspect of the life of all trainers in the Fangyuan area. The energy cubes and elves food eaten by the elves of yoga, the elf used before, and the elf egg incubators used in the shop are all made in German. Yoga's memory still remembers that they were also working on a fossil restoration project. Although Yuga didn't know how they studied during this time period, there is no doubt that they succeeded in the end. Yuga still remembers that the research institute in Red Lotus Town in the original book also possesses the same technology, but Yuga has no way of knowing how the two are related, or if it is just a coincidence. German manufacturing president Zvi Muse's son Zvi Daigo will also become the champion of the Fangyuan area in the future. With this relationship, it can be said that the development prospects of German manufacturing are bright. The branch of German manufacturing in Liuyan Town is not a big one. After all, although Liuyan Town is well known in Fangyuan area, it is not a big city. The purpose of the competition is not stated on the poster, and the scale of the competition is not large. Participants are also restricted to the age of 16. Yoga has just reached the passing line. Yuga feels that she can consider participating. The ranking is not important, but the important thing is to give her elves a chance to exercise. The way to participate is very simple, as long as you go to the competition venue on the day of the competition and register in advance within the stipulated time, you can participate. Chapter 36, Rand. As for the other poster, the information about the upcoming Gorgeous contest is written. Liuyan Town is also one of the fixed venues for the Gorgeous competition, which is regularly held here at this time of the year. The green shade ribbon medal here is also part of the admission ticket to the annual grand competition. But Yuga didn't have much interest in the Gorgeous contest, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Speaking of it, the Fangyuan area is the birthplace of the magnificent competition, but it is the Shino region that really prospered the magnificent competition. According to Yugia, in recent years, the development of Gorgeous contest in Fangyuan has been inferior to the Shinao region, so Fangyuan Alliance is now struggling to catch up, and has always supported the development of Gorgeous contest. Attitude. But these are what Yuka saw on the internet in order to learn more about the world. He doesn't pay attention to these, so he doesn't know much. After reading these two posters, Yugia went back to the waiting area and continued to wait for her elves to finish checking. Ms. Joey's work efficiency is very high. Before Yugia waited long, Yugia heard the broadcast of the Wizard Center and called her name. Took back his elves, and Yuka went home. Now that he has decided to participate in the Greentown Youth Elf Battle Contest, Yugia decided to take this time to continue to exercise his elves. Although it's not too far away from the time of the competition, the so-called grind the gun before the battle, the unhappiness is gone, and it's good to work harder. Besides, I am currently a novice elf trainer. Compared with other people who have been trained as a trainer since childhood, I really didn't have any advantage when I became a trainer at the age of 16. Actually, since Ms. Suzuki came to apply for the job, Yuka thought that maybe she might find a clerk. I usually have to be busy looking at the shop and training the elves. If there is an emergency elves that can't be trained, the shop has to be closed. This is really not conducive to the development of the breeding house. But Yuga did not rush to make a decision. After all, the store is currently under construction, and these days, Yuga can only be half opened. After returning home, Yuga took his elves to the backyard and released them all, and then gave them training tasks one by one. Speaking of which, the game time stated on the poster is 4 days later, but there is not much time left. Yuga is really a grind. Because of the shop, Yuga did not personally supervise the training of the elves, but instead delegated the task of supervision to Absolu. The other elves, Yuka, are not very worried, but Huadi is usually naughty and will always be lazy when no one is staring. After explaining everything about the training, Yuga went back to the store to check out. But as soon as Yuga sat down, he saw a small head near the gate, peeking into the store, and didn't know what he was doing. Seeing this little head, Yuga laughed and stood up and shouted at the door, "Rand, why don't you come in, what are you doing at the door?" Seemed to be startled by Yuga's sudden voice, and the little head by the door suddenly retracted like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing Rand's head retracted, Yuka was taken aback, suddenly wondering if she was too scary, or how could she just yell and scare people away. Touched her face inexplicably, Yuka felt that she was good-looking, although she was not too handsome, at least she was satisfied, and not so ugly that she scared people away. Yuka shook his head and was about to sit down again, and saw that Rantia poked his head out again and looked left and right in the store, as if he was looking for something. Now Yuga understands what he is doing with his head at the door. The flower leaf pedicles are not in the store today. Rand was obviously lost when he heard Yuka's words, and then walked into the store. "Where are the flowers and leaves? I came to play with them." Walked to the front of the counter, and Ranter asked Yuka. "They are training in the backyard, they can't play with you today." After listening to Yuga's words, Rand's mood became even more depressed. Rand is the son of Uncle Kate next door. He is 6 years old this year and looks very similar to Uncle Kate. Uncle Kate's family and Shimizu's family have been neighbors for decades. It is said that they moved together from the generation of Grandpa Yuga, and the relationship between the two can be said to be very good. In addition, the Shimizu family has no other relatives in Liuyan town. In Yuka's generation, it was because of the daughter of Aunt Mieko that was married to have a relative of the Kurosaki mine family. Therefore, the relationship between the Shimizu family and Uncle Kate's family has always been very strong. Good. But unlike the Qing Shui family, Uncle Kate's house is a traditional farmer in Liuyan town, and the economic conditions are not as good as those of the Qing Shui family. Although Shimizu's family is not a wealthy family, because it runs a breeding house, it is relatively wealthy compared to the average family. And because Liuyan town is just a small town for tourism and recuperation, its economic development mainly depends on agriculture. Relatively speaking, most of the residents are farmers. Uncle Kate's house is one of the ordinary farmers in Liuyan town. Compared with other professions, although agriculture is an indispensable part of economic development, the income of farmers is indeed not high, so the economic conditions of Uncle Kate's family are not as good as those of King Shui's family. Rand and Yuga's cousin, Luna, are the same age and are still in the same school. The school that Rand and Luna went to was a special training school for trainers. The students in it were all aimed at trainers, including traditional trainers, coordinators, nurturers, and so on. There are many schools in large cities and small towns. Because the profession of trainer is one of the mainstream professions in this world, the important positions of the police, the army, and the alliance are all composed of trainers. But if you want to become a trainer, you must have enough financial strength as support. Whether it is the initial elves, or the materials needed to cultivate the elves in the future, you need money to support. A family like the Shimizus can still support it, but the conditions in an Uncle Kate's house are quite reluctant. Yuga's predecessor also watched Rand grow up since he was a child. He never thought of being a trainer, but he knew that Rand really liked elves and wanted to be a trainer very, very much. Kate is just such a son, loves him very much, so he gritted his teeth and sent Rand to the trainer's school. Randy's mother died early, so Ranti has been very sensible since she was a child, quite different from Luna, who can only be mischievous. When he was 6 years old, he knew that raising his father was not easy. Not only did he often help with housework at home, but he also had very good grades in school. Ever since Yuga had Huabibe, Rand was very envious and would often come to play with it. Before, Rand felt that Yuga, who had such an excellent spirit as Huabibe but not the slightest aggressiveness, was very violent. "Why don't you come in, but what are you doing at the door?" Rand often visits the store in normal times, and he is familiar with the store, and I don't know what happened today. I heard from my father that there are many people in your house. Hearing these words, Yuka suddenly realized. Rand is good at everything, filial, polite, sensible, and arrogant, but his personality is a bit weak. He is afraid of meeting strangers, he doesn't like talking, and he can't see him playing with other children. The people in his mouth must refer to the Black Marshland and others who helped Huayun build the ecological park. He shrank at the door and was afraid of meeting these people. "You said them, don't worry, they are all in my backyard and won't come to the front." "Oh, brother Yuga, then I will go first, and I will come when the flowers and leaves have time." After listening to Yuga's words, Rand turned around and was about to leave. "Hey, come back, come here. Why are you walking in such a hurry?" Then Yuga stood up and stretched out his hand and grabbed Rand by the collar and pulled Rand back, who had just walked a few steps. Ranti, who was blushing under his clothes, panted and looked at Yuga and didn't know what he was trying to do. Looking at Ranti, who was flushed and panting, Yuga smiled serenely. "Sorry Ranti, I didn't pay attention just now. Are you okay?" Rand looked at Yuga inexplicably, then shook his head to indicate that he was okay. He thinks brother Yuga is very strange recently. They used to seldom talk. He himself is a person who talks very little. Yuka used to be lazy and didn't like to talk to herself, but recently she doesn't know what happened, and always talks to herself whenever she sees herself. But Rand understands that when he thinks that Yoga's parents have just passed away, he must be lonely at home alone, so he always wants to find someone to talk to. Thinking of this, Rand decided to come and see brother Yuga more in the future. Yuka looked at Rand and didn't know that Rand had automatically replaced his brain with someone who had just lost his parents and was afraid of loneliness. "Rand, do you know our Luna?" Lan nodded her head and said that she knew www.readaloud.com. Luna is a man in her school, with good grades, but mischievous, can be regarded as the kind of teacher who loves and hates. "You know, are you in the same class?" Lanka shook his head and said that he was not there. Not only was he not in the same class, they had not even said anything. "Although I have good grades, I don't interact with people very much at school, and I don't have many friends. I am a semi-transparent person, let alone talk to someone like Luna who is famous at school. I'm not in the same class." Yuka touched her chin. "Then do you know how she behaves in school?" After hearing this question, Rand didn't know how to answer it for a while. "Let's say it's not good. Her grades are really good. Let's say it's okay. She usually climbs trees and walls at school to tease classmates and teachers. The bad thing is nothing less." Looking at Rand's stuttering, Yuga thought to herself, is it possible that Luna, a little girl, did not perform well in school? That should be the case, otherwise Rand wouldn't be so embarrassed. The reason why Yoga asked Ranti about Luna's school was because it was Luna's birthday sometime later, and he had to prepare a gift for her, but what he wanted to give this gift was based on Luna's school to make a decision. At this time, the Luna kid didn't know that the gift his cousin gave him would drop a level in such an unclear situation. Yuga, who had guessed the truth consciously, didn't ask too much, and said to Rand, "Okay, I know it all, you go back. And you can look for them when the flower leaf pedicles have time." Rand was still thinking about how to answer Yuga's question, but when he heard Yuga's words, he didn't think much, turned around and left. Chapter 37, Sign Up. After Rand left, Yugia continued his great business of looking at the store. But I waited for an afternoon and didn't see any guests. It was very boring. I was thinking about Yuka and felt that she really needed to find a clerk for herself to help her look at the store. How can I be a person who wants to be world famous in the future? How can I look at the store by myself so hard every day? I'm the boss. How many people must be under the boss, right? What kind of boss is the Polish commander? What kind of boss do you do everything yourself? But thinking about this, Yuka didn't decide to find a clerk immediately. After all, this kind of thing can't come in a hurry, at least it has to wait for the ecological park to be built before proceeding. As for Miss Suzuki, she has to wait any longer. Even if she can't wait and decides not to do it, she can find other people. After all, three-legged toads in this world are hard to find, but two-legged people are everywhere. 4 days later, the Greentown Youth Elf Battle Contest was held as scheduled, and the venue was in front of the Greentown Elf Center. Yoga also set out to register early in the morning. Apart from Yuga himself, there is a little follower Rand behind him. The town has finally held such a formal elf competition. As an elf lover, Rand has no reason not to go. However, his age is still young, and it is always uncomfortable to go alone, and his father, Uncle Kate, has no time to accompany him to the game because he is busy, so the burden falls on Yuga, who is also going to the game. N.S. Originally the little fellow Luna was also going to follow, but her grandfather seemed to have something at home, so it didn't come to pass. Otherwise Yuga wouldn't have to compete today. Let's just bring the kids. On the way to the game site. Brother Yoga, I heard from my father that you are going to participate in the competition. Don't you want to be a trainer? Why do you want to participate in the competition? Yuka's decision to become a trainer didn't tell other people, including Aunt Mieko and Uncle Kurosaka. Of course, Rand didn't know. Although Yuga trains with elves every day, she doesn't live with everyone. Most of the time, everyone is invisible, and she doesn't even know Yuga wants to be a trainer. Yuji's predecessor was a relatively lazy person. His character is known to everyone who is familiar with him. He has never thought of being a trainer and everyone knows it, so he suddenly wanted to participate in the elf battle competition. Will be curious. Yuga heard Ranti's question and smiled and bent over and said to him, "What? I didn't want to be a trainer before, but now I want to be a trainer, can't I?" Rand didn't expect Yuga to answer like that, and was a little overwhelmed for a while, and stammered, "Okay. Okay." Yuga used to be an unproactive person in the eyes of Rand. He had the advantages that he did not have but didn't know how to work hard. Although he didn't hate him, he never liked him. A person who hasn't worked hard all of a sudden is going to work hard, and Rand doesn't know how he feels in his heart for a while. But Yuga's predecessor is indeed a person who is not enterprising. He was aimless, he grew up to 16 in a vague way, and his grades in school were the bottom when he was in school. Although his family opened a feeding house, he never thought of being a trainer. Of course, the school he attended was not the kind of training school for trainers, but just ordinary regular schools. There are no such schools as elementary schools, junior high schools, and universities in the schools of the elf world. All schools are divided into junior schools, intermediate schools, and senior schools from low to high. Of course, each level is also divided into grades. These schools are also divided into specialized trainer training schools and ordinary schools. Although some schools are mixed, there are not many, and most of them are separate. Yuga went to a regular school, but he just went to the middle school and didn't continue to go to school. Elementary school is compulsory education, but neither intermediate school nor advanced school, so thinking that I will inherit my own feeding house in the future, Yuga's predecessor gave up continuing to study after graduating from the intermediate school. Under normal circumstances, people who are improper trainers in the elven world will usually finish all the 3-level schools of junior, middle, and senior. After all, they will need this knowledge to make a living in the future. predecessors' parents also spoiled their only son very much. Although they did not spoil him as a person who harmed the society, they also spoiled him as a person who could do nothing. After graduating from the middle school, the Shimizu couple did not force their predecessors to continue their studies, and felt that their son would definitely inherit the family business in the future, so in addition to letting his son help out in the shop, they left the original home as a squat. After graduation, I just stayed at home like this. Although sometimes I help my parents, but most of the time I stay at home and do nothing. His psychological quality is also extremely poor. After his parents passed away, he couldn't stand the shock for a while and chose to commit suicide. Therefore, in the eyes of a child from someone else's family, in the eyes of an adult like Rand, Yuga does not have a good impression of a person who does nothing all day long. Does Brother Yoga really want to be a trainer? Rand was a little curious. Yeah, can't it? Yuji squeezed Rand's face amusedly, and found it very funny for Rand's face that always pretended to be mature. He was only 6 years old, but he kept his face straight all day long. Rand freed Yuka's hand holding her face, and ran forward without answering Yuka's words. The place to register for the competition is at the Ferry Center, Miss Joey. The registration process is also very simple. After all, this is not a big competition. After taking Randy to Miss Joey to sign up and get the competition number, Yuga went to the competition venue. Even though I knew that this was only a small game, after watching the venue, Yuga found that the scale of the game was smaller than I thought. But Yujiya is not surprised. Liuyan Town is a small town at best. There are not many local residents and the flow of people is not large. Most of the people who come here are elderly people in need of recuperation. In addition, although the organizer of the competition is a well-known German company, it is actually only a small branch. Yu.Yukansha.com may be regarded as a big company in Liuyan Town, but it is also limited to Liuyan. Out of town. But Yoga is a bit strange. Why does Devon organize such an elf competition? Is it because it wants to promote this game? But it's strange, and Yuga doesn't mean to explore too much, as long as he can play with peace of mind. Speaking of which, the rewards for this competition are quite generous. The first place is a complete set of evolution stones, except for ordinary fire stones, water stones, thunder stones, precious dark stones, light stones, awakening stones, leaf stones, sun stones, moon stones, etc. Wait a lot, but the specific quality is hard to say. However, even if these evolution stones are all of the lowest quality, they can collect such a set as a reward for a low-end competition. The German branch is considered a big deal. After all, this competition is not a big competition. The second prize is an elf with yellow qualifications. Although the qualifications are not very good, the type is not the elves of the Fang Yuan area. It is said that it is also a precious type in its native place, but what is the specific elven organizer? It was not announced. The third place reward is a set of pokeballs, which is not actually a set, because there are only 5 pokeballs in this set, namely Friends Ball, Moon Ball, Sweet Ball, Catching Tennis Ball, and Diving Ball. If you really put together a whole set of such special poke as a reward, this might be more generous than the second place reward. After all, the price of a special ball is not low. But Yuga is not very interested in these pokeballs. He has a system to reward his own pokeballs. These poke are useless except for collection. As for the third place, the organizer did not set any rewards. After all, this is a small competition. Chapter 38, Game Start. After signing up with Miss Joey, Yoga took Rand to the venue. When Yuga arrived at the competition venue, a lot of people had gathered around the arena that was temporarily set up for the competition. But these people are not all here to participate in the competition, most of them just come to join in the fun, but this is the purpose of the German company. Expand the visibility of their branch in Greentown by holding an elf battle competition, thereby driving the company's efficiency, so as long as someone comes, their goal will be achieved. After all, Greentown is not big. If it weren't for an official event organized by the Elf League, it would not have much influence. Of course, there will not be too many trainers who come to participate in the competition. Most of them are locals in Greentown. People. After waiting for about an hour, there were more and more people around the ring. Yugia also saw a lot of contestants with poke hanging around their waists, and the organizer finally showed up. There are 3 referees for the competition, Miss Joey, Miss Junsha, and the general manager of the German company distributed in Greentown. Speaking of it, the German company does have a face, and a small game can invite 2 local ground snakes. Joey and Junsha's family is not something that ordinary people can invite. In the World of Elves, the 2 families can find them no matter where they are in the city, and they can be called out and out in the local area. Snake. After a speech by the host and game commentator, the game finally officially started. Of course, the host did not forget to take the opportunity to give Devon a wave of publicity. The rules of this competition were all 1-to-1, and it was changed to 3-on-3 in the finals. If it weren't the case, Yuga would not be able to participate in this competition. After all, Yugia has 3 elves in total, among which the wind chimes are still pure milk and have no fighting power. In the first group, there are 2 boys who are not very old. The one on the left looks about the same size as Yuga, and the one on the right is much smaller, and it is estimated to be smaller than Yuga. 3 or 4 years old. Think about it, the standard for participating in this competition is under the age of 16, including 16 years old. Yugia himself is really an older contestant, and I am embarrassed to say it. At the host's gesture, both sides released their own elves. The one on the left is a lobster soldier. This lobster soldier is full of vitality. As soon as he came on the field, he raised his pair of giant tongs towards the opposite side to show off. With its bright red shell, it was majestic and looks like a general who is about to fight on the battlefield. The one on the right of is an arrogant bird. Of course, it is not to be outdone in the provocation facing the other side, which has always been famous for its spine. Yuga used the eye skill to see the qualifications and levels of the 2 elves. After all, these 2 are the main factors that directly affect the fighting power of the elves. The aptitudes of the 2 elves are the same, they are both yellow aptitude elves. If they insist on saying the difference, that is, the light from the lobster soldier is finished, and there is a lot of arrogance. However, in terms of level, Aogian is much worse than the lobster boy. The lobster boy has 32 levels, while Aogian is only 24. There is such a clear gap. If the Aogian's trainer is not a master, then the game will end. It's already obvious. Rand, who was also watching the game next to him, turned his head and saw that Yuka was looking at the 2 elves on the stage intently, and he stretched out his hand and pulled Yuka's clothes and asked, "Which one of them will win, do you think?" Yuka, who was dragged back to God by Rand, casually said, "It must be a lobster soldier." Rand was made strange by Yuga's natural tone. "How do you know the lobster soldier will win?" Yuka pretended to give him a deep look. "Secret." Randy simply turned his head and ignored him when he saw him like that. Yuga actually wants to pretend to be a force. Whoever makes Randy always treat him indifferently, Yuka just wants to tease him. By pretending not to pretend, Yuka had no other choice but to continue the game on the stage without speaking. At this time, the 2 elves on the stage have already begun to fight under the command of the trainer. Aogian's yellow pointed beak gave out a burst of white light, and then with a flow of air, it rushed towards the lobster soldier underneath with full momentum. Looking at the proud Bonyan rushing towards him quickly, the trainer of the lobster soldier unhurriedly made the lobster soldier use it to harden it. After using the harden skill, the lobster soldier who originally had a hard shell did not play a significant role in the pecking attack. Instead, the head was caught by the lobster soldier's giant tongs at close range. Was caught in the head by those pliers. Needless to say, the sour and refreshing taste must be terrible. Hearing Aogayan's screaming screams, he knew it. Then the lobster soldier slammed Aogayan towards the ring, and then with a froth, he took Aogayan away in one wave, which can be said to be a spike. In fact, this kind of result is normal. Aogayan's trainer is young, and it certainly doesn't take long to become a trainer. Compared with the trainer of the lobster soldier, who is several years older than him, he is not only inferior in strength, but also inexperienced. Insufficient. If it wasn't for a coincidence that Yuga saved the injured Absolu, it would be no better than Aogayan's trainer. Seeing that the lobster boys really won the game, Rand took a surprised look at Yuga www.readaloud.com and then turned his head. Originally, Yuga was a little proud to see Lanter's surprised eyes, and he was ready to put on another wave, but under the cold eyes behind him, he still lost his thoughts. Yuga thought, this kid is really not cute. Participants in the second group are a man and a woman, all 1 or 2 years younger than Yuga. The boy's elf is a coyote, and the girl's elf is a yo-yo ball, both of which are very common in Feng Yuan. These two elves are also yellow qualified elves, and the level difference is not big. Compared with the last game where the winner was divided in an instant, this game was much more intense. The speed of the yo-yo is obviously much faster than that of the coyote. Due to its insufficient attack power, it constantly changes its position to harass the coyote under the command of the trainer. Insufficient attack power is a common problem for many low-level elves. They don't have many skills, most of them have low attack power, and even some elves don't even have an offensive skill. Yujia's wind chime is a typical one. I saw the yo-yo ball sliding quickly on the ring. At the same time, bursts of pink gas slowly spread from its body. The trainer of the coyote dog certainly found the sweet smell floating in the air, but it was obvious that he could do nothing. The coyote's attack power is not low, but it can't do anything about the extremely fast yo-yo ball. Even if it is dizzy by the yo-yo ball, it can't catch the yo-yo ball. Of course, if the coyote can attack skills in a long range, maybe this situation can be broken, but it is obvious that it does not have long-range skills in a low level. In the end, the coyote reluctantly lost the fighting ability when the sugar ball interfered and attacked. Chapter 39, Robert and Libra. The speed of the game is very fast. After all, the age of the contestants is not very old, and the level of elves is not high. Every game ends very quickly. The game between Yo-Yo Ball and Coyote is already the longest time-consuming game. Although Yuga signed up earlier, the order of the game and the opponents are randomly assigned, so Yuga's order of competition is relatively late. Rand has been watching every game on the stage intently, and it seems that he really likes the game of elves. When it was Yuga's turn in the second half of the game, a trainer attracted everyone's attention. The elf of this trainer is a rare superpower elf, Libra, and this Libra is also the most qualified elf that Yuga has seen except for the fire-breathing dragon and fire-violent beast of the old man. The Cyan-qualified elves that Yuga has seen so far include his own Absolu, the fire-breathing dragon and fire-violent beast of the old man Mula, and the fireball rat of Asha. But elves with the same color aptitude are really different. Take the fire-breathing dragons and fire-violent beasts of Mr. Mula, their aptitudes are already the top of the Cyan aptitudes, almost only one step away from the blue aptitudes. Through the wisdom eye skills, Yuga can emit from them. The intensity of the light color can be judged. Yuga's Absolu is considered to be the poorest among the Cyan aptitude elves, and Asha's fireball rat aptitude is much higher than that of Absolu. Judging from the light radiating from this Libra puppet, its aptitude is no different from the fire-breathing dragon and fire-violent beast of the old man Mula. This Libra puppet and its trainer can attract the attention of everyone present, of course, not because of the rare aptitude of Libra puppet, but their strong performance in the ring. Libra puppet's opponent is a yellow qualified proboscis. This elf that has reached the second stage of evolution is already a very good elf in this game. The evolution of the elves is not a very simple matter. It does not mean that one must evolve when the level is reached. Otherwise, there have been so many games in this game, and there will be no elves that have evolved until now. The contestants in this competition are not very old, and the number of participants is not large. The elf that can reach the second stage of evolution is the only one currently on the field, and the level of this elf is also 33. But it is such an elf with excellent level and evolution level and an absolute advantage in attributes. This Libra puppet has not survived for 5 minutes. Proboscis was a preemptive strike as soon as he appeared on the stage, and he used the flying leaf knife towards the Libra puppet. The emerald green leaves attacked the Libra with a fierce offensive, but they stopped as soon as they approached the Libra, and then fell to the ground. Then a red light flashed across the Libra puppet, and everyone seemed to have seen a brilliant firework, and the proboscis was knocked off. Looking at the black marks on the proboscis, everyone recognized that it was the awakening power of the Libra puppet, and it was also the fire attribute of the grass elves. The proboscis that was knocked down reacted quickly, without taking into account his injuries, and immediately after getting up, he rushed towards Libra and wanted to continue the offensive. The flying leaf fast knife was obviously blocked by Libra puppet's mind, so the trainer of the proboscis gave up using the flying leaf fast knife and chose to let the proboscis use the slap close. The proboscis, which is an evil attribute, is not afraid of Libra's thought power. Looking at the proboscis leaves rushing towards Libra, the trainer of Libra ordered Libra to use the rock blockade. The proboscis leaf that was still sprinting at a high speed was instantly surrounded by huge boulders, and was slapped fiercely by the boulders. Speaking of it, it is very serious that Libra is restrained by the proboscis in terms of attributes. Its ground attributes are restrained by the grass attributes of the proboscis. In the case of similar levels, the superpower attributes are immune to the evil properties of the proboscis, but even so, the proboscis will not fight back in the hands of the Libra puppet. Force. It took a long time to finally get rid of the proboscis surrounded by the boulders, and the moment he came out, he was hit by the awakening power of the Libra puppet and lost his fighting ability. Until the host announced that Libra's trainer had won, Yuga didn't know the name of the Libra trainer Robert. When Robert took the stage before, the host had already reported his name, but Yuga didn't care too much at that time and didn't remember it. At this time, Yuga really started to face the trainer named Robert. This trainer named Robert is about the same height as Yuga, and looks about the same age. He has short golden hair and a handsome face. He looks very handsome. Speaking of it, Robert's name Yuka sounds very familiar, but he can't remember who he is. The wonderful performance and super strength made Robert be surrounded by many people after the match, and he listened to a large basket of compliments and compliments. But this guy seems to be very comfortable with these people. Reading www.yukanshu.com's decent smile, elegant demeanor, and appropriate words dismissed these people in twos or twos. This person is so amazing. Rant looked at Robert, who was surrounded by the crowd, with a look of wonder, his eyes full of admiration. It's pretty awesome. Yuka pouted, somewhat dissatisfied with Rand's treatment of himself and Robert differently. Rand looked at Yuka speechlessly. Should you not worry about yourself at this time? Yuka looked puzzled. Worry about me? What should I worry about? It's your game soon, don't you worry about losing? Even if you win, you will meet the guy named Robert. Can you win him? Rand thinks Yuga's heart is really big. He doesn't feel a little nervous when he sees Robert's game? After listening to Ranti's words, Yuga laughed and touched Ranti's head and said, "What? Are you worried about me?" Looking at Yuga's rude look, Rand patted Yuga's hand. "Who is worried about you?" Yuga said with a smile. "There is nothing to worry about. If you lose, you lose. As long as you don't try your best, it's fine. Besides, how long have I been a trainer? If I can beat others casually, what is the hard work of others for so many years?" Rand didn't expect Yuga to say this, and felt that what he said made sense, so he looked up at him and didn't speak any more. After Robert's match, another game passed. Yuga heard the host on the ring calling his name and knew that it was his turn to play, so he said to Rand, "You cheer me up from the bottom." After talking, Yuka ignored Ranti and ran into the ring. Chapter 40, Battle the Velvet Sheep. After Yuka took the stage, another player also came on stage. From the host's mouth, Yuka knew his name was Ahe. Awa is a boy who looks smaller than Yuka, but Yuka can't tell how small it is. As the game continues, our first round will finally come to an end. The previous players have brought us wonderful performances, so what will happen to the next two players? We will wait and see. After Yuka and the others came on stage, the host started his passionate commentary. Are both players ready? The game is about to start when you are ready. Yuka and his opponent both glanced at each other and said in unison, "Ready." Then, the game begins. Following the host's order, Yujia and the other side released their elves at the same time. Because it was the first round of the game, Yoga didn't release his strongest Absolu, but chose Huadi to play. The main purpose of Yuga is to train and exercise his elves, so that they can adapt to the stage of the official competition. If you keep Absolu in the competition just to win, you will lose the original intention of Yuga to participate in this competition. But the opponent's elves are surprising. It is not the native elves of Feng Yuan, but the velvet sheep unique to the Chengdu area. Speaking of elves, the two kinds of elves, such as the elves and the velvet sheep, are not rare elves, especially the elves, which are basically common elves. But their final evolutionary electric dragon is a very powerful and rare spirit. It's not easy for the elf to evolve, and it's not easy for the velvet sheep to evolve into an electric dragon. This velvet sheep is not as good as the flower leaf pedicle, but it is only yellow qualification, but the level is slightly higher than that of Byujia's flower leaf pedicle. The flower leaf pedicle is level 26, and the velvet lamb is level 29. We saw that the two players have each released their own elves, but surprisingly, these two elves are not the elves of our Feng Yuan area. Huadi and Rong Yang played in a surprise to the host. This is the first time that elves from other regions have appeared in this competition, or two at the same time. Maybe everyone doesn't know these two elves. The velvet sheep on the left is an electric elves, from Chengdu. I don't know if player Ahe was originally from Chengdu, or if this velvet sheep is just he in Chengdu. To subdue. The spirit of the Shimizu player on the right is a flower leaf pedicle. Don't look at it very much like a grass spirit. In fact, it only has the attribute of the fairy element and comes from the Carlos area. In order to facilitate the audience to watch the game, the host gave a brief introduction to the two elves from other regions. Ruffy sheep, electromagnetic waves. After the start of the game, Ahi took the lead in ordering Rong Yang to launch an attack on Yuga, and the golden-yellow electric current entangled like a thin line toward the flower leaf pedicle. Being hit by electromagnetic waves will paralyze the opponent and put the opponent into an extremely unfavorable situation. But Huadi is still alert, and without Yuka's reminder, it quickly bypassed the current that wanted to entangle itself in the air. Flower leaf pedicle, magic leaf. Following Yuga's order, Huadi hurriedly stabilized her body in the air, and then quickly threw out 4 green and sharp blades. With continuous practice during this period of time, the magic leaf of the flower leaf pedicle is no longer the original useless skill that can only emit 1 leaf at a time and is still soft. Watching the magic leaf, which is as dangerous as a blade, hit the velvet sheep, Ahi immediately ordered the velvet sheep to escape. However, the speed of the velvet sheep is not fast, and the magic leaf has its own tracking effect, so even though the velvet sheep dodges from left to right, it is still accurately hit by the magic leaf. After was hit, the velvet sheep was in a panic, but he quickly got up and was ready to attack. Ruffy sheep, electric shock. The electric shock skill is the basic skill of the electric elves, and it is also the most commonly used skill when the electric elves are at a low level. Obviously the same is true for the velvet sheep. The so-called practice makes perfect, its electric shock skills are very skillful, and its use speed and offensive speed are very fast. Flower leaf pedicle, the wind of fairy. The dazzling golden snake swiftly attacked the flower leaf pedicle, but was blocked by the fairy wind far away. The collision between the electric snake and the high wind caused the surrounding airflow to fluctuate, and the clothes of the host and the two contestants were rattling. Flower leaf pedicle, magic leaf. Ruffy sheep, electric shock. After the electric shock and the wind of the elves were in a tie, Yuga and Awa gave the next command to the elves at the same time. The blade and the electric current met in the air soon, but the two did not collide. A slender electric current flashed across the gap between the leaves, directly hitting the pedicle of the flower leaf, and the pedicle of flower leaf let out an exclamation. But then the velvet sheep also let out a scream, apparently still unable to escape the attack of the magic leaf. The quick fight between the two elves brought an astonishing consumption of physical strength, and the flower leaf pedicle and the velvet sheep were panting at this time. But the velvet sheep that was hit twice by the magic leaf is now the end of the crossbow. Ruffy sheep, another electric shock. The number of abilities of this velvet sheep seems to be very small, so far only 2 skills of electromagnetic wave and electric shock have been used. Although it is said that the skills of the elves are very few when the level is low. www.readaloud.com, the number of skills of the elves in the hands of the trainer is basically more than 3. Yuga has as many as 5 flower leaf abilities. Although the 2 skills of protection, color and impact are basically not used, the 3 skills of magic leaf, vine whip and fairy wind are commonly used. But anyway, he gave up letting the velvet sheep use electromagnetic waves and chose to use electric shocks, obviously because he wanted to make a quick battle. After all, the velvet sheep would not last long. Flower leaf pedicle, avoid it. The flying flower leaf pedicle obviously occupies a great advantage in the air, easily avoiding the extremely fast electric shock. Magic leaf. With the leaves thrown out by the pedestal, the velvet sheep screamed and lost the ability to fight. Obviously, when the level of the elves is low and the skills are few, the magic leaf, a must skill, has a great advantage. If the velvet sheep can be 100,000 volts or electric discharge, or thunder, the magic leaf will be wiped out as soon as it faces, and there will be such a saying that it must be hit. But obviously if this is not true, the magic leaf that must be in this velvet sheep is so lawless, doing whatever it wants. After the game, Yuga quickly stepped off the stage and found Rand, who was standing in the audience. "How is it? Have you any thoughts after watching Xiao my game?" Yuga was in a good mood after winning the game, and said to Rand triumphantly. "Just so." Rand is still lukewarm towards Yuga. In fact, Rand is still surprised that Yuga can win the game so easily. He has known Yuga since he was a child. He knows what Yuga was like before. He knows better than anyone else. Just, since when has he become different? Chapter 41, Battle Seal Ball. After Yuga's game was over, it didn't take long for all the games in the first round to be over. The battle between the low-level elves is very direct, and they are often direct. Because of their low skills, the trainer can use fewer tactics and strategies. Coupled with low physical strength and low defense, the game ends very quickly. By the second round of the competition, there were only 20 people left. Therefore, the scale of this competition is really small. I am afraid that the pre-match publicity is only the poster in the Wizard Center. The remaining 20 contestants were randomly divided into 10 groups in the second round of the competition, and they participated in the competition in order. Yujia was the third group. The first group on stage was Robert, who caused a sensation before. His game this time is still as strong as ever, completely different from his gentle manner in the audience. The elf he used this time is still the Libra puppet, and his opponent uses a hunting swallowtail butterfly. This hunting swallowtail butterfly is also the only elf in the final evolutionary type in this competition. The series of elves hunting swallowtail butterflies is the easiest type of elves to evolve, and the same types include large needle bees, large butterflies, and colorful pyrrhus. These elves are types that are commonly distributed in the elven world. Under no special circumstances, they can all evolve smoothly into their final form. But anything that has advantages has disadvantages. It is easier to evolve than other types of elves. The consequence is that they are at the same level and weaker than other elves with the same qualifications. However, this bird's aptitude for hunting phoenixes is one of the more eye-catching existences in this competition. Under the skill of Yugia Wisdom Eyes, that rich green is everywhere, showing that this bird's aptitude for hunting phoenix butterflies is even among the green aptitude elves. But no matter how good the aptitude, this hunting swallowtail butterfly could not last long in Libra's hands. After the second game, it was Yuga's game. Yuka's opponent this time is a beautiful little girl with short bright purple hair, big eyes, and fair skin. She looks very cute. Needless to say, she is definitely younger than Yuka. But don't get me wrong, as an uncle whose soul is already close to 30 years old, Yuga really has no bad thoughts about the opposite side named Chris. Although he is already an uncle, he hasn't been perverted yet, Yuka thought. Chrissy's fairy is a relatively rare seal ball. This kind of fairy lives in sea areas with glaciers. There are a lot of them, but they are not common. The climate in the Fangyuan area is relatively hot and humid, with a lot of woodlands and deserts, and more sea areas, but there are few glaciers. Therefore, although the seal ball is a peculiar spirit in the Fangyuan area, it is not common. This seal ball has good aptitude, although it is not as good as Robert's Libra, not as good as Yuga's flower leaf pedicle, and even the bird-hunting butterfly, but it does reach the green level. Yuga still uses the flower leaf pedicle. This seal ball has a higher level than the flower leaf pedicle, but its attributes are restrained by the magic leaf of the flower leaf pedicle. Although there are differences in aptitude, because they are all green, the difference in aptitude is basically negligible. The seal ball started with Hoijiki under the order of Chris. The flower leaf pedicle can fly and is good at avoiding. Chris's idea is to restrict the movement of the flower leaf pedicle through the fine snow. It would be better if he could be lucky enough to trigger the freezing effect of the fine snow. The fine snow skill is not powerful, but the attack range is wide. Although the flower leaf pedicle can fly, it still failed to escape the attack, but it did not trigger the freezing state. Mosaic pedicles often live in flower bushes or flower beds, so they are extremely unsuitable to the cold environment. Therefore, the fine snow attack of the seal ball really makes the mosaic pedicles angry. Flower leaf pedicle, use magic leaf. Yuka, who had lost the first mover, immediately attacked the seal ball with the idea of not being indecent. The 4 emerald green leaves thrown by the stalk of the flower leaf under the anger went straight towards the seal ball with an indomitable momentum. The seal ball used the water gun to attack the magic leaf. Chris clearly knew that the magic leaf could not be avoided, and immediately ordered the seal ball to prevent the magic leaf from attacking. The blue water column in the seal ball immediately hits towards the magic leaf, but the water gun can only hit one magic leaf at a time. Although the seal ball has worked very hard, it can only stop 3 pieces in the end, and then the last one. Give a hit. The seal ball of the water system was hit by the magic leaf of the grass system, which was obviously uncomfortable. Only a scream was heard, and the aura of the seal ball obviously became a little sluggish. Seal ball, use fine snow. Obviously, Chris wants to repeat her old tricks and continues to use her area skill, Zixu, to attack the flower leaf pedicle. But Yuka, who has suffered a loss once, obviously won't fall twice in the same place. Hwayadi, Fairy Wind. Although Fairy Wind, which is also a range skill, is not as powerful as Zixu, it is still comparable to Zixu due to its rapid advantage. The pink wind and white snow continue to interweave, collide violently, and finally vanish into shape. The 2 sides have contact with each other and hurt each other. Hwayadi, use the magic leaf again. After the fairy wind and the fine snow cancel each other out, www.readaloud.com Yuga immediately issued an order to the flower leaf pedicle. But Chris's reaction is not slow. Seal ball, fine snow. The previous water gun failed to completely prevent the magic leaf from attacking, so this time Chrissy wanted to block 4 magic leaves at once through the feature of Hoihoki's large attack range. Obviously this idea is right, but the effect is not obvious. Although the white flying snow weakened the magic leaf's offensive, it still allowed the magic leaf to successfully hit the seal ball. If you replace the fine snow with a blizzard, maybe your idea will work, Yuka thought. Obviously, the seal ball, which has not even evolved into the second form, cannot eat 2 rounds of the magic leaf that restrains it, and directly loses the ability to fight. Yuka, who walked off the ring, found that Rand's eyes looked a little strange. Why are you looking at me like this? Are you fascinated by my heroic appearance? Rand gave Yuka a white look. Neuropathy. You kid, why are you so rude? Yuka really couldn't figure out how people like Uncle Kate developed Rand's personality like this. It looks like a tiger-headed brain, but in fact, the inside of the lining is probably black. The important thing is that Rand is always so unfriendly to himself. Rand is not at all angry about his lukewarm attitude. Although Rand doesn't talk to the original body much, but the two people have known each other for many years. The original body also watched Rand grow up. Although Rand is only 6 years old, he hasn't grown up yet, Rand sees it. I can't wait to see the original body, but it's just a bit of hatred in it. What's more, an uncle and a child are really shameless. Chapter 42, the game continues. There were 10 groups in the second round of the competition. The number of people was much smaller, and the speed of the competition was much faster than that of the first round. It didn't take long for the second round of the competition to be over. The number of participants dropped from 20 to 10, but the remaining players are relatively strong. Because I don't know which one will be his opponent in the next round, after his game is over, Yuka is watching other people's games very seriously. There are a few elves who impressed Yuka very deeply. They are all the best among the elves participating in this competition. Needless to say, Robert and his Libra, who had been very strong in the first 2 rounds, also had a very powerful camel. The aptitude of this stupid camel is not conspicuous, it is only yellow, but its level is very high, with a full level of 38, which is almost the highest level among the elves in this competition. And although this silly fire camel looked silly, but it was not at all unambiguous in the fight, and it was very skillful in the use of sputtering flames. Flame Splash is already an intermediate skill in the fire system's attack skills, and it is very powerful, which is very conspicuous among a group of elves who are still using elementary skills. Skills with power below 60 are elementary skills, those with power above 60 include 60, and those with power below 90 are intermediate skills, those with power above 90 include 90 are advanced skills. This rating is only used for offensive skills, not for change skills. There is also a Ying-Ying doll which is also very powerful. The ghosts of the ghost system are notoriously difficult and weird. This shadowy doll uses its erratic figure with the skills Shadow Sneak Attack and Wraith Fire, which is very difficult to deal with. And this Ying-Ying doll is not only green in aptitude, but also has a level of 30, which is strong. The groupings for the third round came out very quickly. Yuka's opponent was a boy named Oda. The elf he used in the second round was an unusual snow boy. This time Yuka's game is not as close as the second round, but the last group. The first group is still the same as the second round, Robert. The spirit used by Robert's opponent is a grass-based spiny ball cactus. This kind of spirit is very common in the Fang Yuan area with a large desert area. Robert still solved the game cleanly. In fact, the strength of this prickly ball cactus is not weak. After all, it is an elf who can go to the third round, and it will not be weak. The main reason is that its opponent is too strong. After that, De Huotuo and Ying Yingwei, and their trainers also successfully advanced. The 2 players in the fourth group did not perform very conspicuously in the previous games. They advanced to the competition in a satisfactory manner. In the end, the winner was a trainer of the Fusion Beast. The final game is Yuka and Oda. Speaking of Oda, he is probably the weakest among the players who have advanced from the second round. The Snow Boy is not high in aptitude or level, and Oda himself does not have a lot of combat experience. However, in the match against Yuka, Oda did not use the snow boy, but instead released a sweet firefly of insect type. Originally, Yuga saw that he released a new elf, and thought that this sweet firefly would be stronger than Suitong, but the strength of the two elves were almost the same, with similar levels and similar aptitudes. To put it bluntly, Tian Tian Ying Ying also has some advantages in race. In fact, there is not much difference between Yuki and Yuki in terms of strength. Yuka easily won the game with the flower leaf pedicle. The end of this group of games means that the third round is over, followed by the fourth round. There are 5 players who can participate in the fourth round, which means that one player will have a bye. The order of the game is drawn by the referees of the game, that is, Miss Joey, Miss Juncha and the owner of the organizer. They take turns to draw 2 pieces of paper with the names of the contestants each time, and at the same time, the one referee draws each other's opponent. The order of the game came out very quickly. The first group was Robert, and his opponent was the trainer who owns the sluggish camel. The second group was Yuga and the trainer who owns the smelt beast, and the Ying Ying the trainer of the doll was Lucky Bai. Robert's game ended very quickly. His Libra puppet was so strong that he didn't leave a little room for his opponent during the game. Although the opponent's dolly camel performed very well in the previous game, it was hardly beaten by the Libra puppet and did not have the slightest strength to fight back. This stupid camel was defeated because its qualifications were only yellow, and it was too far apart from the Libra puppet at the peak of the youth level. But Robert's Libra puppet is not surprising at all. Yuga is so strong, with high aptitude, high level, skilled, and tacit cooperation with the trainer. It is strange that such an elf is not strong. Then there is Yuga's game. Yuga's opponent is a boy named Kiyuno, who looks very young, has a round baby face, looks very cute. His elf is a melting beast, and his strength is not very strong. Even the trainer of the spiny ball cactus that was eliminated before and the strength of Oda are not as good, let alone the trainer of the fire camel who has just been eliminated www.readaloud.com, but he got to this place smoothly. The game started, and both sides released their elves. Not surprisingly, it was the melted beast before, and Yuka still sent Huadi as the elves for this game as always. Dissolve the beasts and use acid bombs. As soon as the prelude of the game kicked off, a cloud of purple liquid spewed from the mouth of the beast and shot it towards the flower leaf pedicle at an extremely fast speed. As a fairy-type spirit restrained by the poison type, Yuga understood that if he ate this acid bomb bluntly, the flower leaf base would immediately cool down. Flower leaf base, use fairy wind. Following Yuga's order, Huadi immediately rolled up a pink gust of wind all over her body and smashed the acid bomb that hit her. One blow didn't work. King Yi immediately wanted to order the melting beast to attack again, but Yuka didn't give him a chance. Flower leaf pedicle, magic leaf. The 4 magic leaves shot straight at the melting beast like blades, and the melting beast was about to launch an attack. The skill was immediately interrupted. Yuka was very satisfied with the attack of Huadi, and the timing was just right. As Yuga and Huadi get along for longer and longer, the tacit understanding between them is getting stronger and stronger. In the past, Huadi was not able to understand Yujia's intentions so easily. The round melting beast was hit by the magic leaf and rolled on the ring for several laps before it stopped. After it stopped, it was still dizzy and didn't find its direction. Seeing the dissolving beast looks like this, Yuka did not let go of the opportunity, and ordered Huadi to send another magic leaf. King Yi intentionally stopped it, but the dissolving beast did not react at all, and was immediately hit and immediately lost his fighting ability. Chapter 43, Final, 1. Next is the finals, and the only remaining players are Robert, Yuga, and the trainer of the Shadow Doll. According to the rules of the game, the final was changed from 1-on-1 to 3-on-3. The remaining 3 players also had to play against the other 2 players once to determine the championship season. The draw result came out soon. The first group of games is Yuga vs Robert, and the second is the loser of the first game against the Speed. If the second game wins the loser is the third place. The first game is against the winner. If the speed loses, the speed is the third place, and the loser is the second place. Su is the trainer of the Ying doll, very strong. After the game started, Yuga stood on the ring and looked at the opposite Robert. It always felt like he had seen him somewhere, but he just couldn't remember. Yuga's starting elf is Dark Crow. There are 3 main elves of Yuga, but the wind chimes with auxiliary skills can't participate in the competition at all, so Yuga has to pull the Dark Crow to fill the number. Robert's starting elf was finally no longer the original Libra puppet, but a wind chime like Yuga. The difference between and Yuga's only yellow qualification and only level 20 wind chimes is that Robert's wind chime is not only green in qualification, but also has a full level of 33. Although the Dark Crow took advantage of wind chimes in terms of attributes, Yuga was totally unsure of winning when his level was 9 levels lower. Dark Crow, use a peck attack. In order to gain the upper hand, Yuga took the lead to issue an attack command to the Dark Crow. I saw a white light from the dark yellow bird's beak, and then it rushed towards the wind chime like a cannonball. Looking at the Dark Crow rushing towards the wind chimes, Robert's expression did not change at all, and there was no need to give any instructions to the wind chimes. But when the Dark Crow was about to hit the wind chime, the soft body of the wind chime twisted strangely, and instantly escaped the attack of the Dark Crow, and when the Dark Crow was about to rush over, his body was a strange twist. Moved, and then the Dark Crow was tightly bound by the wind chimes. As the Dark Crow's expression gradually changed, Yuga recognized that the skill used by wind chime was tight. The Dark Crow's expression became more and more painful, and when it was about to be unable to support it, the wind chime's body slammed down, and the Dark Crow was hit the ring. Just the moment of the fight, the Dark Crow fell into an absolute disadvantage, and Robert did not even give a command. This also made Yuga fully realize that he was a trainer who was a monk and the children who had been trained by a trainer since childhood. The gap between the Dark Crow that was thrown on the ground could not immediately flew up to launch a counterattack, but struggled on the ground for a long time because of the heavy fall. Wind chime will certainly not let go of this great opportunity to continue its attack. It opened its mouth and let out a scream, and then a black light shot towards the Dark Crow. This is the scare of the ghost system. Although the ghost system has no obvious effect on the evil elves, it can't bear the level difference between the two. The Dark Crow that is hit on the ground directly loses the fighting ability. Yuga expressionlessly took out the pokeball to take back the Dark Crow that had lost the ability to fight, and then released Absolu. Abo. The first thing Absolu, who has always been looking forward to playing, did when he came out was to roar up to the sky. Its snow-white hair swayed gently with the breeze, and its sharp eyes looked coldly at the wind chimes floating in the air. Absolu, a mental blade. Following Yuga's voice, a white blade of lightning slashed towards the wind chimes. Wind chimes, get away. Robert, who has been silent for a long time, finally spoke in this game. But Absolu's mental blade was too fast, and in a blink of an eye, it came to the wind chime. Although the wind chime was trying to avoid it, it was still hit. The wind chime that was hit by the spiritual blade flew directly upside down, but Absolu did not let it go, and another spiritual blade followed. The wind chimes that hadn't landed before they flew out were hit by Absolu's mental blade again. Wind chimes, are you okay? Looking at the wind chimes that were hit by the mental blade twice in a row, Robert's face finally showed a rare anxious and worried expression. Feng Chime shook his small head, and said to his trainer that he was okay. Spirit Blade is a skill of the superpower system, and the wind chime is a spirit of the superpower system. Naturally, it has a certain resistance to it, so it has not lost the fighting ability. Speaking of it, Yuga's Absolu and his flower leaf pedicle are different. Absolu, who has been living in the wild, has a wealth of combat experience. It has a fundamental difference in combat consciousness from the elves that have been cultivated artificially since childhood. When Yuga first took over Absolu, his commanding awareness could not keep up with Absolu's fighting rhythm, but as they get along day and night, Yuga has been able to cooperate with Absolu very well. Fought. Wind chimes, scared. Following Robert's order, a black light shot straight towards Absolu. The power of the scare skill of the ghost system is very low, much lower than the power of the rattan whip that is not often used by the flower leaf pedicle. The reason why Robert let the wind chime use this attack skill, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, is probably the wind chime. The other attack skills of Absolute have no effect on Absolu. Wind chime and Absolu are both at level 33, and their qualifications are not even as good as Absolu. In this case, its superpower skills have no effect on the evil Absolu. Facing the wind chime scaring skill, Absolu dodged with a flash of light. However, the wind chime was probably very angry by Absolu's continuous mental blade before, and the shock skills attacked Absolu one after another. But Absolu's movements are very flexible, and his speed is also very fast, easily evading the startle skill in a few jumps. After many rounds of attacks, finally, Absolu caught a gap in the intensive attack of the wind chimes. In an instant, a mental sharp slammed out. The wind chimes were hit without notice, and finally lost the fighting ability. What made Yuga unexpected is that Robert's second elf turned out to be a Chino chinchilla from the Hezhong area. Grey fur, snow-white scarf, petite body, this Chino chinchilla is very cute, and it aroused the cheers of many audiences in the audience. This is also the second time that elves from other regions have appeared in this competition, and it is also the second final evolution type, not counting the sweet fireflies that appeared before. It cannot evolve, and there is no degenerate type. Chino chinchilla, seed machine gun. As soon as this Chino chinchilla came on the field, Robert began to order it to attack, and Yuka didn't even have time to look at its data with his eyes. The green seeds are shooting at Absolu like bullets, and the speed is not unpleasant. Absolu wanted to hide, but under the rain of bullets of the Chino chinchilla, he couldn't avoid it. Chapter 44, Final, 2. Absolu, foresee the future. In the intensive attack of Chino chinchillas, Yuka ordered. Foreseeing the future is an advanced skill, and it is a special skill in the advanced skills. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to learn Absolu with more than 30 levels, and even most Absolu cannot learn it. But Yuga's one can, although it is very unskilled to use, it is also very laborious. After listening to Yuga's words, Absolu's figure paused, and a white light flashed on the corner of the crescent shape, and then a seed machine gun shot by Chino chinchilla was avoided. From the repeated seed machine gun attacks of this Chino chinchilla, Yuga found that its characteristic is mostly continuous attacks, because the seed machine gun it uses every time has been fired 5 times without exception. This Chino chinchilla is very fast, even if Absolu has been using a flash of light to dodge its attacks, it can only be dodged. If this continues, Absolu's physical exertion is very serious. Yuga, although I understand this very well, there is no good solution. In the end, Absolu was hit by a Chino chinchilla seed machine gun several times under severe physical exhaustion, and finally lost his fighting ability. But at the moment when Absolu lost his fighting ability, 2 light wheels suddenly appeared in the sky slashing towards the Chino chinchilla, and the Chino chinchilla lost his fighting ability the moment he was hit. It turned out that Absolu had used the prediction of the future to activate. Looking at Chino's chinchilla who lost his fighting ability on the field, Yuka only had time to see its information. Chino chinchilla. Gender, female. Characteristics, continuous attack. Qualification, green. Level, 38. Skills, seed machine gun, rock blasting, tickling. Seeing this data, what else can you say? I don't know where Robert came from. The elves he owns are better than the man who owns the system. Look, 3 elves, 2 Cyan aptitudes, one of them is still the Cyan pinnacle, and the worst one is also green. Look at myself again. Although there are also 3 elves, there is only 1 Cyan qualification, 1 green qualification, and even 1 yellow qualification. It's so popular. And the level of this Chino chinchilla is the same as that of the highest level stupid camel that appeared before, and its traits are still very rare hidden traits. Yuka's last elf was Huidi, but apparently Huidi was defeated by Robert's Libra in a blink of an eye, and Yuka missed the champion. How strong Robert's Libra occasionally is, this is obvious to everyone present, and Yuka's mosaic die loses without suspense. The next game is Yuga Kazuo. If Yuga wins, it is the runner-up, and if it loses, it is the third runner-up. But Yuga's elves were injured and needed to go to the Elves Center to recover, so the game entered a break time. Fortunately, the Wizard Center is just beside the playing field, so it is very convenient to restore the wizard. Elf Center, Yoga, and Ranti are waiting for Miss Joey to recover her elves. "You're good." Rand said this sentence, and Yuka was taken aback when he heard it. "Is this what you said to me?" Yuga thought to herself. This sudden compliment made Yuga feel inexplicable. He lost the game rather than won the game. Could this kid watch me lose the game and want to comfort me? Thinking of this, Yuka smiled and rubbed Rand's little head. Is probably embarrassed to be rubbed by Yuka. Rand tore off Yuka's hand on his head and struck his neck and said, "I mean it. I think what you said before makes sense. It didn't take long for you to become a trainer. It's normal than others, but you still make it to the finals. It's really amazing." Yuka himself really didn't think he had lost the game. Although this game was indeed a tragic loss, he didn't expect Rand to say this to himself. "Okay, I see, thank you Rand," Yuka said with a smile, but Rand turned his head awkwardly and ignored Yuka. The rest time in the middle of the game is half an hour, which is enough for Miss Joey to restore Yuga's 3 elves who were not seriously injured to their original state. Dear viewers, welcome back. The next game is very important. If our speed player can win, then he will be able to compete with Robert player for the championship. If Shimizu wins, then this game will be all over. Let us look forward to it. A match between 2 players. On the stage, the host enthusiastically and exuberantly explained to the audience. After the host explained the importance of this game, Yuga and Suu also entered the ring of the game. Seeing Yuga and Suzanne, the host said, "The 2 players are ready, then the game will begin." The only elves used so far are the ghost doll of the ghost type that he used before, so the first elves Yuji sent is the Dark Crow. After all, the evil elves are resistant to ghost elves. However, it may be the reason why Yuga had already used 2 evil elves, Dark Crow and Absolu, during the battle with Robert. The first elves of Suo were not a ghost doll, but a worm. Department of Hunting Swallowtail Butterflies. This is already the second bird hunting in this competition, and the qualifications are very good. The aptitude for hunting swallowtail butterflies is the same as that of the little girl named Chris before. It is green aptitude for hunting swallowtail butterflies. The hunting swallowtail butterfly is one of the largest and most common elves in the Fangyuan area. With such a large base, this group often has some individuals with very good aptitudes. In addition, they have very good looks, so the hunting phoenix butterflies are relatively popular among civilian trainers. www.readaloud.com. The level of hunting swallowtails that is not too fast is obviously much higher than that of Chris. In addition, the insect system restrains the evil system, so Yugia the pressure is still great. The Dark Crow and the hunting swallowtail are both flying elves. As soon as they appear on the stage, they will flap their wings and face each other in the air. But hunting swallowtail butterflies is not suitable for high-altitude flight, so its flying height is much lower than that of the Dark Crow, so it feels more pressure to be looked down on by the Dark Crow. Hunting swallowtail butterflies, Silver Wind. Hearing the trainer's instruction, the hunting swallowtail butterfly flapped its wings in mid-air, and the silver whirlwind whizzed towards the Dark Crow above. Silver Wind is a very common skill for hunting phoenixes. It not only achieves the power of intermediate skills, but also has very good additional effects. The Dark Crow uses its wings to attack along the Silver Wind. After a flash of white light on the wings of the Dark Crow, it hovered against the wind pillar swept by the silver wind, and then rushed in the direction of hunting the swallowtail butterfly. Hunting swallowtail butterflies, paralyze powder. Seeing that the dark crow was about to rush to the front of the hunting swallowtail butterfly, a cloud of yellow powder suddenly erupted, directly submerging the dark crow's body. After the dark crow used its wings to disperse the yellow clouds, its body began to flash with lightning, which was a manifestation of its paralyzed state. The ability to paralyze powder does not cause any trouble to the flying dark crows, as long as the wings can be dispelled. This is also the reason why this skill is very effective, but not commonly used. But this time the paralysis powder appeared too suddenly. The opposing swallowtail hunting timing was very well grasped, and it was not used until the dark crow got close and unavoidable to avoid it. Chapter 45, Final, 3. Hunting swallowtail butterflies, silver wind. Speed, of course, would not let the dark crow fall into a paralyzed state, and immediately issued an offensive order to hunt the swallowtail butterfly. Dark crow, run away. Looking at the silver wind whistling again, the dark crow deliberately avoided it, but its paralyzed body made it unable to move, and it was blown out by the silver wind abruptly. Silver wind is a skill of the insect type. It has natural restraint to the evil type. If it weren't for the dark crow and the flying spirit at the same time, it would have only half life left for it at level 24. The dark crow uses its wings to attack. Yuka immediately reissued instructions to the dark crow that was flying again. Although he was still paralyzed, the dark crow moved smoothly this time. The dark crow society has very few skills, only pecking, wing attack, and black mist. There is no skill that can effectively hunt the swallows, so Yuga can only bite the bullet. In fact, if Darubi's level is higher, it is best suited for hunting swallowtails. It will be able to suppress the hunting swallowtails with the sparks of the fire system. The loud roar of the evil type is also very suitable for hunting swallowtails. The silver wind and paralysis powder. It's just that Darubi's level is a flawed injury, and he will only get second when he plays. The dark crow that heard Yuga's order rushed towards the hunting swallowtail butterfly like a cannonball. Hunting swallowtail butterflies, silver wind. Obviously, Su will watch his hunting swallowtail butterfly being attacked by the dark crow. After Yuga made a sound, he immediately commanded the hunting swallowtail butterfly. The dark crow directly slammed into the silver wind hunting swallowtail butterflies. Despite the sharp wind blade like a knife, the dark crow rushed forward desperately, with indomitable momentum. The dark crow in the silver wind was cut all over by the wind blade in a blink of an eye, and his expression became more and more painful. In the end, the dark crow still reached the front of the hunting swallowtail butterfly, and slashed the hunting swallowtail butterfly with its hard wings, hitting the hunting swallowtail butterfly to the ground. But the dark crow, which was devastated by the silver wind, fell straight to the ground and lost the ability to fight. Looking at the hunting swallowtail butterfly that was shaking and flying again, Yuka took out the pokeball and retracted the scarred dark crow lying on the ground, and then whispered, "Thank you, dark crow. What is a trainer? What is the bond between the trainer and the elves?" Questions that had never been thought of before were circling in Yuga's mind constantly. Seeing Dark Crow trying so hard to win the game for himself, Yuga suddenly felt his heart rise, as if there was something to gush out. The next elves released by Yuga is the Flower Leaf Pedicle. The Flower Leaf Pedicle of the fairy type is very resistant to the insect type. Flower Leaf Pedicle, Vine Whip. After Huadi came out, he threw out 2 vine whips and bound the wings of the swallowtail hunting butterfly tightly. In fact, the flower leaf pedicle does not have much advantage for hunting swallowtail butterflies. Although the attribute is a bit cheaper, the flower leaf pedicle's main attack skill is the grass type skill, and it has almost no effect on the flying and insect hunting swallowtail butterflies. However, the hunting swallowtail butterfly was tightly entangled by the vine whip at this time. Although it was quickly encouraged to break away from the restraints, the hunting swallowtail butterfly who was not physically strong could do nothing. Hui Pedicle used her rattan whip to bring the hunting swallowtail butterfly continuously in the air, and then threw it heavily to the ground, and then threw it into the air severely after being picked up. Flower Leaf Pedicle, the Wind of Fairy. As Yuga's voice fell, a pink gust of wind brought the hunting swallowtail butterfly in midair and hit the wall not far from the ring. The hunting swallowtail butterfly who had been thrown to the ground had been thrown to pieces. God lost the ability to fight. In fact, the level of hunting swallowtail butterflies is a few levels higher than that of level 26 Hui Di. The reason why Hui Di can defeat swallowtail hunting so easily is completely unexpected. Silently withdrew from hunting the phoenix butterfly, he gave Yuga a fierce look, as if saying that Yuga was not martial, but Yuga just smiled at him, and didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and he didn't use it anymore. Human means. Speed's second elf is a relatively rare hidden chameleon. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he used his color-changing advantage to hide. However, the invisibility characteristics of the hidden dragon are not very effective on the bare arena. The dark red stripes on its body are very conspicuous against the off-white arena. Flower Leaf Pedicle, Vine Whip. Under Yuga's order, the two vine whips of the Flower Leaf Pedicle quickly entangled toward the red stripes that were constantly moving on the ring. But the speed and response of this hidden dragon are very fast. Before the vine whip of the Flower Leaf Pedicle got close to its body, it moved to another position like lightning. The Flower Leaf Pedicle shook the vine whip time and time again and always couldn't catch the hidden dragon, but panting out of her tiredness, which made Yuga want to continue to deal with the hidden dragon in the same way as the hunting phoenix butterfly. The idea fell through. Become a hidden dragon, catch it. Finally, when the Hui Di was panting and his response was slow, the hidden dragon launched a sneak attack, and the Hui Di was inadvertently repelled far away. Yuga also realized that the method of dealing with the hunting papilio is not applicable to the hidden dragon, so he quickly changed his tactics. Flower Leaf Pedicle, Magic Leaf. The Flower Leaf Pedicle, which has adjusted its body shape, quickly shot 4 blades towards the hidden dragon that was still changing positions quickly. Although the hidden dragon changes quickly, but the magic leaf with its own tracking effect still accurately hit it. At this time, Yuga realized how stupid she was before, and the magic leaf with tracking effect is the best way to deal with the fast and erratic chameleon www.readaloud.com rather than just use it to deal with the hunting phoenix. The butterfly method. After being hit by the magic leaf, the hidden dragon was forced to release its invisibility and rolled on the ring for several laps before stopping, but then quickly entered the invisibility state, leaving only a fast-moving red on the ring. Stripe. Invisible Dragon, Shadow Attack. After giving a quick order, the hidden chameleon dragon suddenly appeared under the Flower Leaf Pedicle, and then leaped high. The black paw slapped the Flower Leaf Pedicle fiercely, and the Flower Leaf Pedicle directly was photographed underground from mid-air. Yuka also didn't expect that the hidden dragon would attack by shadow. With its extremely fast speed and erratic figure, Hui Di was caught off guard. Become a hidden dragon, another shadow attack. Looking at the Flower Leaf Pedicle that fell on the ground, he immediately ordered the hidden dragon to launch a second attack. Hui Di! Get away quickly! Shook his head, the Flower Leaf Pedicle, who was about to fly up, opened his eyes and saw the small paw that came to him again, and subconsciously grabbed the paw in front of him with the rattan whip and threw it out fiercely. The hidden dragon that was thrown out was also dumbfounded at this time. It had no idea that the Flower Leaf Pedicle would be able to counterattack under such circumstances. But if it knows that this is all because of the courage of the Flower Leaf Pedicle, the subconscious behavior when it is attacked may be vomiting blood at this time. The Flower Leaf Pedicle flew to the hidden dragon and slowly flew up. At this time, my mind was still a little confused. But Yuka didn't give it time to figure out the situation, and immediately ordered, Hui Di, Magic Leaf. Hui Di didn't think about it anymore, but obediently followed the trainer's instructions and launched an attack on the hidden dragon. Chapter 46, Final. The 4 magic leaves accurately hit the hidden dragon. Because of being thrown out by the vine whip, the hidden dragon had not had time to enter the invisible state, so it lost the ability to fight. The last elf in the speed is the shadow doll he has been using in previous games, and it is also his strongest elf. This Ying doll has the same green aptitude as Huadi. Although its level is not as good as the previous 38 level Stupid Camel and Robert's 38 level Chino Chinchilla, it is higher than the highest level of Yoga. Bruce Russell is 2 levels higher, a full 35 levels. After Ying doll appeared on the stage, Su did not rush to give orders to it. Ying doll floated in the air so strangely, and from time to time she made strange laughs, which brought a lot of pressure on Huadi. Speaking of which, Ying doll and Huadi have one thing in common, that is, they are currently flying elves, but after they have evolved into cursed dolls and Madame Huaja, they can no longer fly. Flower leaf pedicle, magic leaf. Yuka saw that the Ying doll hadn't moved for a long time, and he took the lead in ordering Huadi to launch an attack. As Yuka's voice just fell, the flower leaf pedicle, which had been ready for a long time, immediately moved, and the blade-like green leaves immediately shot straight towards the Ying doll. I only saw the Ying doll on the opposite side, instead of hiding at this time, but approaching the magic leaf. When the shadow doll approached the magic leaf, its body flashed with black light, and the 4 magic leaves swayed and fell to the ground like ordinary leaves. Huadi saw that her magic leaf was knocked to the ground so lightly, she didn't know what the situation was, she just felt annoyed in her heart. But Yuga clearly knew that when he approached the magic leaf, the shadow doll quickly used the ghost skills, and the shadow sneak attack. In the previous game, this shadow doll relied on his proficient shadow attack, combined with the ghost fire skills, and its erratic figure kept playing his opponent between applause. Judging from the previous performance, this shadow doll is very proficient in the several skills currently used, especially the shadow attack. Ying doll, ghost fire. Huadi missed a hit, and immediately ordered the wraith doll to use the ghost fire skill. I saw a circle of faint flames around the Ying doll, and then these flames quickly moved towards the flower leaf pedicle. Huadi saw these weird flames surrounding him and screamed and wanted to escape, but the surrounding space was squeezed by the flames getting smaller and smaller, and finally he could only watch the ghost fire fall on him. Flower leaf pedicle, magic leaf. Seeing that Huadi was hit by a wildfire, Yuga accelerated the attacking rhythm of Huadi, because he understood that the Huadi hit by a wildfire could not last long, and at this time he could only make a quick battle. Seeing the magic leaf of Huadi flying towards him, the shadow of the shadow doll disappeared directly in the air, trying to avoid the attack of the magic leaf. But this behavior didn't have much effect. When the Ying doll reappeared in the other direction of the ring, the magic leaf still hit it accurately. However, the level of Huadi is still far behind the Ying doll. Although the magic leaf hits the Ying doll, the damage caused is actually not obvious. When Yuga decided to chase the Ying doll, he heard the scream of Huadi, and his aura suddenly became a lot weaker, and his face became extremely pale. This is the effect of the ghost fire. The shadow doll, the shadow sneak attack. When the flower leaf pedicle was injured by the ghost fire to relax his vigilance, he immediately ordered the Ying doll to launch a counterattack, and saw the shadow under the Ying doll suddenly elongated, and then turned into a pitch-black claw and slammed the flower fiercely. Yedi knocked to the ground. Yedi loses the ability to fight, and Yinghua wins. Please Shimizu to release the next elf. As the host's voice sounded, Yuga took back the flower leaf pedicle that had fallen on the ground, and then released his last elf, Absolu. Ying doll, ghost fire. As soon as Absolu came to power and was ready, the opposite Su immediately ordered the Ying doll to launch an offensive, and the faint flames suddenly appeared around the Ying doll. Absolu, sword dance. Seeing that the blue flame was about to approach Absolu, a circle of bright blue lightsabers appeared around Absolu, blocking all the flames that he wanted to enclose, and then extinguished them all. Absolu once used this trick to deal with Darubi's turbid fog, and the effect was very good. Absolute, raid. After hearing Yuga's voice, as the flame disappeared, Absolute jumped up and leaped forward, and violently attacked the Ying-Ying doll with an unrelenting aura. But the shadow of the shadow doll disappeared into the air strangely again, and Absolute's attack was completely empty. But when the shadow of the shadow doll suddenly appeared in the other direction of the ring, preparing to attack Absolute, www.readaloud.com, Absolute suddenly turned around, turning his head as if he had eyes on the back of his head. A light blade was thrown from the moon-shaped sharp corner, directly knocking the unprepared Ying-Ying doll to the ground. Speaking of it, Yugia discovered early on that it seems that because of the ability to predict the future, Absolute has a strong ability to predict the future, which has also made its actual combat ability always strong. Ying-Ying doll's defense is not high. It was hit hard by Absolute's mental blade, and when it floated up from the ground again, it gave people the feeling that they could fall down anytime, anywhere. Your Absolute is very strong. Suddenly the opposite Su said to Yuka. Yuka didn't expect Su would suddenly talk to herself, so she blurted out, your Ying-Ying doll is also very strong. Quickly glanced at Yuka weirdly, the look made Yuka feel a little strange. The shadow doll, the shadow sneak attack. Quickly stopped talking nonsense, and ordered the Ying-Ying doll to continue to attack, and the claws formed by the shadow immediately grabbed towards Absolute. Absolute, a flash of lightning. As soon as the shadow attack came, Absolute suddenly speeded up and dodged the shadow attack. Absolute, raid. The moment Absolute landed, Yuga's order was delivered again, without giving the Ying-Ying doll on the opposite side any reaction time. And Yuga had a tacit understanding of Absolute's two claws with black light jumping high, and then slapped the Ying-Ying doll in mid-air, and then slapped the Ying-Ying doll to the ground. The scarred Wrath Shadow baby failed to hold on to this wave of attacks from Absolute, and lost the ability to fight. Chapter 47, Giveaway. The Shadow Doll loses the ability to fight, and Abshura wins. So this game, Shimizu wins. The host announced the result of the game loudly, and quickly took back the Ying-Ying doll after she fell to the ground, and then took a look at Yuga and walked off the ring. Since Shimizu has won the game, it means that the game has ended successfully. The third runner-up is the Speed player, the second runner-up is Shimizu player, and the champion is our Robert player. Let us send warm applause to these three outstanding teenagers. Then it was time for awards, and Yuga, who had just gotten off the ring, was invited up again. And the award-giving guests are served by three referees. It was Miss Junsha who gave the quick prize, and Miss Joey who gave the prize to Yuga. It was the organizer of this competition and the owner of the German branch who gave the prize to Robert. The award presentation went smoothly. With the host's exaggeration of not asking for money, Yuga took over the incubator that Miss Joey handed over. This is a very healthy elf egg, I hope you can nurture it well. Miss Joey smiled and spoke softly to Yuga. Okay, thank you Miss Joey. Yuga bowed to Miss Joey, but she was worried, what should I do with this fairy egg? The aptitude of this fairy egg is only yellow, and it is not outstanding. I already have a yellow level wind chime, do I have to raise another one? If the wind chime skills were not very special, Yugia would not subdue this wind chime. Yuga, who has the skill of eyesight, doesn't worry that she doesn't have high qualified elves, and the elves she wants to conquer must be green at the worst. The aptitude of the elves is very important, but it is extremely difficult to upgrade. It can be said that if there is no adventure, the aptitude of most elves will not change for a lifetime. Therefore, under the conditions, Yugia does not want to spend a lot of energy and resources to raise a yellow qualified elf. I started very late. If I wasted any more time, I would only have a greater gap with others. For example, Robert in front of him, the three elves he used, any one of them is stronger than Yuga. Absolute must be highly trained. Then what should I do with this fairy egg? Put it in the store? It's not good, but I won the competition because of my hard work. It's a shame to sell. I can't cultivate myself. I already have the oil bottle of wind chimes, and one more is too much trouble. Yuka hugged the elf egg and walked off the ring while thinking. Yuka's eyes lit up when he saw the oncoming Rand. Yes, it could be given to Rand. It stands to reason that Rand, who was studying at the trainer's school, should also have his own initial elf. Some time ago, Uncle Kate said hello and wanted to find a good elf for Rand. His family's conditions are not very favorable, so Rand's initial elves have been dragged to the present, although it is not that he can't afford an elves, it's just a little more or less tight. At any rate, the original body also watched Rand grow up since he was a child. Although Rand didn't wait to see the original body, but how the two parents have been dating for so many years, a yellow aptitude elf egg can still be given. Besides, Uncle Kate saved Yuga's life. If Uncle Kate hadn't fished out the original suicide body from the water, even if Yuga crossed over, he would still be drowned again. Yuka walked up to Rand and said with a grin, "Rand, do you want an elf?" Rand didn't know what Yuga asked about, but he answered honestly. Rand has long wanted an elf. Most of his classmates already have his own initial elf. Although he is envious, he also knows the situation in his family, so he didn't tell his father about his thoughts. "How about I give you this fairy egg?" Yugito held the incubator and handed the elf egg to Rand. "Give it to me." Rand didn't seem to realize what Yuka meant, and asked blankly. "Yes, for you, do you want it?" "Really? Really give it to me?" Rand's face showed a surprise expression. "Really, what did I lie to you?" Seeing Rand's surprise look, Yuka said with a smile. "But you won the game." Rand wanted this fairy egg, but was entangled again. "Oh, I don't lack an elf egg, haven't you seen so many in my shop?" Hearing Yuka's words, Rand reached out to take the incubator, but then drew back. "No, I can't ask for it, I can't ask for your things for no reason. My father knows it and won't agree." Seeing Rand's frustration, Yuka felt a little funny, and squeezed the incubator into Rand's arms. "If you give it to you, just take it. I said you have a small carrot head and you have nothing to do. If your father disagrees, you can let him come to me. Go www.readaloud.com. Let's go home first." Talking, Yuga pulled Rand and walked home. Rand followed Yuga silently holding the elf egg, staring at Yuga without knowing what he was thinking. Yuka walked and turned back suddenly. "Since it was given to you, you have to train it well, don't you know? People say, this is still the egg of a rare elf." After speaking, Yuka turned around again, and continued to walk in the direction home. Rand didn't say a word, just followed Yuga in a daze. Just like that, the two people walked silently to their doorsteps. Before entering the door, Rand suddenly said thank you to Yuga, and then ran into the house quickly. Yuka knew that this kid must be shy, shook his head and walked into the shop. When Yuga returned home, the sky was already dark, the light in the shop was also very dim, and there was no sound in the empty shop. For no reason, Yuga suddenly felt a little lonely. But in a blink of an eye, seeing Liyue and Darubi, who were not participating in the competition, were lying under the climate tree and slumbering, Yuka chuckled and suddenly felt a little hypocritical. Turn on the lights in the shop, and then release Huidi, Absolu, and Dark Crow out of the poke ball. Yuga felt that loneliness must be an illusion. It was probably because the environment suddenly became brighter, and the movement of the flower leaf pedicles was a bit loud. After 6 tails, Darubi raised his ears and woke up, and ran to Yujia's feet with a patter. The wind chimes hidden in the climate tree also suddenly came out of the leaves. Bell, bell, bell. The yelling of bell, bell, bell was crisp and sweet, and seemed to be welcoming Yuga and the others back. At this moment, Yuka suddenly felt that she was happy. Chapter 48, Luna's Question. In order to reward Dark Crow, Huidi, and Absola for their outstanding performances in today's game, we will have a big meal tonight. Hearing Yuga's words, the elves cheered. In order to adapt to training, the elves' current food has mostly been replaced with energy cubes, while ordinary food has become the existence of occasional adjustments to taste. But the taste of the energy cube is not as delicious as ordinary food, so the elves are very happy to hear that there is a big meal today. So, Yuga took a few elves in the kitchen busy for 2 or 3 hours before everyone had a good meal. Although it's a bit troublesome to prepare a big meal, everyone is enjoying it. It is not so much enjoying the big meal as it is enjoying the process of preparing the big meal. After the game, Yujia's days went back to the past, training elves every day, giving potions to elves with genetic defects, visiting stores, and monitoring the progress of the ecological park from time to time. Also, in the past few days, Rand's attitude towards Yuga has obviously improved. From time to time, after school, he will also carry the elf eggs that Yuga sent him to the store. Uncle Kate specially came to the store to find Yuga for the gift of the wizard egg to Yuga, but Yuga insisted that this was a thank you to Uncle Kate for his life-saving grace, and Uncle Kate couldn't say anything more. In the past few days, the construction of the Echo Park is getting closer and closer. Yujia is looking forward to the appearance of his Echo Park after it is completed. Today Yuga was bored looking at the store, and then saw a group of red shadows rushing into the store like a small cannonball. It was not until the red cannonball reached Yuga that Yuga could see clearly. "It's Luna here." Luna hugged Yuga's waist, and then shook it vigorously. "Brother Xiaohu, you gave an elf egg to that kid Rand, why didn't I?" Why? Luna's hand strength is really not normal. At this moment, Yuga not only feels dizzy, but also feels magical sound in her ears. Yuga pulled away Luna, who was holding her, and rubbed her waist. "How did you know that I gave Rand an elf egg?" Luna said angrily, "Why don't I know? He goes to school every day with an egg, I have seen it, and I also heard him tell others that you gave him the elf egg." "Yes, I gave it to him. Why does he have me or not?" "You are my brother, but not his brother, why does he have me or not?" "I don't care, I want it too." Yuka was hurt by her yelling brain, and this girl almost rolled on the ground. "Why should I give it to you? Rand did a good job at school, but I heard that you were naughty and troublesome at school." Hearing Yuga's words, Luna's complaint came to an abrupt end, her eyes dodged, and she said vaguely, Who said that? I have done well in school." This little guy has also learned to change the concept. His performance in school is not just about academic performance. Luna's academic performance has always been good. Yujia knows it, but other aspects are hard to say. "Oh, the academic performance is good. What about the academic performance?" Yuji looked at Luna and said with a smile. Luna was very uncomfortable with Yuga's weird eyes, and said in a snarky manner, I don't care, I want a fairy egg, if you don't give it to me today, I will stay here and not leave." In fact, Luna's parents, Yuga, the initial wizard, started preparing very early, just because they haven't met a suitable one. Before Yuga had crossed over, Luna could be said to be the only child in the family who wanted to be a trainer and the only child with the qualifications of a trainer, so the two families attached great importance to Luna's initial elves. Because of the importance, it has been dragging it until now. Finally, before Luna's initial elves were ready, Yuga's parents had an accident. Okay, don't make any noise, if you do this again, I will find your father." Hearing that Yuga was looking for her father to come over, Luna died immediately. Luna is usually spoiled and not afraid of anyone. Her father can be said to be her only nemesis. "I don't care about you anymore. Go and be the brother of Lander." Luna turned around angrily to find Hui Di. They let out angrily, and there was another flutter in the shop. Yuka watched Luna making a fuss and didn't care about her. The child had a temper and passed away after a while. Actually, Yuka had already thought about Luna's initial spirit, but she didn't want to tell her, otherwise there would be no surprises. After that, Yujia received 2 customers who came to consult the wizard, but neither of these customers bought it, and probably thought that they had to consider it. I saw Rand run into the store with joy. "Brother Yoga, look, my fairy egg has hatched." Yuga only noticed that he was still holding a zebra in his arms. Is probably because of just being born, this baby horse is very petite, looking at people with wet eyes, looks very cute. Zebra. Attribute, electricity. Gender, male. Characteristics, electric engine. Qualification, yellow. Level. Skill. Yuka looked at this zebra with her eyes, probably because she was just born. The level and skills of this zebra can't be seen clearly, but its characteristics are very good, and it is indeed a rare elf. From the Hezhong area. It turned out to be a zebra, a good elf. Yuka touched the zebra's head and smiled and said to Ranti. "Yes, www.readaloud.com. This is the first time I have seen a real zebra. I have only seen it in books before," Rand said with a happily face. Looking at his happy little expression, Yuga felt that the little spoken person who hadn't spoken before would be about to collapse. Just when Yoga and Ranti were happily talking about zebras, a voice suddenly came from behind, unexpectedly shocking Yuga and Ranti. "Hey, did this elf hatch from that elf egg?" Yuga and Lantur turned their heads and saw that Luna didn't know when they stood behind them, followed by Six Tails, Darubi, and them. Then can I touch it?" Luna suddenly twisted and said to Ranti. Seeing Luna's face flushed suddenly, Yuka suddenly felt that she might have seen a ghost today. Is this still the lawless little witch? What's wrong with these two, both choose to collapse today? Rand returned to his usual appearance at this time, put away the smile on his face, made a straight face, and did not speak, but still silently handed the zebra in his arms to Luna. Luna happily stretched out her hand and touched the zebra's body left and right, wishing to shave the zebra's hair down. Looking at the zebra's uncomfortable look, Rand took the zebra back from Luna's face and hugged it in his arms cautiously. "Hey, Meanie!" Seeing Rand taking back the zebra, Luna snorted unhappily, then turned around and continued to play with Liyue and the others. Looking at Luna's unhappy look, Yuka ignored her, and said to Ranti, "Don't pay attention to her, she will play a small temper." Rand nodded and didn't care about Luna's attitude. Chapter 49, Become Friends. "By the way, did you prepare a pokeball for it?" "Not yet, I haven't had time to prepare yet." Yuka looked at him and knew that he must have ran here as soon as the zebra hatched. "Don't rush to prepare. You can just bring it with you like this. This will help you develop relationships with him. After all, it has just been born, and it must be very dependent on you." "Understood." Rand nodded to express understanding. "Also, don't rush to let it participate in the battle. The newly born elves are still in their infancy and cannot participate in the battle, otherwise it will affect its growth and development." Yuka suddenly thought of this, and immediately told Rand. "I see, thank you brother Yuga, I will pay attention." Yoga then told Rand about some points to pay attention to. Rand is very modest and easy to learn. He also borrowed pen and paper from Yoga to write down all the points that need attention. The two chatted for a long time before Rand left and returned home. As for Luna, her father finally came over and carried her collar back. After lunch at noon, when Yuji returned to the shop from the restaurant, he saw a person next to the counter of the fairy egg in the shop. Because Yuga's restaurant and kitchen are connected to the shop, Yuga does not close the store during lunch. Yuka felt that this figure was very familiar, so he walked over and said hello. "Hello, can I help you?" The man turned his head when he heard the sound, and Yuka looked at it, and he was indeed someone he knew. Golden hair, handsome face, tall man, and a dark blue suit, this iconic look and dress, no one else could have Robert. It turned out to be Robert. Shimizu contestant. The two people called out each other's name in unison. "I'm sorry, it turns out you opened this store. It might be that I just called Yuga's name without saying hello and it was a bit rude to call others by the name Shimizu player." Robert also very gentlemanly apologized to Yuga. Robert's words and deeds showed Yuga his good education. Actually, Robert doesn't know what Yuga's full name is. Although Yuga used his full name when registering for the competition, the host used Shimizu Player instead when introducing and calling him. So Robert just now also subconsciously called Yuga as Shimizu Player. Yuga smiled and said, "I opened this shop. Do you want to buy fairy eggs? I want to see, but are all the fairy eggs in the store here?" It is obvious that these ordinary fairy eggs in the store cannot satisfy Robert's needs. "Yes, they are all here. My shop has just started. I don't have the highly qualified and rare elf egg here yet," Yuka said to Robert apologetically. "It turned out to be like this, but it's already amazing that you opened your own store at such a young age." Robert did not despise Yuga because of its small size. Instead, he admired Yuga for being able to open a store independently. "Haha, I think you are amazing. You look younger than me, don't you? You are already a very good trainer now." As an elf trainer, Yuji still recognizes and admires Robert very much. "My strength is still far behind, compared to that person, my strength is far inferior." As he spoke, Robert's face showed a look of admiration and admiration. Although it was strange who the person Robert was talking about, Yuga did not rush to ask. While chatting, Yuga thinks that Robert is a pretty good person. He seems to have a pretty good family background, but he doesn't have the pampering and domineering kind of rich people. On the contrary, he is very gentle and polite, and he is very knowledgeable. From the chat with Robert, Yuga learned that Robert came to Greentown originally to participate in the gorgeous contest, and to participate in the elf battle game was only idle and bored. And Robert is not a traditional elf trainer, but a coordinated trainer in the trainer's derivative profession. At this time, Yuga finally remembered why when he first met Robert, he felt familiar. This Robert turned out to be the Robert who won the final championship with Xiao Ao, Shun and other players in the grand celebration of the gorgeous contest when Zai was traveling in Fangyuan in the original animation. Probably because the time has passed, Yuga has almost forgotten the content of the animation. If it weren't for Robert's performance in the original book, Yuga would not remember him. The first time I met the characters in the original, Yuga was still very happy. The more they talked, the more speculative they were, and there was a sign of nothing to say. "It's getting late, I should go." Robert saw the two people chatting for a long time and planned to leave. "Okay, meet again. My name is Shimizu Yuka. It's an honor to meet you." Yuka always referred to himself as Shimizu Player when he met Robert when chatting, and guessed that he must not know his full name, so he took the initiative to tell him. "My name is Robert, and I am honored to know you. Don't forget to notify me when there are good elf eggs in the store." The two shook hands and smiled at each other. Sent away Robert Yuga and returned to the store in a good mood. Robert should be regarded as the first friend of the same age he made when he came to the World of Elves. In the evening, Yuga took her 6 elves out for training. After watching Robert's game, Yuga felt that his elves still had a lot of problems. For example, the wind chime as the main battle spirit has no attack power. www.readwn.com can't even participate in the competition. Although it is positioned as a nanny, it can't have any attack power. If it has been cultivated in a pure nanny way, then except for group battles, wind chimes may not be useful in the game. Take a look at Robert's wind chime, you can know that the wind chime is really good. Then there is the level aspect. Except for Absolu, whether it is the flower leaf pedicle, the wind chime of the main battle elf, or the dark crow, Dirubi, and the 6 tails of the backup elf, the levels are all hovering at more than 20 levels, and even Dirubi's level is only 19. Didn't even reach level 20. Look at Robert again, the 3 elves are no lower than level 30, and the highest level Chino Chinchilla is already level 38, which can be said to be only one step away from level 40. Finally, there is the skill aspect. At present, the proficiency of a few elves is almost qualified for the skills that they already know. At least there is no problem in coping with the battle, but the power of the skills is far from enough. For example, the fairy wind of the flower leaf pedicle, this is originally just the basic skill of the fairy system, and the basic power value is very low. If you don't get a good training, then when the level is higher in the future, this skill will be used more and more. Hard work, including the dark crow's peck, wing attack, Darubi's spark, and loud roar are all like this. Only when these basic skills are trained, can they evolve into advanced skills, and they can use advanced skills better and more coordinately. Also, Yuga feels that she has paid too little attention to the backup elves. Although they are not the main battle elves, as their trainer, Yuga feels that her responsibility is still very large, and the current number of elves is not large. More energy to take care of and train them. Chapter 50, New Round of Training. Knowing what his current problem is, Yuga has been more purposeful in training elves these days. The elves are also harder and harder in training, especially the Dark Crow. In the game against Robert and Sue, the Dark Crow's performance was very poor, and it almost went to give away the head. This made the Dark Crow very hit, so the Dark Crow was very dissatisfied with it. Even Huidi, who has always been playful, has worked very hard recently. Is probably influenced by other elves. Recently, Yuka feels that Huidi's playful temperament has changed a lot. Both Dark Crow and Absolu are very hard-working and conscientious. Even without Yuga's advice, they never slack in their training. Lioe and Windchime belong to the kind of very well-behaved temperament, even if they don't want to train, but as long as they are ordered by their own trainer, they will go all out. Even Darubi, who was a bit timid and fearful, has also been actively involved in training recently because of getting along well with Yuga. In this case, Huidi became embarrassed to be lazy, and gradually forgot to think about being lazy after a long time. So, the atmosphere in a team is still very important. If everyone is lazy, even a hard-working teammate will eventually become with the crowd. Early that morning, Yuka brought 6 elves to the grove not far from home for training. Uka usually takes them to complete the training of the elves in their own yard, but recently the construction of the Echo Park is coming to an end, and the yard has all been fenced off. It is temporarily inconvenient to go in and train the elves. Darubi, attack that tree with sparks. When using sparks, try to extend the time for the flame to spray out as much as possible. See if you can turn your sparks into a pillar of fire. After listening to Yuga's instructions, Darubi nodded and used the spark skill at the tree Yuga pointed at. Spark's advanced skill is spraying flames. Although the current strength of Darubi is not enough to use advanced skills such as spraying flames, such training can exercise the continuity of Darubi's flames, and the understanding of its future skills. It will be more or less helpful. But for Darubi, it is not so simple to achieve the continuity of the flame. The flames used by the spark skill are in the form of a ball. Want it to evolve into a more impactful fire column, the requirements for the elves' physical strength and flame control are very high. In the past few days, Yugia has paid attention to the exercise of Darubi's physical strength and its control of the flame. Today is also the first time to train the continuity of its flame. For the training of wind chimes, Yugia currently focuses on meditation, because all the attack power of the superpower elves is reflected in the strength of the spiritual power. Yuga has no idea how to teach wind chimes to learn offensive skills. After all, he is not a master of elves, and there is no special skill that teaches elves to learn skills in the knowledge of elves in previous lives. There are such things as skill learning machines in this world, but such things are not common. First of all, it is difficult to manufacture this kind of things, and there is no way to enter the market in large quantities. Although the price is not outrageous, but in many cases money cannot be bought, it is a truly valuable resource without a market. Secondly, there are big flaws in the use of skill CDs. The principle of the skill CD for the elves to learn skills is to forcibly infuse the energy operation method using this skill into the elves' brains. This is not the consequence of the elves' own comprehension, which makes it difficult for the elves to improve their proficiency after learning the skills, and will also affect the elf's understanding of some follow-up advanced skills. Yuga also learned from the internet that after using the skill CD, it will also affect the elf's perception of the attribute energy in the future, but these are rumors on the internet. Whether it is true or not, Yuga is not clear. As far as the current situation is concerned, there are 3 safest ways for elves to learn skills. The third method is also divided into 2 types, one is from other elves' words and deeds, and the other is from elves' training. The professors of other elves are easy to understand. Elves have their own language. They can understand and communicate with each other, so it is relatively easy to teach skills. The trainer's teaching of elves' skills comes from their own training experience. How to let their elves learn skills is also a compulsory content for the trainer. But Yuga definitely won't. First, he hasn't been a trainer for a long time, and he has 0 experience. Secondly, no one has taught him, so naturally he won't. At present, Yoga's training for her elves comes from her own explorations and some information found on the internet. However, most of the information on the internet is not very useful and can only be used as a reference. After all, few people will take their precious experience just put it online. However, experienced trainers will not let their elves learn skills in large numbers, but will selectively let their elves learn some of the skills that are most suitable for them. Even if the IQ of the elves is high, their energy is also effective. An unskilled high-level skill may not be as effective as a proficient intermediate skill. The power of the skill used by the elves is not only the basic power of the skill, but also related to their own strength and the mastery and function of the skill. So the skills are not that the more you learn, the better. The Dark Crow is currently training a new skill, roaring loudly. From the last game, Yugia discovered that the biggest disadvantage of the Dark Crow is that it does not have long-range attack skills. All attacks are concentrated in one peck and one wing attack. These 2 abilities must all be close in order to be effective. As a flying elf, once the movement of the Dark Crow is restricted, then only 2 moves to attack the Dark Crow in close quarters are almost abolished. This loud roar was taught to the Dark Crow by Yuga asked Darubi to teach it to the Dark Crow. Both are evil spirits. It is not impossible for the Dark Crow to learn this skill. At present, Darubi has only taught the Dark Crow how to use skills, but the Dark Crow has not been able to use it successfully. Liyue currently needs to train the skills of Ghost Fire and Flame Splash. The skill of Ghost Fire is very strong, and you can know that when you saw Su, the Ying-Ying doll. Although the Ghost Fire of Ying-Ying doll didn't take much advantage in Yuga, Suzui used this skill to take advantage of it when fighting against other contestants. Once an elf is hit by a Ghost Fire, if there is no way to end the battle in a short time, it means a failure. Flame Splash, as the main attack method of the 6 Tails, is also the focus of the current training of the 6 Tails, and as a powerful intermediate skill, the 6 Tails are very dominant in the early stage. Huidi's training focuses on magic leaves and fairy wines. The power of the fairy wind is not great, and Yuga uses it as the focus of the training of the flower leaf pedicle to pave the way for it to learn the magical sparkle and the power of the moon in the future of the fairy system. The fairy line is different from other lines. It does not have many powerful abilities like other lines. Except for Meiji Yana's flower cannon and the flower leaf pedicle, the light of destruction learned through the eternal flower, the skills over 90. Only play and the power of the moon reached more than 90 power. And the flower cannon and the light of destruction are both unlearned by Yuga's flower leaf pedicle. So the role of the fairy wind is to let Huidi know more about the energy of the fairy element, which is especially important for a fairy element elf with a single attribute. There is also the magic leaf as the main attack method of the flower leaf pedicle. It must be focused on training. Yuka has another idea, that is, to let the flower leaf pedicle use the magic leaf with the effect of flying leaf storm. At present, there are only 4 magic leaves that can be used for the flower leaf pedicle, and there will be 8 or 16 more useful in the future. If one day can achieve hundreds of thousands of leaves, then this goal will be achieved. I don't know if you can do it in the end. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but the goal is to have, if one day it is really done, then other elves will be fine in front of Huidi. After participating in this competition, Yuji found that the vine whip skill of Huidi is also very useful. Its power may not be high, but it has some good effects in the convenience of control and interference. Before, Yuga had always felt that this skill was useless, and had neglected the training of this skill. Now I think it is better to pick it up again. At the end is Absolu. As Yuga's strongest spirit, Absolu is also the one that makes Yuga the most worry-free. The different growth environment from other elves has led to the formation of a determined character and a desire for strength. It knows the importance of strength better than anyone. Yuga didn't arrange any specific training for Absolu. The skills it learned were all learned and exercised in the wild, both proficiency and power. What Absolu is training now is to predict the future with the only skill it has not fully mastered so far. This superpower skill is very magical. It can not only be used as a means of attack in battle, but also can improve the perception and predictive ability of the elves, which is very difficult to use. During this period, Yuji usually conducts skill training on elves in the morning, because the elves are more clear-headed in the morning, which is more conducive to the comprehension of skills, while in the afternoon, they conduct physical training and actual combat training. Physical training and actual combat training are training programs to further improve the level of the elves. Although these can't have a good effect in a short period of time, training this kind of thing is about perseverance and accumulation. Chapter 51, The Fire Rock Team is Coming. Absolu, foreseeing the future is a skill of the superpower system. You are an evil spirit, and it is definitely not as smooth as a superpower spirit. You said that if we learn this skill of meditation, will it be helpful for you to use this skill? Although Absolu is not a superpower elves, it belongs to a relatively special elves. Its natural ability to predict disasters also allows it to use superpower abilities to have an advantage over other non-superpower elves. Therefore, it shouldn't be too difficult for Abshuru to learn this metamorphic skill of the superpower system. After listening to Yuga's words, Abshuru nodded in agreement, but how to learn the skill of meditation is still a problem. Although Yuga's wind chime is a superpower elves, it only has the meditative instinct of superpower elves, and does not meditate on this skill. Both the meditation instinct and the meditation skills of the superpower elves can improve the spiritual power of the elves, but the difference is that only the superpower elves are born with the instinct of meditation, while the meditation skill can be learned by many non-superpower elves. The biggest advantage of this skill of meditation is that not only can you temporarily improve your combat ability through this skill during battle, but you can also slowly increase your mental power through daily exercise. Absolu, wait for me to go back and think about a way, so that both you and the wind chime will learn this skill. Yuga guessed that the reason why Absolu could not use this skill smoothly was probably because it did not possess the inherently powerful mental power of the superpower elves. So even most of the elves of the superpower system are difficult to learn to predict the future. Even if Absolu is born to be able to use it, it will definitely be difficult to use. The learning of this skill of meditation, Yuga feels that he still has to start with other trainers. Her elves don't know this trick, and she doesn't know how to teach, so she can only make this move. Okay, Absolu, you. Before Yuga's words were finished, Absolu, who was training, suddenly rushed over and knocked Yuga to the side. At the same time, the place where Yuga was standing was blown out of a big pit with a bang. Yuga looked at the big pit and the scattered dirt in front of her, and she was shocked in a cold sweat. Cut, the sneak attack failed. Suddenly there was a sound in the distance, and 3 figures and a scorpion-tailed scorpion walked out. 2 of them had faces still fresh in their memory. One of them is the speed that Yuga met in the finals in the previous wizard battle competition, and the other is also a contestant, the trainer of that high-level dull camel. It was the leader of these 3 people who had just started and spoke to Yuga, and the only person Yuga did not know. Although Yuka doesn't know him, Yuka is familiar with the clothes he wears. Dark red costume, plus a hood with horns. This costume can have anyone besides the Fire Rock team, one of the two evil organizations in the Fang Yuan area. What do you mean? Why do you attack me for no reason? Following Yuga's words, Absolu suddenly got in front of Yuga, grinning and yelling at the three people in front of him. This look was full of aggressiveness. Yuga did not reveal their identities. At this time, the less he knew, the safer he would be. After all, there were three people on the opposite side, and there was only one person. Why attacked you? You robbed us. Shouldn't I take it back? The entire face of the leader opposite was hidden in the shadow of his hood. Yuka couldn't see his appearance clearly, but he should be a middle-aged person. But he said that he might have some misunderstanding when he took their things. Yuga felt that he hadn't taken anything indiscriminately, but this person's voice sounded familiar. I took your things? I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding, right? Yuga felt that something might have been wrong, but still silently became vigilant, and then slowly stood up from the ground. Misunderstand? The leader snorted. The evidence is right in front of you, what are you saying about misunderstanding? As he said, the man pointed his finger at Absolu, who was standing in front of Yuga. Yuga squinted his eyes, and then he understood what the thing they were talking about, and also understood why Suu would look at him with that weird look when he dispatched Absolu during the game. At the same time, he also remembered why he felt that the voice of the leader in front of him sounded familiar. The leader was one of the three people who hunted Absolu in the Kalu tunnel at the time, the trainer of the pincer-tailed scorpion. At that time, the light in the Kalu tunnel was too dim, and Yuga could only see the outline of the clothes that the three people wore at the time. He couldn't distinguish the color of their clothes or their appearance, and naturally he didn't realize that they were people from the Fire Rock team. I am afraid that his whereabouts were revealed to the leader quickly, and the quick response is the eyeliner of the Fire Rock team looking for Absolu. Remember? When you think of it, you should return Absolu to us, right? The leader said in a slightly threatening tone. www.readaloud.com. Yuga did not answer the leader's words, but silently retracted the elves who had gathered around him, leaving only Absolu, Mosaic, and wind chimes. The bell is outside. Seeing Yuga's actions, the leader knew that Yuga didn't plan to give in. The Suwa trainer of Huo also released his own shadow doll and Huo to prepare for the battle. Humph! Toast without eating fine wine, pincer-tailed scorpion, flying bullet needle. Without saying a word, the leader ordered his scorpion-tail scorpion to launch an attack on Yuga. Flower leaf pedicle, the wind of fairy. Facing the opposite attack, Yuga also immediately counterattacked. Light purple missiles and pink air currents vigorously stirred in the air, causing bursts of explosions. Absolu, a mental blade. Yuga did not relax his vigilance because he blocked the attack of the scorpion tail, but ordered Absolu to attack the remaining Huo and Ying dolls, and wanted to take this opportunity to take the initiative. Absolu immediately understood Yuga's meaning, and the two white light blades instantly slashed towards the Duhuo camel and the Ying doll. Stay fire camel, hold on. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is not satisfactory. Yuga didn't expect that this foolish camel would actually defend this magical skill and respond quickly to sudden attacks. The mental blades of Absolu that slashed towards Duhuo and Yuanying doll respectively were blocked by the light shield in front of Duhuo. The shadow doll, the shadow sneak attack. After Duhuo camel helped the Ying doll to block the attack, the trainer of the Ying doll immediately took the Ying doll to counterattack. Chapter 52, Rescue. The ghost claws formed by the shadow attack of the Ying doll were sent straight towards Absolu. Absolu dodged the shadow attack with an electric light, but this ghost claw was chasing Absolu. Wind chimes, gravity. Seeing that Absolu was pinned by the shadow doll, Yuga worried that the fire camel would take advantage of this opportunity, so he ordered the wind chimes, who were not good at fighting, to interfere with Shadow Doll. After Feng Chime sneaked close to the Ying-Ying doll, she saw Ying-Ying doll suddenly slap from the air and fell to the ground without knowing what happened, and the ghost claws that were chasing Absola followed suit. Dissipate. The unidentified Ying-Ying doll wanted to fly again from the ground, but it took a lot of effort to flew up, but couldn't move half a minute. Of course the trainer of Ying-Ying doll saw the figure of Wind Chime, and immediately asked for help from the trainer of Dahuohuo, but at this time Dahuohuo was restrained by Absolu, who had escaped from Ghost Claw, and could not get away. Come to rescue the Ying-Ying doll. You kid is pretty good, you want to deal with the three of us alone. Watching Yuga's Absolu and Feng Chime fighting their two men equally, the leader said in a vicious tone. Clamp-tailed scorpion, very poisonous. The scorpion's speed is very fast. Even if the scorpion is in the air, it can't escape the venom of the scorpion. The purple venom directly pours on the body of the scorpion. The poison type restrained the fairy type, and the body of the flower leaf pedicle immediately appeared purple poisonous bubbles, and fell into a poisoned state. Wind chimes, healing bells. As soon as Yuka's voice fell, the crisp and sweet ringtones began to spread around the wind chimes, and the poisoned state of the flower leaf pedicles was also lifted. But the price for the wind chime to use the healing bell is that the shadow doll, which was originally restrained by gravity, regained its freedom and launched an attack on the wind chime. Wind chime currently has no way to maintain the gravity skill while using the healing chime. Seeing that the wind chime was about to be sneaked by the shadow of the shadow doll, Absolu, who had the advantage in the battle, got rid of his opponent. A surprise attack threw the shadow doll to the ground, and the shadow doll lost the fighting ability. Seeing that his Ying-Ying doll had lost his fighting ability, Su was very angry, released all his hunting swallowtail butterflies and hermit dragons, and then launched an attack on Absolu. Absolu, who had the upper hand in the battle, was besieged by the three elves, and fell into a disadvantage. Wind chimes, gravity. The three elves besieging Absolu were all shrouded by the gravity of the wind chimes because they were too close. Also shrouded by gravity was Absolu in the center of the battle. However, it was also because of the wind chimes' gravity skill that Absolu was able to relieve the crisis, and because Abshura was accustomed to the wind chimes' gravity, he was much more relaxed than other elves. Just when Yuka breathed a sigh of relief, on the other side, the screams of the flower leaf pedicle came. Yuka looked back, and Huadi had fallen to the ground and lost his fighting ability. Huadi's strength is not as good as the pliers-tailed scorpion on the opposite side, and his attributes have been restrained. In addition, Yujia has to command the three elves alone. It is really messy and powerless. It is not difficult to understand that Huadi loses combat ability so quickly. Clamp-tailed scorpion, flying bullet needle. The leader who came out immediately ordered the scorpion-tail scorpion to launch an attack on the wind chimes that contained the other three elves. Wind chimes, get away. Yuka felt bad and immediately yelled at the wind chime. Feng Chime heard Yuka's voice and dodged aside subconsciously, evading the scorpion's missile needle without any risk, but at the same time, its gravity skills were also released. The freed husky camel, the hidden dragon, and the hunting swallowtail all attacked Absolu again. Two fists are hard to beat with four hands. Absolu was knocked to the ground because of the attack of the three elves. Wind chimes, heal fluctuations. The wind chime that recovered from the fright heard Yuga's instructions and immediately flew to the top of Absolu's head. Once the pink beam of light fell on Absolu's body, the wound on Absolu's body was at a speed visible to the naked eye. Disappeared, and stood up from the ground again. Absolu, a mental blade. The rejuvenated Absolu sent out a series of spiritual light blades towards the three elves who attacked him. The hidden dragon was hit instantly, but the other two elves escaped dangerously. However, the hidden dragon that was hit did not lose the ability to fight, because Abshura used the mental blade 3 times at the same time, and its power was also weakened a lot, and one attack was not enough to make the hidden dragon lose the ability to fight. The wind chime was restrained by the pincer-tailed scorpion, and there was no way to provide support to Absolu. Absolu was once again caught in a situation where he was besieged by 3 elves at the same time. Stupefied fire camel, flames splash. Absolu didn't notice for a while, was hit by the flames of the dumb camel, and fell to the ground. The white hair on his body was covered with dirt, partly because of the flames' attack, he was scorched black. Hunting swallowtail butterflies, silver wind. Seeing that the hunting swallowtail butterfly was about to attack the fallen Absolu again, suddenly green lights hit the hunting swallowtail butterfly and knocked it to the ground. Chino Chinchilla, seed machine gun. Libra, awakening power. Not only the hunting swallowtail butterfly was knocked down, even the pincer-tailed scorpion that was still chasing the wind chime was also interrupted and attacked. Hearing this voice, Yuka looked back and saw Robert standing not far away with Chino and Libra. Seeing one more person in the battle circle, the leader said with a sullen face, rather jealous, "Who are you? This matter has nothing to do with you, I hope you don't be nosy." "What if I have to take care of this nosy?" Robert said calmly. "Then don't blame me for my cruel heart." Claw-tailed scorpion, cross poisonous blade. This skill is the first time this pliers-tailed scorpion has used www.readaloud.com. I saw the double pliers of the pliers-tailed scorpion emit purple venom and then rushed towards Robert's direction. Robert did not attack the scorpion, and said calmly, "Libra, rock blockade." Chino Chinchilla, rock blasting. The clamp-tailed scorpion, which was still rushing forward at high speed, ran halfway and was directly surrounded by a circle of huge rocks, and then the Kong Chino Chinchilla shot another large stone directly to smash the clamp-tailed scorpion and lost its fighting ability. Yuka also sighed. It is indeed a Chino Chinchilla with continuous attack characteristics. This rock blasting is really full of attack power. Seeing that his pincer-tailed scorpion was so easy, he was taken away. The leader was stupid, and the trainer of Suhita Huo, who was still besieging Absolu, was stupid. Withdraw. The leader retracted the incompetent scorpion-tailed scorpion and then glanced at Robert, then gave the order to retreat to the other 2 people, and the 3 disappeared in the woods in a blink of an eye. Yuga didn't expect that Robert's strength was stronger than he thought, and the enemies who had beaten him in a hurry were beaten away by Robert with 3 strokes and 2 strokes. "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to hold it today," Yuka said to Robert gratefully. Robert smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a matter of hand, besides, we are friends, aren't we?" It turns out that Robert also came here to train the elves, and seeing Yuga being attacked was just at the right time. Robert did not ask who attacked Yuga, nor did he ask why Yuga was attacked, he was very empathetic. Because his elves were injured, Yuga didn't talk to Robert much, and hurriedly took his elves to the Elves Center. Chapter 53, Visit Robert. At noon the next day, Yuga closed the shop and went to the Wizard Center to visit Robert. Yesterday, because the injured elves were worried and rushed to the Elves Center, they simply thanked Robert before leaving. "Miss Joey." Yuka whispered to Miss Joey, who was immersed in work. Miss Joey raised her head when she heard the voice, and then smiled and said, "It's Mr. Shimizu, what's the matter?" Because Yuga trains elves every day, she often brings her own elves to the Elf Center for inspection, so gradually, Miss Joey also got to know the owner of the only breeding house in Greentown. "I want to ask, is there a Mr. Robert living here?" Yuga didn't know whether Robert lived in the Wizard Center, and did not have his contact information, so he had to come here to inquire. "Wait a moment, I will check it for you." Miss Joey thought for a while, took out the accommodation record from the table and looked through it. After halfway through the search, Miss Joey suddenly raised her head. "Oh, I remember, there is a Mr. Robert who lives here, why did I forget?" Saying that, Miss Joey tapped her head with her hand, as if she was very upset. Yuga is a little bit confused. There are so many guests coming and going in the Wizard Center every day. Isn't it normal to not remember 1 or 2 people? Excuse me, does he live in that room? I have something to ask him. He lives in the fourth room from the left on the second floor. Miss Joey pointed to the stairs on the same second floor and said. Thank you, Miss Joey. Thanked politely, Yuga turned around and prepared to go up to the second floor to find Robert. Suddenly, she heard a whisper from Miss Joey coming from behind. That Mr. Robert is so handsome. Hearing this sentence, Yuga was staggered, and Miss Joey would be a nymphomaniac. No wonder she was arrogant because she had forgotten Robert. It turned out to be fascinated by beauty. Following Miss Joey's instructions, Yuga easily found Robert's room and knocked on the door. Robert, who was in the room about to go out, heard a knock on the door. He wondered who was looking for himself at this time. He opened the door and saw that it was Yuga. Yuga? Why are you here? You have something to do with me. What? I can't come to you if I'm okay. Yuga looked at Robert with a surprised expression and said with a smile. Of course you can, come in. Said to let her out, and greeted Yuga in the door. Sit down. Robert pointed to the only stool in the room, and then sat on the bed by himself. The rooms in the elf center are not big, especially the single rooms, where you can sit, except for the only stool, which is the bed. Yuga sat on a stool, looked up around the room, and said casually. Looking at how you look like a young master, I thought you would go to a hotel, and come here just to try to see if you can find you. I didn't expect you to be here. The original purpose of Wizard Center was to make it convenient for trainers on the journey, so the conditions will naturally not be too good. Although the development of the Alliance has been longer and longer, the system has become more and more perfect, the society has become more and more stable, and the trainers' travel environment has become more and more safe. The Wizard Center has gradually evolved from the original supply point and rescue station. It is now a form of integrating hotels and hospitals, but the conditions still cannot compare with authentic hotels. Looking at Yuga's playful eyes, Robert said helplessly, It turns out I gave you this impression. Looking at me, can't I live in the Wizard Center? Yuga waved his hand, haha, just kidding, if an excellent trainer like you can't eat a bit of suffering, how can you achieve what you are now? Robert ignored Yuga's praise and said, You haven't said anything about coming to me. Did you come here to praise me? Hearing Robert asked about the purpose of his trip again, Yuga straightened her face, put a hippie smile away, and said, I'm here mainly for yesterday's affairs, thank you. It turned out to be for this. Why is it so thankful? We are friends. Shouldn't I help you? Robert patted Yuga on the shoulder and said indifferently. Thank you, 1 yard goes 1 yard. Without you, I didn't know what would happen yesterday. Yuga now thinks of yesterday's events and still feels cold sweat. Yesterday's situation, she cannot cope with it alone. If Robert does not come, she does not know whether she will be killed by them or arrested by them. The person who troubled you yesterday belonged to the Fire Rocks, right? How could you be targeted by their people? Do you know the Fire Rock team? Yuga didn't expect that Robert also knew about the Fire Rock team. Robert replied. Knowing that this organization has not been around for a long time, and another organization called the Water Fleet has only emerged in recent years. One slogan of these two organizations is Protect the Earth www.readaloud.com and the other is Protect the Ocean. When such organizations appear, they will register with the Alliance. It's just that they have been on the safe side, and nothing has been caused, so the League opened one eye to them and closed one eye. Yuga thought, that's because they haven't caused trouble now, and in a few years, see if the League has headaches. But Yuga didn't expect that the current Fire Rock team and Water Fleet were not infamous yet, and they were still a semi-public organization. Do you know I have an Absolu? I know, it's the one you used in the match with me before. That Absolu is very good. Yuga told Robert the causes and consequences of the conquering of Absolu and the attack by the Fire Rock team. Hearing Yuga's description, Robert frowned and said, it stands to reason that since that Absolo has been subdued by you, it is your elf. Why do they hold on to it? It costs so much. Is Jin coming to you? I do not know either. Yuga guessed that the reason why the Fire Rock team pursued Abshuru is mostly because Abshuru has a weak ability to predict the future, but these are all Yuga's own guesses. If there is no evidence, Yuga is not easy to tell. Robert worriedly said, anyway, you have to be careful next, who knows if they still give up. Yuga ordered, I will. By the way, have you eaten lunch? If you don't eat it, I will ask you, as a thank you for your life-saving grace. I was about to go out for dinner when you knocked on the door. Since there was a treat, I was disrespectful. As Robert patted Yuga on the shoulder, he stood up, and the two went out together. Chapter 54, Qingmian Bird. After having lunch with Robert at noon, Yujia is going to go back to the store and continue to look at the store. But as soon as I opened the shop, I saw the wind chimes hurriedly flew in front of me and kept calling ding ling ling. Looking at the wind chimes with an eager look, Yuka asked strangely, what's wrong, wind chimes? Is something wrong? Seeing that Yuka didn't understand her meaning at all, the wind chimes stopped squeaking, and she pulled Yuka hard in the direction of the stairs on the second floor. You want me to go to the second floor? Seeing Yujia understand what she meant, Feng Chime nodded happily. Yuka followed the wind chime and went to the second floor, wondering, did something happen to the second floor? Yuka just came out of the entrance of the stairs to the second floor, and suddenly saw a small blue ball rushing towards him. Yuka hadn't seen exactly what the collision was, and the thing slammed into Yuga's arms. Yuga only felt that his internal organs might be broken. Yuka took the lump of things out of her arms and saw a pair of small dark eyes staring at her. Turned out to be a blue cotton bird. One person and one elf stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes for a long time. Finally, the blue bird couldn't help but peck Yuga's chin with its immature beak, and the confrontation came to an end. Yuga looked at the messy room and Darubi, Dark Crow, and Lioe who were squatting on the side, only feeling that his brain hurts. What happened? How could your own room be made like this? Also, where did this Qingmian bird come from? I had to take Huadi and Absolo out when I was out, otherwise the house would not be overturned. Yuga looked at the tragic situation in front of her, and shouted, you can tell me clearly what happened? Are you going to heaven if I'm not here? The three elves shrank their necks and did not dare to make a sound. In the end, Lioe pointed his head to the place where Yuka put the elves' eggs. Yuga walked suspiciously, and walked to the elven eggs to find out that now there are only 31 of the 32 elven eggs left. These fairy eggs are those with genetic defects. Because these fairy eggs use genetic medicine every day, it is inconvenient to put them on the first floor, so Yujia moved them to his room on the second floor. Unexpectedly, they finally hatched today. Only. Sure enough, Director Mond was right. These elven eggs are rare elven eggs, and the first one that hatched was the rare blue cotton bird. You need to know that the evolutionary type of the blue cotton bird is the rare dragon spirit Kixie blue bird. The dragon spirit is not only a rare synonym, but also a powerful synonym. Yuka checked the blue cotton bird with his eyesight skills. Qingmian bird. Attributes: General, Flying. Gender: Male. Feature: Natural recovery. Qualification: Green. Level: Skill. As the system said, genetic medicine can treat these genetically defective spirits. The blue cotton bird in front of him couldn't tell at all that it had hatched from a defective elf egg. However, Yuga also discovered a shortcoming of her wisdom eye skills, that is, the newly born elves, wisdom eye cannot see their level and skills. I don't know if it's genetic skills or not. Yujia didn't see the genetic skills of Ran's zebra and this blue bird. I don't know if they didn't inherit the skills, or they just looked at them. Less than. Because the elf egg hatched, Yuka was in a good mood, so she didn't blame Lioe for messing up the room. In fact, the things in the room can't be blamed on Liyue. After Yuga left, the wind chimes in the room found one of the elf eggs glowing constantly, so out of curiosity, he called the other friends over. The 4 elves surrounded the elves like this. So when the Qingmian bird was born, he met 8 big round eyes, and was frightened at once, and began to rampage in the room. 6 tails were also taken aback by the appearance of the blue cotton bird, and when they reacted, they began to frantically want to appease the blue cotton bird. But the behavior of the few little guys who understood made the Qingmian bird more and more flustered, so the Qingmian bird began to fly around the room, and the 4 little guys chased after it. Later, when Feng Chime saw that the situation was really uncontrollable, she wanted to find Yuga. Unexpectedly, Yuga came back as soon as he arrived at the door. So as soon as Yuga went upstairs, he saw the horror in front of him. Yuga looked at the blue bird's eyes with panic, and his body was trembling slightly, knowing that it must have been frightened, but fortunately it was not injured. Wind chimes, use healing bells. The wind chime nodded, and the sweet bell rang, following the pink fluctuations from the wind chime body to the surroundings. The blue bird's flustered eyes finally slowly calmed under the healing bell of the wind chimes, and even Liyue and the others became blurred under the healing bell of the wind chimes. But, to be honest, the healing bells of the wind chimes are really pleasant to listen to. Yujia herself feels that the cells of the whole body are cheering, and the mental fatigue of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is wiped out. Yuga doesn't know what other elves' healing ringtones are, but the healing ringtones of wind chimes are definitely one by one. This may be related to the 3 auxiliary skills that it can only heal fluctuations, heal ringtones, and gravity. Yuka ignored the messed up room, and went to the first floor with the newly born mosquito bird. 6 tails followed Yuka step by step and went downstairs. Take out a bottle of moo milk from the kitchen and pour it into a small bowl, and then push the small bowl in front of the blue moo on the table. Yuka whispered, "Come on, blue moo, drink some milk." Very delicious. These moo milks were bought by Yoga to drink, not many, only a little bit left. Moo milk is a very expensive thing, and Yuka rarely buys it. Feng Yuan is not the origin of moo milk, and the shelf life of moo milk is not long, so moo milk is very expensive in the Feng Yuan area. It's probably been a long time upstairs. The blue bird is really hungry, and seeing the moo milk that Yuga put in front of him, he can drink it without saying a word. Looking at the happily drinking of the Qingmian bird, Yujia knew that it was very satisfied with his food. While taking the time to eat by the green cotton bird, Yujia found some rags at home and made a small nest for it, and placed it on the climate tree, living next to the flower leaf pedicle and the dark crow. Yuka placed the nest of the blue bird, and when he came back, he saw that the bird was lying on the table and fell asleep after drinking the milk. Yuka thought, it must have taken too much physical strength to fly around upstairs, and it was very fragile when he was born, and he was tired. Yuka shook his head and gently put the sleeping blue bird into the nest he made for it. Chapter 55, Rude Teenager. On the 2nd day of the birth of Qingmian bird, Yujia took the elves out to train early in the morning and returned to training, and then started another day of life as a boss. Yuga has successively sold a lot of elven eggs these days, and this kind of turnover is still much better than when the original parents were still alive. Yujia also asked someone to design a website specifically for his feeding house. This website gives a brief introduction to Yo-Yo Feeding House, and Yoka will update some of the store's situation every day, as well as the situation of the elf eggs sold in the store. But Yuga's feeding house has just started. It has no reputation, and there are no rare or highly qualified elves, so this website has not received much visits for the time being. But Yujia is not discouraged. He believes that as long as his feeding house is gradually improved and the store's elven resources become more and more abundant, sooner or later, such a situation of not getting better will be broken. Because it was early in the morning, the slightly humid air outside was very humid and fresh, and Yujia was also very energetic, so I moved a stool and sat at the door of the store, holding a cup of tea. Yuka felt that she was only 16 years old, and now she looks a bit like she has entered her 60-year-old life. Just as Yuka looked at the busy crowds that had started coming and going on the street early in the morning, a young man who was not tall walked to the door of the store, looked at the sign above the door frame and said in a slightly disgusting tone, "Can there be good elves in such a small breeding house?" Yuka raised his eyes and glanced at this ordinary-looking, not tall young man. Although he felt uncomfortable, he politely stood up from the stool and said, "Welcome, are you going to buy an elf egg?" The boy glanced at Yuga and ignored Yuga, but walked into the shop with his foot up, and Yuga had to follow him into the shop. Went into the shop and looked around, and found that the inside of the shop was much better than the outside, and the boy's complexion only slightly improved. "What kind of fairy eggs do you have here?" The boy was observing back and forth in front of the glass counter with the fairy eggs, while talking to Yuka without looking back. "Currently there are only coyote dogs, lotus leaf boys, acorns, proud bone swallows, yo-yo sugar balls, mushrooms, lolilai, xiongwei, and lobster soldiers." Yuga briefly explained the types of elf eggs in the store, and also pointed out the location of each elf egg to the boy one by one. After listening to Yuga's introduction, the boy said with disdain, "A small shop is a small shop, and there are only so many kinds of elves." After speaking, the boy asked again, "What qualifications do these fairy eggs have?" Yuga replied, "All are yellow qualifications." "Cut!" Xiao Yung screamed, and turned around to leave. Seeing that he is about to leave, Yuga tried to calm the anger in his heart, and kept meditating in his heart, "Don't be angry, don't be angry, customers are God, customers are God." Just when the boy didn't take 2 steps, the mosquito bird who was still sleeping in the nest didn't know when it woke up, but luckily, it flew out from the climate tree and landed on Yuga's head at this time. Seeing this blue cotton bird, the boy's eyes lit up. "Isn't there a nice elf? I want this blue bird." As he said, the boy stretched his hand to the blue bird, trying to take the blue bird from Yuga's head. Yuga turned sideways and avoided the boy's hand, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, this blue bird is not for sale." The boy didn't get the Qingmian bird, raised his eyebrows, and said displeasedly, "Not for sale? Why, I'm afraid I can't afford it." Yuka looked at the boy's owing expression, and felt angry. Where is this bear kid from? Even if it's rude, why don't you understand people? Do you mean that? How are you rich? If you don't think the money is too much, you can sprinkle it on the street. No matter how hot in his heart, Yu Jiamian still said politely, "It's not a matter of money, this blue cotton bird is really not for sale." The young man waved his hand impatiently, and then continued to catch the Qingmian bird. "Why are you so nonsense? What money is not, will I lose your money?" Yuka escaped the boy's hand again, feeling that no matter how good his temperament is in front of this boy, he might not be able to hold it, so he said with a cold face, "Please be respectful, this green bird is really not for sale." The boy seemed to have failed to catch the Qingmian bird twice, and his expression was unkind and angrily yelled, "I said what's the matter with you? If you have money, you still don't make money. Just you, a small shop, I'm willing to start you by the elves, you should burn incense, what are you going to put on?" Yuka felt that she would cry out of anger if she listened to this asshole. "Please leave." "What do you mean? You still want to chase people out of your broken shop, or what?" As soon as I heard Yuka let him go, the boy shouted loudly. The shout of the boy came out of the store door, and several pedestrians on the street outside the door stretched their necks and peeked into the store curiously. Seeing this situation, www.readaloud.com, Yuga said to the boy with a cold face, "I'm just driving people, please leave here immediately, you are not welcome here." The boy looked at Yuka's cold face and his expression changed again, but he was still a little unwilling to give up, and he continued to reach out to catch the blue bird. At this moment, Yuga's Apsara suddenly jumped out and stood between Yuga and the boy, and leaned forward and attacked the boy. Should have been taken aback by Absolu, the young man sternly said to Yuga, "What's so great?" "You wait for me," said the boy and ran out of the shop. At this time, Yuga breathed a sigh of relief and said to Absolu, "Thank you, Absolu." Absolu shook his head, then turned and left. Yugia returned to the stool at the entrance of the store and sat down again. She breathed a long sigh of relief. She felt that she might not be in a good mood for the day, and she didn't know where this strange flower came from. It aroused people early in the morning. "Unhappy? Brother Yoga, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Rand's voice came, and Yuka looked up and saw him standing in front of him with his school bag, and his zebras behind him. He probably asked such a sentence when he saw Yuka's face is not good. "Fine." Yuka waved her hand. "Are you going to school?" Lan characteristically nodded, "Yet." "Then go quickly, don't be late, I'm fine." Rand left without asking too much. I don't know if it was the boy who was in bad luck. No customer in the shop had been here this morning, let alone someone buying an elf egg. Don't mention how angry Yuga was in her heart. Next time I see him again, I have to teach him a good meal. This is the only thought in Yuka's heart all morning. Chapter 56, Birthday. In the evening, Yuga closed the shop and prepared to take the elves to the grove for daily training. Just as he was about to go out, he saw Luna running over and hugging her thigh. "Brother you!" Yuka was almost staggered over by her hug so hard. "What's wrong? Why didn't you come home after school and came to me?" Yuga saw that she was still carrying a school bag behind her back and knew that she must have ran by herself right after school. "Mom asked me to tell you that it is my birthday, and I want you to go to my house for dinner tomorrow noon." Luna raised her neck and said to Yuka. "Okay, I see, I will go tomorrow." Yuga nodded, indicating that she would go tomorrow, and she was about to step out of the house, and found that Luna was still holding her thigh tightly. "What's wrong? Didn't I promise to go tomorrow? Why are you still holding me?" Yuka looked a little strange at Luna, who had always been careless, squirming. Luna stammered, then, "Will you prepare a present for me tomorrow? Feeling for a long time is for gifts." Yuka thought it was a bit funny and said, "Of course, tomorrow is your birthday, of course there will be gifts. Then can I ask for a fairy egg like Rand for my birthday present?" Hearing Yuga said there was a gift, Luna immediately cheered up, her twitching expression disappeared instantly, and her voice did not consciously increase a lot, as if she had a lot of confidence in her words. Yuga didn't expect that she was still thinking about this, and she also took the opportunity of her birthday to come to bargain with herself, and suddenly felt that the little girl was really funny. "I haven't heard of anyone asking someone to give a birthday gift. It's very impolite." Yuka looked at Luna with a smile. After listening to Yuga's words, the little girl's momentum suddenly weakened again, and she stammered and said with a bitter expression, that, everyone else has it, but I don't have it. You don't give it to me if you give it to Rand." Seeing that the little girl was holding on to the fact that she was giving away the Rand elf egg, Yugia thought for a while and said, "Then, let me behave well in school. You have a surprise." "How is it?" Luna's eyes lit up when she heard Yuka's words, her thighs disappeared, and she asked in surprise, "Really? You don't lie to me?" Yuka raised his hands and promised, "Really, I am a coyote to lie to you." "Great, then I will go back, I am waiting for your surprise tomorrow." "Don't lie to me. Don't forget." Luna ran away like a gust of wind with her little school bag on her back. "Then don't forget what you promised me." Yuka yelled at Luna who had run away. Looking at Luna, who was in a hurry, Yuka shook his head helplessly, then closed the shop and went out. At noon the next day, Yuka sent away the last customer in the shop, and then closed the shop to go to Aunt Mieko's house. When closed the door, Yuka thought, it's really time to find a clerk to see the store. You can't close the store as soon as you leave the store. What if there are customers at this time? However, Yuka felt that this matter had to wait for the completion of the ecological park. The construction of the ecological park has recently entered the final stage, and the construction should be completed in 2 days. I don't know if Miss Suzuki is still idle. When Yuka arrived at Aunt Mieko's house, Aunt Mieko was wearing an apron and serving food on the table. Seems to have been scalded. Aunt Mieko shook her hands for a while, then pinched her ears with her hands again, her face grinning very funny. Seeing this scene, Yuka laughed with a poof. Aunt Mieko heard the laughter and turned her head and saw Yuka standing at the door. She immediately said with a smile, "You are here, come in, you can eat right away." Yuka raised his foot to the front of the dining table, smiled and said to Aunt Mieko, "Auntie's plate is hot, you can wrap it in a towel before serving it." Aunt Mieko patted her head, "Yes, look at my mind, I forgot everything when I got busy." After speaking, he seemed to think of something again, and suddenly said with a straight face, "Okay, you were laughing at Auntie just now." Then he took a picture of Yuka. Yuka hurriedly smiled and begged for mercy, "How dare you, I just laughed when I watched my aunt become more beautiful again." At this time, Uncle Kurosakamin also walked out of the back room, still holding a bottle of wine in his hand. "You are here, what are you girls laughing at, so happy?" Yuka called to her uncle, and then said, "I'm complimenting my aunt for her beauty." "You kid, you can make people happy." Aunt Mieko walked into the kitchen again. "Auntie, is there anything else you haven't done? Let me help." Saying that, Yuka also got up and went to the kitchen, but she was pushed back directly by Aunt Mieko, "You just sit there, you'll be fine soon." Seeing that she could not help much, Yuka walked back to the table and sat down. "Uncle, where is Luna? Today she is the protagonist, why can't you see her?" Uncle Kurosakami smiled and said, "Just leave her alone. After school, I ran into the room. I closed the door and didn't know what I was doing. I called her several times and always said that I would come out soon www.readaloud.com, but I haven't seen her come out till now. Luna didn't walk out of the room until she was eating. As soon as she came out, she looked around Yuka's and looked at it again. She didn't know what she was looking at. What's wrong, Luna? Is there something wrong with me today? Why are you looking at me like this?" Yuka also looked around on her body as she said, but didn't find anything wrong with her, so she asked curiously. Seeing Yuka asking herself, Luna replied with dodging eyes, "No. Nothing." After eating lunch and eating cake again, Luna couldn't wait to walk to Yuka's door and stretched out her hands and said, quickly, "You brother, my elf egg, hurry up, I can't wait." Yuka said with a dazed face, "What kind of fairy egg?" After listening to Yuka's words, Luna was also taken aback, and then said loudly, "Didn't you say that you are going to give me a surprise today? What you say is nothing." Seeing that the little girl was about to get angry, Yuka knew that she could not tease her anymore, and quickly calmed down. Okay, there are no fairy eggs, but what do you see?" Speaking of Yuka, he took out a black and white Pokemon ball. Seeing the Pokeball in Yuka's hand, Luna's eyes lit up and she reached out to get it. But Yugalima took back the Pokeball and said to Luna, "You can want the Pokeball, but you have to remember what you promised me." I know. Luna waved her hand and quickly took the Pokeball in Yuga's hand, not knowing whether it was true or false. P.S. The author mentioned it today, and there are obviously a lot more recommended votes. I hope to continue our efforts in the future. As a reward, I will add another chapter. Thank you book friends here. Chapter 57, Gorgeous Competition, Part 1. Seeing Luna's appearance, Yuka had no choice but to say, "Quickly open the Pokeball to see if you like it or not." Hearing Yuka's words, Luna couldn't wait to open the Pokeball. A red light flashed, and the blue bird appeared in front of the two people. "Green Mian bird!" Luna yelled in surprise, then picked up the blue bird and lifted it high, and then happily circled it. The blue Mian bird was probably dizzy by Luna, struggling to get out of Luna's claws. Seeing this, Yuga quickly reminded, "Okay, okay, don't spin anymore, I can't stand it anymore." Luna stopped then and hugged the blue cotton bird in her arms. "The blue cotton bird has just been born. You can't do such violent actions on it. Do you have to pay attention to it?" I know. Luna replied casually while stroking the soft feathers of the blue cotton bird. Seeing her like this, Yuka really resisted the idea of wanting to hammer her again and again, and she didn't know if it was right to give the initial spirit to her. Luna suddenly remembered something, and raised her head and said to Yuji, "Brother Xiaohu, there is a gorgeous contest to be held tomorrow. Our school is just on holiday. Will you accompany me to watch tomorrow?" "Okay, I will pick you up tomorrow." Yuga thought for a while and wanted to agree. Although she was not very interested in the gorgeous contest, Yuga had heard that Robert said that he was here to participate in the gorgeous contest. After thinking about it, he decided to go and see it. "Friends of yours go to join in." Because Luna had to go back to school in the afternoon, and Yuga had to go back to the shop herself, she left Aunt Mieko's house early. In the morning of the next day, Yuga came to Aunt Mieko's house to pick Luna to the venue of the gorgeous contest. But after picking up Luna, Yuga took Luna to the elf center first, and then knocked on Robert's door. "You are here. Come in." After Robert opened the door, he saw Yuga and welcomed Yuga and Luna into the door. Yuga had made an appointment with Robert before coming, and agreed to leave together. Because the elf center is a little closer to the venue of the gorgeous contest, Yuga asked Robert to wait for herself and Luna at the elf center. "This is my sister, Luna." Luna at this time, Robert is a friend of her brother, so you can call him Brother Robert. Yuga first introduced two people who didn't know each other. "Hello, Brother Robert." Luna greeted Robert very politely, and it seemed that Luna Sapo looked at her face too. Robert smiled and rubbed Luna's head, and said, "Sister Luna is good. What a lovely girl." Hearing this, Yuka rolled his eyes and thought, "Brother, are you serious? If I rub her head like this, she should beat me, she's so cute." Luna, who was rubbed her head by Robert, was not only uncharacteristically lifeless, but also shy. Look at, what kind of bear kids are these all, are children nowadays so precocious? I'm also shy. Okay, are you ready? Let's start when we are ready, if you are late, it won't be okay. Yuka really didn't see Luna's shy look, hurriedly urged to Robert. When Yuga and the others arrived, there were already a lot of people there, and many others were cuddling outside and doing exercises. Looking at the lively scene in front of him, Yuga said to Robert, "You go to the preparation room to prepare early, Luna and I go to the auditorium to cheer for you." Robert nodded and said, "Well, I'll go first. After the game, we will still meet here, and then we will go back together." After the three people separated, when Yuka and Luna were about to enter the stadium, he suddenly saw a familiar figure not far away and hurriedly shouted, "Rand!" Hearing Yuga's voice, Rand, who was not far away, turned around, saw Yuga and Luna at a glance, and then trot over. Yuka asked, "Are you also watching the gorgeous contest?" Rand did not speak, and nodded. Yuka dragged him to her and said, "Why did you come here alone? There are so many people here, what if something happens?" Randy said dryly, "Daddy is busy, I don't have time." "Okay, you can join us." Rand did not object, and nodded. Luna was a little unhappy when she heard that Rand was about to be with herself, and she stuck her tongue out at Rand, but Rand did not pay attention to her, which made her feel a little bit unhappy. Entered the stadium, and the three of Yuga found suitable seats and sat down. As soon as she sat down, Luna couldn't wait to take out her poke ball, and then released her scorpion bird, and said solemnly to the scorpion bird in her arms, "Luna's bird, let's give it to Robert. Come on, brother. Brother Robert will definitely win." The blue bird yelled in great spirit with Luna's cheering gesture, and it looked like that. Only when Yuga was full of complaints, did you guys know each other for a few minutes. It's sticky. The brother Robert on the left and the brother Robert on the right are so affectionate. You should have said in the introduction, this is someone who you don't know. Elder brother. Yuka exhaled and thought, don't be angry, don't be angry, I am definitely not jealous that Robert is handsomer than me, no. The mentality of the old father is not allowed, no. In order to divert attention, Yuji Brick asked Rant, why are you also watching the gorgeous competition? Are you interested in the gorgeous competition? I want to see if I can accumulate some experience from the gorgeous contest. This kid still speaks and does things so neatly, pure and unpretentious, he deserves to be Rand. The Pokemon Gorgeous Contest Green Shade Conference is finally about to begin. I am the host Vivian, please advise. Contestants who have received ribbon medals from 5 local competitions can be eligible to participate in the event of the Advanced Pokemon Gorgeous Contest, the Pokemon Gorgeous Contest large-scale celebration. What kind of battle will you see this time? The audience in the venue is already excited. Now let me introduce the referees this time, Mr. Sorita from the convention office, Mr. SK, who loves Pokemon Club, and Miss Joey from Greentown. Just as Yuga and the others were talking, the host's voice rang out on the court, and the gorgeous contest officially began. Then the first round will be played immediately, and the first one to play is. Host Vivian's voice sounded again, and then the first contestant appeared on the stage. The first person to appear was a young man who looked more than 20 years old. He threw his elves high, and a round, chubby tail stood cutely on the stage. After Ori appeared, he bounced on the ground with his huge tail, and then winked playfully at the audience, which caused many audiences in the audience to shout cute, especially female audiences, almost all of them started in their eyes. Stars are emerging. The tail is standing, the lightning flashes. As soon as the young man's voice fell, Oita, who was still trying to be cute, suddenly started to run in circles on the stage with his lightning flash skill. Then the audience saw the white light formed by the flash of Otaki's electric light forming a love shape in the running of Otaki, which was very interesting. Just as the audience cheered and applauded, the youth's end came again. The tail stands, loud sound. The running tail suddenly stopped, then ran to the center of the love formed by the white light, and let out a loud roar, and the ripples formed by the sound spread out in circles. When the sound wave meets the white light shatters instantly, turning into white dots of light dancing in the air, and then gradually dissipates, looking very beautiful. This performance is really quite advanced. This tail stand does not use many skills, but all of them are very skilled, and the level of this tail stand is also quite high, otherwise it would not be able to use such advanced skills as the loud voice. The audience cheered. The young man scored very high, 9.7, 9.5, and 9 respectively. The total score was 28.2, which is quite high. There were quite a lot of people participating in the Green Shade Conference. One of them surprised Yugia. Yugia did not expect that he came to Greentown to participate in the gorgeous contest. This person is the boy who came to the yo-yo feeding house before and wanted to forcefully buy the blue cotton bird. Yu reading www.yukansha.com. Yuka realized that he was originally called Tong Yu when he heard the host call his name. The name is quite nice, but the person is not very good. The spirit used by Tong Yu is not from the Fang Yuan area, but a rolling bat from the Hezhong area. This is a rare superpowered spirit. Yuga guessed that this might be a rich second generation who didn't know where he came from. Tong Yu's billowing bat used the general transformation skills to be charming, and countless pink hearts spread to the surroundings, constantly ups and downs in the air. This hand made Yuka think that Tong Yu was quite powerful. Is not to say how powerful the charming skill is, but it is not easy to make the billowing bats show the effect of flying all over the sky with charming one-time charm. Not every elf can use the charming effect. The billowing bats happily fly continuously in the love heart of the sky, free and free. Just when the billowing bat flew to the center of the stage, Tong Yu opened his mouth and commanded, "Billowing bat, seal of love." Then, a huge love heart appeared in the center of the stage, and centered on the billowing bat. It grew bigger and bigger, and finally swallowed all the small love hearts in the sky. Roll the bats, and finally use the power of mind. The purple thought force flew this giant love to the audience under the control of the billowing bat, and then burst into a pink light powder, which looked beautiful. Yujia had to admire this man named Tong Yu, who was quite good at bluffing people and knew how to please the audience. Tong Yu's score is quite good, even higher than the score of the previous youth who used the tail stand. Chapter 58, Gorgeous Competition, Part 2. When Robert appeared, the first round of the game was almost over. At this time, the audience in the audience was a little tired of aesthetics. The next player to play is Robert. Speaking of players Robert, those who love gorgeous competitions will not be unfamiliar. Don't look at Robert's young age, he has already attended 2 large-scale celebrations of the magnificent competition. Player Robert can be said to be a rising star on the stage of the gorgeous competition. The first time I participated in a large-scale celebration, I won such an excellent result as the 3rd runner-up. In the last large-scale celebration event, I won a remarkable result such as the 2nd runner-up. It can be said that this person is already the closest to the top coordinator. Coordinating the trainer. Host Vivian introduced some of Robert's brilliant achievements enthusiastically. Yuka didn't expect that Robert was already a well-known coordinator at this time. Brother Xiaohu, brother Robert is about to play, we must cheer for him. Hearing the host reciting Robert's name, Luna grabbed Yuka's arm and cheered excitedly. Yuka felt a little overwhelmed, so she nodded obediently. Under the introduction of the host, Robert walked onto the stage with a smile on his face. I have to say that there is a handsome face that is very popular. Against the background of the lights, Robert seems to be surrounded by an angel's halo, causing the little girls, aunts, and grandma to scream. The elves sent by Robert are Libra puppets. The appearance of the Libra puppet is not gorgeous, but quietly suspended in the center of the stage. Libra doll, rock blockade. After Robert's voice sounded, a huge lotus made of rocks suddenly appeared under the Libra puppet suspended in the center of the stage. After the rock lotus appeared, the Libra doll slowly fell from mid-air to the center of the lotus, standing on the lotus platform. Libra doll, phantom light. After watching the Libra occasionally fall on the giant rock lotus, Robert gave the next instruction. Libra puppet's eyes began to emit white light at this time, and then these rays of light gradually spread along the Libra puppet's body onto the giant rock lotus, and soon the entire giant lotus was wrapped in white light. At this time, the giant rock lotus wrapped in phantom light seemed to be a real lotus, looking beautiful and charming. Just when the audience and the judges were all immersed in the beauty in front of them, Robert gave another order. Libra puppet, mind strength. The Libra standing on the giant rock lotus suddenly flew up after hearing Robert's voice, and then a purple light suddenly pressed towards the giant lotus, and the giant lotus still glowing with white light instantly turned into powder. Yuka was startled by Robert's hand underneath, thinking, "Damn it, so violent, it doesn't fit your personality." Yuka remembers that Robert was a very gentle and elegant person when he appeared in the original book, and his gorgeous contest performances are also in this style. But now this hand is really a bit violent. Robert cleverly used the white light that envelopes the giant rock lotus to block the smoke and dust caused when the rock turns into powder. When the white light disappears, the dust also falls to the ground, otherwise the audience on the entire stage now sees diffuse dust. I have to say that Robert's hand is very beautiful. There is no doubt that Robert has won the highest score of the game, 9.9, 9.9, 10, with a total score of 29.8 points, which is worthy of his genius. Brother Robert is so amazing. Luna looked at Robert walking towards the backstage with a face of admiration, and she kept mumbling that Yuka was going to be speechless by her face. Yuka made a silent decision in his heart that Robert would resolutely not take Luna with him in the future. After Robert's performance, the first round of the game ended soon, and none of the following players got a higher score than Robert. It can be said that Robert's promotion to the second round is a certainty. The results of the second round of judging came out very quickly, and all the photos of the 8 players who were promoted appeared on the big screen of the stage. Robert successfully advanced, and the trainer and Tong Yu also advanced to the second round. Then 8 players were randomly matched to their opponents, but it was a coincidence that the first game of the second round was Robert versus Tong Yu. Yuga was very happy. He had seen this Tong Yu displeased a long time ago. It is really great that Robert can help himself teach him. Yuka didn't think that Robert would lose to this kid named Tong Yu. After the game started, the 5-minute countdown on the big screen began. Libra Doll, Preemptive Strike, Rock Blockade. Robert's reaction was very fast. He seized the opportunity at the beginning of the game and ordered Libra to start the action. Libra Puppet and Robert also cooperated very tacitly. The moment Robert's voice fell, his skills were used. The huge rocks formed an encirclement, and then surrounded the flying low rolling bats, and then the huge rocks closed fiercely, trapping the rolling bats inside. The moment when the billowing bat was trapped, Tong Yu's gorgeous score immediately fell down. Tong Yu, of course, could not sit and wait for death, and immediately shouted at the billowing bat trapped in the rock enclosure, "Balloon bat, seal of love!" Hearing a violent explosion, the boulder surrounding the billowing bat was blown out of a big hole, and the billowing bat hurriedly flew out of it. Libra Puppet, Awakening Power. At the moment when the rolling bat flew out of the rock, a fiery red light shot on the rolling bat's body like a firework, causing a violent explosion. The scorched billowing bat fell to the ground, and Tong Yu's gorgeous score was once again greatly reduced. Seeing such a situation, Tong Yu's face turned black. "Roll the bat, get up, use charming," Tong Yu said angrily. The body of the billowing bat swayed and flew again. The pink love instantly moved towards the Libra Puppet surgingly surrounded. Libra Puppet is inevitable. But these pink hearts hit Libra's body without any effect. Obviously, Libra is a genderless elf. Charm does not work. I don't know if this Tong Yu is confused or has not solid basic knowledge. Anyway, because of this skill, his gorgeous score directly drops to the bottom. After losing the game, Tong Yu angrily retracted the billowing bat, turned and walked off the stage. After, the games went on very smoothly, some were crushed, some were evenly matched, anyway, there were various situations. And it was Robert and the trainer who made it to the finals to advance to the final. The trainer of Otaki and Tong Yu are very different people, very polite. He stood opposite Robert and bowed politely to Robert. "I have heard of the name for a long time, and I will show you a lot today." Robert also hurriedly returned a salute when he saw this. "Don't dare to be it, please advise." Otaka's trainer's name is Ikusho. His Otaka's level is very high, and his strength is also very strong. The previous games have been crushed and promoted all the way, and his strong playing style is completely different from his own gentle and polite personality. Both players are ready, then our finals are about to begin. We will wait and see who will receive the ribbon medal at the Green Shade Conference today. Vivian's passionate speech aroused the enthusiasm of the audience, and the cheers on the scene were higher than waves. The tail stands, the electric light flashes, approaches the Libra Puppet, and then uses a surprise attack. This Yang Xiang should have been a coordination trainer for a long time. Not only is his Olia level very high, but he also has rich experience in combat, and his cooperation with Ori is also quite tacit. But what makes Yuga feel strange is that his tail standing level is so high that he should have evolved a long time ago, but why hasn't he evolved yet? Although the evolution of elves is not easy, it is relatively easier for elves to evolve, such as Lotta, Snake Bear, Tail Lee, Tusk, Detecting Rat, Digging Rabbit, and Meerkat. Although it is not easy for them to evolve in the wild, in the hands of the trainer, as long as they are willing to work hard, basically this kind of elves can evolve smoothly. But Yuga is weird, and I didn't think too much about it. It doesn't matter whether it evolves or not, isn't it? Using a flash of electric light, the tail stood fast like a bolt of lightning, and it quickly approached Robert's Libra. From the first round of performances, it can be seen that the flash of light from the tail stands very well and the speed is very fast. Libra doll, rock blockade. Robert wanted to prevent Wei Li from approaching Libra, so Libra had to block Wei Li with a rock halfway to intercept Wei Li. But the speed of the tail stand is too fast, and the movements are very agile, that small body actually ran directly over the rock. The use of skills is invalid, and Robert's gorgeous score is obviously missing one section. Libra puppet, awakening power strafing. The rock blockade stopped to no avail. Seeing that Wei Li was approaching Libra, Robert immediately issued another order. Otaka's next skill is a surprise attack. www.readaloud.com. If the Libra puppet, who is a superpower elf, is hit by Otaka's surprise attack, then the game is basically cold, so Robert can't let it succeed. I saw the Libra puppet with his hands wrapped around his chest, and then the fiery red light formed by the awakening power blasted towards the running tail with a brilliant light. Wherever the tail ran, the awakening power blasted to the original forward path. Being interrupted, the goal of approaching Libra puppet failed. Oliu suffered a loss, and the gorgeous score of Idol Xiang naturally fell. However, Libra puppet's continuous use of awakening power obviously cannot last long, so Robert wants to fight quickly. The Libra puppet, the power of mind, grabs the tail and stands. Some panting tail stand in the run was directly caught by the Libra puppet's thought power. Although it struggled hard, no matter how hard it was useless. Then, with a bang, Oli was thrown on the stage by the Libra doll. Rock blockade. Otaka fell, and the rock blockade of the Libra puppet was immediately formed, and Otaka's figure was instantly submerged in the boulder. Was continuously attacked like this, and his gorgeous score almost fell to the bottom. Just when he wanted to counterattack, he only heard a beep, and the game ended. The original 5-minute game time has ended. For the scores of the two, it is obvious that Robert won the game. P.S. Today's 2 chapters are both big chapters, which are equivalent to the usual 3 chapters. Because these 2 chapters are not the protagonists, the author didn't spend too much chapters to write, and everyone in the province said that I was overwhelming. Also, if the author doesn't write well in the game, don't complain about me. Looking at the authors who have worked so hard, don't forget the recommendation vote. Chapter 59, Pyrrhus. On the way back, Luna said to Robert, "Brother Robert, you are so amazing." In this case, it is almost impossible for Robert to praise the sky. In order to celebrate Robert's victory in the Greentown Gorgeous competition, the 4 of them had a meal together before they separated. Robert returned to the Elf Center, and Yuga sent Luna home before taking Rand back. Speaking of which, Yuga went to watch the Gorgeous competition for a long time, and the feeding house was also closed for a long time. In the afternoon, the person in charge of the construction of the ecological park, Kuronu Madadi, visited Yuga. Because the construction of the ecological park is nearing completion, many things need to be told to Yuga. Therefore, the main purpose of Kuronu Madadi's visit is to tell Yuga. Report the situation. Yujiya is very satisfied with the progress of the construction of the ecological park. He also goes to the site every day. He also knows the general situation, but he does not know the details that the person in charge of the Black Marshland introduced. Through these days of observation and getting along with each other, Yuga has also gained some understanding of the person in Black Marsh. He is very serious and rigorous, and has strict work requirements. It can be said that he is a very reliable person. Speaking of Yuga, I really want to thank my uncle. The Black Marshland was introduced to me by my uncle. If it weren't for the reliable people introduced by my uncle, the construction of the ecological garden would not proceed so smoothly. After finishing training the elves in the evening, Yuga took the elves to the Elves Center. Since Yuga started to train the elves, as long as he is fine, he will regularly come to the Elves Center to do a full body examination for the elves. Yuga has always been very strict in the training of the elves, so their daily exercise volume is quite large. Although there is a full-time nanny, the wind chime, who follows every day, but even so, Yuga cannot guarantee that the elves will not get out of the body. Problem. Handed his elves to Miss Joey. Because of the need to wait, Yuga decided to visit Robert. After asking Miss Joey, he learned that Robert was training the elves in the backyard of the Elf Center, so Yuga went to look for him. There was no one in the backyard of the Elf Center at this time, and Yuga saw Robert, who was talking to Wind Chime, at a glance. Several of Robert's elves are outside, and the Wind Chimes, the Libra puppets, and the Chinhua are all training. There are not many elves in Robert, there are only 3, but each one is an elite. It can be seen that he is taking an elite line. How did you come? Robert saw Yuka coming over and asked strangely. Yuka replied with a smile, come and take the elf for an inspection, and take a look at you by the way. Robert, that's right, it's just that I wanted to find you. Yuka asked in surprise, look for me? Is there anything wrong? Robert, it's okay, the Green Town Gorgeous contest has ended, and I am ready to leave. I just want to tell you that you came just right. Yuka, I'm leaving now? When will I leave? Robert, you will leave tomorrow morning. You won't use it to see me off. Before I leave, I will go to your store and say hello to you and leave. Yuka, okay, I'll be waiting for you in the store tomorrow. At this moment, Yuga's ear moved, as if he heard something. Yuka looked at Robert suspiciously, did you hear anything? Both of them fell silent. Robert also pricked his ears, and shook his head after listening for a while, I didn't hear anything. What did you hear? Yuka thought for a while, and shook his head, I didn't understand what the sound was. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Saying that, Yuka walked in the direction of a big tree not far away, walked behind the big tree and took a look, and found a dying insect-shaped elf tied to the tree with a rope. At this time, Robert also walked over and saw the elf, surprised and angrily said, this is a white butterfly, who is so wicked to tie it here? At this time, Yuga had already untied the rope tied to the white butterfly worm, and picked it up and walked towards the center of the elf. Miss Joey, come and take a look at this worm. As soon as he entered the wizard center, Yuga yelled at Miss Joey. Miss Joey heard Yuga's voice and immediately walked out of the consultation room inside, and briefly checked the condition of the worm, and directly brought the comatose worm to the emergency room with Geely egg. Soon after, Miss Joey came out of the emergency room, and said to Yuga and Robert, the white butterfly worm is okay, and there is no injury on the body. It's just that I haven't eaten for a long time, so I passed out of hunger. Go in and have a look. I have injected some nutrient solution into it. I should have woken up by this time. Ms. Joey in Greentown knew Yuga and knew what Yuga's elves were, so there was no misunderstanding that Absolo had in Fuyan Town again. Just when Yuga and Robert were about to enter to see the white butterfly insects, Miss Joey suddenly stopped Yuga and said, oh, yes, your elves have been checked, they are all healthy and there is no problem. I was planning to find you, but I almost forgot about it in a hurry. After finishing talking, he signaled the Geely egg to return all Yuga's elf balls to Yuga. Yuga took the poke ball and said, thank you Miss Joey and Geely. When Yuga walked into the consulting room www.readaloud.com, the white butterfly worms really woke up. The worm saw Yuga weakly and yelled at Yuga to express gratitude. It saw Yuga before unconscious, and knew that Yuga had saved itself. Yuga, mealworm, are you better? The pink butterfly shook his head gently, indicating that he was okay. Yuka didn't know what happened to the white butterfly insect or who tied it to the tree with a rope, so she asked, the white butterfly insect, who tied you there? Hearing Yuga's question, the body of the white butterfly shook inexplicably, and the look in his eyes dimmed, but he did not respond to Yuga's question. Yuga realized that the worm did not want to ask this question, so he didn't ask more. Yuka glanced at the white butterfly insects with his eyesight skills. Appearance, congenital deficiency. Attribute, worm. Gender, female. Features, compound eyes. Qualification, blue. Level, 9. Skills, impact, spin, paralyze powder. Yujiya was first blinded by the aptitude of the white butterfly insect, and then wondered why there was a congenital deficiency in the back. So Yuka refused to answer and asked the system in his heart, "Is the system there?" "Yes, host." Yuka feels that her golden finger has a really low sense of existence, and she usually doesn't say a word. If she doesn't talk to it, she will never squeak. Yuka thinks about it, she doesn't remember the last time. When did you hear its sound? Yuka, can I ask what this congenital deficiency means? It means literally, this elf had a defect before it was born, and the situation is the same as the 32 genetically defective elf eggs you bought from the breeding. Chapter 60, Don't Abandon Elves. Yuka, you mean, if the 32 elven eggs are not treated, they will be born with the same congenital deficiency as this white butterfly? Yes, host. Yuka, then what effect will this congenital deficiency have on the elves? There are many influences. First of all, no matter how you train, the speed of this elf's level increase is far behind other elf. Secondly, because of genetic defects, the elf could not evolve no matter how hard he tried. Finally, no matter what the aptitude of this elf, the lowest red or the highest purple, it will only become a decoration and will not have any beneficial effect on the elf. Yuka said in surprise, so serious? Isn't this elf just scrapped? It can be said like this. Yuka, no wonder this worm was tied there. This should be abandoned. The World of Elves is clearly stipulated, and the trainer is not allowed to abandon the elves, otherwise it is against the law. As we all know, elves with higher qualifications are more sought after among trainers, but not all elves have high aptitudes, and human eyes cannot observe elves' qualifications, so the phenomenon of elves being abandoned in the past abounds. Yes. There was no abandonment of elves when the Elf Alliance was just established. Therefore, trainers will successively conquer many elves, and then select elves that meet their own requirements. As for the remaining elves, continuing to raise them will waste a lot of energy, so most trainers will choose to abandon them. It's not a big deal to release the elves in the place where they were originally conquered, but many elves who were directly abandoned in the city caused huge trouble to the residents in the city. The elves who were unable to live far away from their hometowns began to disrupt the city's public security, causing trouble, looting, and wounding people in the city. The problems caused by this abound. Later, as the development of the alliance became more and more mature, the alliance established many large and small breeding centers and breeding bases, artificially cultivated a large number of high-quality elves, and then put them on the market through the breeding house. With the output of these high-quality elves, trainers don't have to go to the wild to harvest elves with uncertain qualifications, but choose to go to the breeding house to buy elves with qualified qualifications. This move greatly facilitated the trainers to choose the elves, and later abandonment of the elves rarely happened. But this phenomenon is not non-existent. On the contrary, those artificially cultivated elves have lived under the care of humans since they were young. Abandon the spirit such a rule. Speaking of, the early feeding houses were officially opened by the Alliance to facilitate the export of elves from the Alliance's breeding base. Later, as the social system gradually matured, the social environment became more tolerant, and the pressure on the feeding houses opened by the Alliance itself was too great, and private feeding houses were allowed to start one after another. However, in view of the high social status of the trainer group, the existence of the training house is almost choking the trainer's lifeline, so even now, the opening conditions of the training house are harsh. While Yuga was busy talking to the system, Miss Joey walked in and said to Yuga, "Robert, there is nothing wrong with the worm, you can take it away, and then go back to rest and ensure food. Nothing will happen if it is sufficient." Miss Joey went out after speaking. Robert said, I am leaving tomorrow. It is not convenient to take care of this white butterfly, so I will leave it to you. Yuka nodded, I see, don't worry. After that, Yuka said to the worm, will you go home with me? The worm stared at Yuka for a while, and finally nodded, so Yuka gently picked up the worm and went out of the clinic. Just as Yuka walked to the door of the wizard center, the white butterfly worm suddenly jumped out of Yuka's arms, and then ran towards a person not far away. Yuka looked in the direction of the worm's head, and she was still an acquaintance. The worm ran to the person's feet and stopped the person. The person looked down and looked surprised when he saw the worm. Then one raised his foot and kicked the worm aside. Why are you again? Get out of here! Upon seeing this scene, Yuja hurried over to pick up the knocked down white butterfly insect, and said angrily to the person, why are you like this? Why are you everywhere? You abandoned this white butterfly insect. Yuka saw the white butterfly worms running over, and the tearful look of the white butterfly worm at this time, knew that he was the one who abandoned the white butterfly worm. After seeing Yuka, the man smiled disdainfully. It turned out to be the shopkeeper. Don't talk nonsense, don't just talk about things without evidence. It's illegal to abandon the elf, and I'm the best of the league. Citizens, don't do such a thing. Yuka almost laughed at what he said. This person is really bad. It's fine to make trouble in his shop before, but now he dare not recognize it. That's right, the person who abandoned the worm is Tong Yu. Yuka, why? I dare not to be a courageous guy. It's disgusting. Hearing Yuka's curse, Tong Yu was very angry. You. Yuka said disdainfully, why? I don't mean you if I have an opinion. Why are you sitting in the seat? Tong Yu shook his hand angrily, what are you proud of? A small boss like you is worthy of this kind of unpromising trash elf. Turned around and left after speaking. The white butterfly worm heard Tong Yu say that he was a trash elf, and dropped his head feebly. Yuka is not a comforting person, and I don't know what to say when I see the loss of the white butterfly insect. This worm was indeed discarded by Tong Yu. Tong Yu's family conditions are good. His parents have small positions in the league. This worm was obtained from a large-scale breeding base of Carlos Union through the relationship of his parents and friends. www.readaloud.com. At that time, the worm was still a fairy egg. It's just that none of them expected that this fairy egg was a problem. The parents of Pyrrhus worms are very powerful elves. Their trainers were originally criminals of the Alliance. After their trainers were arrested, they were sent to the breeding base of the Alliance as seeds for cultivation. Of course, don't think the Alliance is so dark. The Alliance does not use the elves of these criminals as tools to breed elves. On the contrary, these elves are treated fairly well, but there are some restrictions on their freedom. When they reproduce their offspring, the breeding base is also based on their menstrual cycle, ensuring their health. However, the Alliance has its own special method of breeding elves. This method has allowed the Alliance to breed many outstanding elves. But everything has advantages and disadvantages. At the same time that a large number of highly qualified elves have appeared, a large number of genetically defective elves have also emerged. This worm and Yoga's 32 elven eggs are produced in this way. The Alliance's breeding base will always check the elves when they send them out. Problems and no problems will be distinguished. However, Tong Yu's parents obtained the elven eggs of the worms through abnormal means, so the elven eggs of the worms were not tested when they were discharged from the breeding base. They did not expect it to be so coincidental, and something went wrong. Tong Yu also discovered the problem after training for a long time after the birth of the white butterfly. In addition, he recently got a very good fairy. He really didn't want to keep this white butterfly anymore, so this is where he is now. The situation where the cabbage butterfly is abandoned. P.S. Stay up late and stay up until the early morning to finish the 2 chapters, just to recommend the ticket.